Boom.
And, yep. Time.
GG.
GG, Colin. Great run.
Really
man.
nice run.
10, what, 10-2's next, right?
Yeah, I think
GG
so.
Colin, GG.
GG's Colin.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
And very stressful.
You had to do a lot of like improv in that run, I feel like. So
Yeah.
nicely done.
Well, missing Elemental was really stressful right off the bat because I knew all my menus were going to be messed up. That's why some of them were pretty
That's
slow.
why I mentioned that.
What happened with that? Do you think you left a bit late, or what? Did you just select the wrong option?
I was looking at the 20s instead of the 30s column.
Damn.
And then I was like, oh no. Did I?
So you were looking at like 27 instead of 37? Is that what?
Well, at first I was like, oh wait, no, it's not 26. I waited for it to roll over, and then I thought it was 27. I was like, no.
Yeah, that must have been a wrench in your stomach.
Yeah, it's always
it all worked out. It all worked out fine. You got the ether.
The held input in reactor one kind of.
We explained that.
Yeah,
that's all good though, dude. That happens all the time.
Also, the biggest thing is you maintain steps the whole run, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, the whole run.
And all your fights were really clean too.
I was really worried about it, except for Materia Keeper.
Well, your stats were messed up, but
I mean, it's not even the stat thing. It's just, well, I don't know.
The fact that you went for that second one, but yeah, Brutals is coming in here.
Yeah, Tonberry is coming soon.
Yeah, Brutals is about to finish up, but yeah, you guys all did really, really well. You guys all played super well, and really happy to see. This is an amazing time. Yeah, Brutals will finish up, and then Feck will do disc 3, and then yeah, Feck has like less than 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colin, you also were you got elevator manip. You were the only person that got elevator manip.
Yeah,
so
GG's on that
as well. Yeah, you got the elevator manip.
It was a really good one too.
Yeah.
Was your list? Was it tough? Was it a
had
tough?
Like 2 buffers or something.
Yeah, no, it was really clean.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a nice one.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Brutals do Omni Swag.
I think Brutals is gonna do Omni Slash. Yeah.
I think they all are. Yeah.
The Omni Swag truce. I respect that.
For the people.
Get ready, Dsharper, boy, it's time!
Yeah. There he is.
Here he comes.
Time, guys.
And...
Oi, mate.
I'll wait till Brutals.
Time.
Okay. Go, Tonberry.
GG's, bro.
GG.
Run, bro.
I'm sure you're tired. I'm sure you're tired.
I'm exhausted. You guys did amazing. Look forward to listening to the VOD.
Hell yeah,
it's really fun. Really fun.
You guys did really, really good.
Thanks, guys, for running.
Oh yeah, Brutals, you got the crit on Genova, right?
I got a crit on
No,
Genova.
Colin.
Yeah, that was nuts.
And I had
that
no
was minging.
Bravers too.
Yeah,
I was like, oh man.
Oh my god.
I know that was the downside. We were actually talking about that. Was like the time save difference of trying to farm more Bravers versus the crit in the fight.
Like, it was like the one time that I didn't really want to see a Braver crit, honestly.
So you only had 3 leaving Midgar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
Damn. GG's again, guys. That was amazing. You guys did really, really good job.
Yeah, good luck to the X2 runners. I'm gonna go get cozy and what.
Yeah, go.
Alright, man. Good night, Brutals.
Take care, Brutals. GG's, buddy.
Yeah, if we want to, the X2 runners can introduce themselves if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, GG's to everybody. FF7, man. What about this game? It wasn't a close race, and now it is. Unbelievable. I'm Matty. Got a couple other friends with me.
Hi, Matty.
Hello, Matty.
Hi, I'm Mel. It's really good to be here, playing some 10-2 with everybody.
And is Chokocchi back?
I am here indeed. Either chokocchi or Choco, but not the one that's running. So just don't get us confused.
Yep. So yeah, we got 2 of our 10-2 runners going off already. We're gonna let the 7 crew just kind of finish up with 7, and then we'll get into it. So go ahead and finish it up.
Sounds good.
All right,
Thank you.
all right. Appreciate it.
So Feck just saved, and he's gonna go into disc 3 and do a soft reset. We get the music at the end.
Yeah, we need that music at the end. That's what
Now,
FF7 is made for.
Hell yeah.
It's like Feck has been having a pretty solid run, honestly.
Yeah, Feck's had a great run.
He's had a
You guys
really
all
good-
had really good runs.
He got the right
I
arm
think-
on the second bomb.
It's funny
Yeah,
because I mentioned earlier that
Whatever.
like last year there was like a time where like 3 streams in a row, right as I joined the stream, Feck got a right arm, and then RJ was like, "Tell Feck good
Did you
luck, and
wish
he'll
him
get a
good
right
luck?
arm." And I did. I wished him good luck in the chat, and he got the right arm right
On the
after that. I was just
second,
like,
yeah.
"Oh my god!"
Before the
Like-
second encounter, after the
Yeah.
first, before the second.
Yeah. And then he got it on the second one.
Oh my god. Yeah, and then I think the only I think Feck's worst boss was Schizo, but it was just because of
Yeah.
Deathblow RNG. Other than that, it's been like a really solid run.
Was
So, yeah.
actually that was one of the bosses I was definitely most scared about.
Because of
Yeah,
that
and no
elemental.
ice breath on
Your
top.
fight
no,
was
I'm
really
I'm surprised you
solid.
went the Shiva elemental strats just because of no elemental, because it is risky if she gets hit with any ice breath, she dies. When you
Yeah,
ever
it
low.
was just kind of
But it
like
worked
at this
out,
point,
so
I
it
need
was
to
worth it.
just
Yeah,
go for it.
it paid off. Paid off.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. We were. Yeah, that Schizo fight was like it was really good. Like I think you and Brutals had like a very similar
Paul
Schizo
and
fight.
Bruce
You
had
guys,
very similar. Yep.
yeah, it was very similar. Deathblow landing and
Got
then
the
just
got
triple
the
fire.
First death blow, but no triple fire skip, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with Brutals.
Yeah.
And
and
then Feck
then-
had no death blows hit on the first head at all, and then like almost none on the second head, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fight
Pretty much.
was really stressful, especially on a good pace.
Yeah. Yeah, GG's again. You guys did amazing. You guys did superb. Very nice.
Ooh, the self
Yeah, that
guarantee.
that Zolom troll was bad.
With comms skip, yeah.
That was brutal. And then the second DG fight with the Petrify opener.
And then the
I
other one
mean,
too, with like all the
honestly,
he kept critting all your
yeah, he kept critting me.
And then I
then
think the
Cloud
fight
under
you
level
won,
two.
the fight you won, I think that he got double rock drop too, if I remember correct.
Super YOLO'd that fight.
Yeah.
If I didn't get a delayed rush, I would have died there probably.
The Red Dragon was clean though with no elemental.
Yep.
Yeah,
all
Red
the
Dragon,
ones.
like all the fights that Elemental could have
Would've-
lost a
yeah,
lot of
they were all,
time
like,
on, they were
perfect.
fine, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
And
the
it's like
one
all the other
which is
fights were
nice.
horrible.
the one
Yeah,
DG
David.
fight,
Deeper, Demon's Gate.
Trying, yeah.
the DG fight with when you hypered, that was just unfortunate too.
Oh right, yeah.
I mean,
the big guard just ran out.
Yeah,
because
The
he delayed rush.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
otherwise,
easy.
it would have been fine. But
Yeah,
normally it'd be fine there too if you're not under leveled, but because Cloud's
True. You just
HP
had
was
low,
so
too low. Yeah.
just not good.
Yeah, like I said, you had to like fight through a lot of things that don't happen often in the run. So
There
that
was a
like,
lot
nice.
of improvisation.
Yeah.
I would have reset 1,000 times.
Exactly.
right now.
That's what. Yeah, if that was like a PV attempt.
Even that
Yeah.
Rude fight was kind of sketchy too. That Rude didn't.
Oh,
get,
yeah, the dasers got,
the
like,
silence.
blocked.
Yeah,
Oh,
He just
yeah.
got locked away because
He
Sid went to
froze
sleep.
Sid, I was like, what? It is. I spent
Just
so
so
much
many.
time trying to think about what to do during that run that it was just like, I don't know. I was like, man, people are probably sitting here like, why is he just standing there? It's just like, how do I deal with this?
No one was thinking that.
Oh yeah, the MK where you had to like elixir to reset it
Yeah.
because
Oh,
Cloud is
yeah.
way higher in magic, so you went to Kate for the bio. So you had to like
Yeah.
switch up all that, and then you had to reset with the elixir because the rolls or
couldn't
like Cloud
get
just
the-
couldn't get the final
I
hit in
couldn't
right
get
in
the
time.
last hit in, yeah.
The 69 bio rolls.
Yeah, and the 66
non-stop.
even thing was
66.
Yeah, the 66, I was like, what? I didn't even know that was possible.
66.
you got like a 72, and you need like 7 hits. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And then you and Brutals both got trined. Both of you
Yeah,
guys got trined
yeah.
on MK.
That's where Feck had like a perfect MK fight.
Yeah,
so
Peck had like
Feck
Peck
had
had
a
like
lot
a
of good RNG on.
Yeah,
a lot of
Feck
the
had a
bosses.
98 first or second bio.
Yeah.
his first bio, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like with MK, I guess. That's why I was so happy that I didn't get the high potion stolen. I was like, yes. Because I didn't get a single high pot drop, so.
And and I'm assuming you used the high pot there, because I couldn't remember, and that's why you bought them in the deal, right?
You
had the ether, right?
Well, I bought them in the deal because my gill was all messed up because I picked up the rocket
Ether
punch.
Oh, okay. That's what
I was like really unsure of what was gonna happen with my menus or my inventory because of like not having elemental, and I thought maybe I was gonna probably have to revive a bunch, or like if Genova trolled me, it could have been pretty bad, but it ended up being fine. I did run out of potions like really early, so normally where I would just wait trick with potions, I just used high pots instead, so that's why I bought the extra high pot.
Feck is about
So
to go
now
into
Feck is
yeah.
Feck's FD. I gotta unmute. Here we go. Jam time.
Oh yeah. To hear the music one more time. And Fex should be 0 FD. His FD minute looked really good, so.
Yeah, I didn't.
It looks
I
like
didn't pay
Ace is
attention
saying
to
there
his
should be
spark.
one
There might be
encounter.
one on Ace.
Oh, there might be
There
one.
may be
Okay.
one.
Okay. Never mind.
Mine's not too bad though.
Yeah, still fine. I think
And,
Bruno's got 3, so that wasn't that bad either.
I was gonna answer Jax's question. Yeah, the mayor password was incorrect twice, so got an ether instead of elemental materia.
It definitely did mess up my money a little bit too.
Yeah, because you sold the extra ether, so that was like 750 extra.
Yeah, and I was
also.
Well, I bought the Molotov. The extra Molotov was still way
a bit extra, right?
I had way too much.
You had like 1,000 more than. Well, I don't know how much
You
more.
got a 0. Feck
Yeah,
got the
got
0.
Nice, let's go.
Oh yeah. GG's, Feck.
You definitely want to see 0 encounter on FT because those encounters are horrendous. It's like so long.
Yeah, Brutal's
got 3 when he entered Bone Village at the wrong IGT on accident. So
3's not too bad.
For entering
yeah,
wrong
yeah,
IGT,
3 is good.
Final boss rush coming.
Alright, let's go, Feck. Finish strong, man. Finish strong.
Yep.
Looks like Feck is actually gonna get.
He's brought
Might be a high 6-4x. Maybe.
Yeah, or low 50. It's pretty good pace.
That's
the marathon. Very good pace.
Ooh, first turn Tifa.
Nice.
Now I should let her refill ATB during this. Yeah. Nice. And then he should get another turn in again. Yeah, gold split.
Yeah,
gold.
Honestly. Especially if you split at the bottom of the FD. I've seen some people do that.
Dead. Nice. Didn't even get the 5. Didn't even get the countdown for Ultima to pop up.
Hell yeah.
Feck is absolutely dialed right now.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah. I wonder if only Feck put Tifa in the middle, it would be Choco wins team.
Choco steals right arms.
Jesus. Oh man. Still can't believe we've been commentating for like over 7 hours.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for
it is.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a blast.
It's a good time.
Also, a really rough hour too, so I understand and really do appreciate it.
Yeah, it's only 10:45 p.m. for me.
I took tomorrow off work, so I'm good.
Oh, yeah. I should have done that.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Just like you never know how long what the schedule might end up being like. So I just wanted to be sure that I'm not like going, because this would be pretty late if I was working.
Yeah,
straight to work.
Yeah, just don't even sleep. Just go.
Yeah.
No.
Omni slash. All right, hop in the car.
Just tell your boss you're gotta commentate at FS7 speedrun. Some Omni slashing going on.
Oh man.
Zombie Slash is gonna make things take a while.
Yeah. I knew that time waste that Bolts did was gonna cost me some sleep.
Yeah, I think Peck should have elemental level 2 or 3 or whatever, right?
Yeah. So it
Two?
should both
So do
should,
0.
should nullify. Yeah.
That's where it's nice. Because then you don't have to worry about Tifa's HP, really, except for the first attack that can hit her.
Yeah. Final 2 bosses. Let's go.
Yeah, that's why I decided to use the save crystal at the end here. So risk that.
Oh no, the crit! Oh my god.
Oh no.
The worst. Like the chance of it actually like targeting her then actually hitting her. Like it has a
Oh god.
It has like a 40-something% chance.
That
to
is
miss
so
her,
bad.
I think. Or more maybe. I think the forget which is higher, evasion, magic or physical.
I think I've seen that once before ever.
I've never seen that.
I've never seen that either. That's crazy.
It's fine. Good backup though.
Yeah, he's got a tranker again.
Yeah. It doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, actually, he's gonna get an extra
Hey,
turn or
Bolt
2.
3.
Yeah, the 0 damage. Nice try.
Let's try, you idiot.
What do you think about that?
Hitting for
Sephiroth?
9,000. Oh my. X Tifa super strong.
From start to finish,
he
the bats and the Tifa and Temple.
Temple, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Tifa Temple and the one set of bats. What was the Schizo was rolling like 6,300 on Schizo.
Tifa was also 1 level higher for Diamond Weapon too. She was rolling like 6,100 on.
I was actually like pretty much all week. I was like, I'm not gonna grab the power source, and I was like, especially if I'm kind of behind on steps, and I was like, I was like really far behind on steps, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna grab the power source. And when I saw the hit, I was like, yes.
It was worth it. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Final boss fight for.
Yeah. So Sid got hit with Quake 3 there, so he's low, but the best character for that to be is Sid. Like the best one to be
don't want to see
almost
Cloud
dead, basically. Yeah, because Cloud needs to
God.
take the physical attack. He has the ribbon and cover.
I'll usually I'll heal him if he's below 2,700 or whatever.
Yeah, because of Shadow Flare kills him. Then you have to revive him for sure, or else Tifa or Sid might get paralyzed, or will get paralyzed by the physical.
Yeah.
Ooh, first turn death blow.
So I don't know if it.
I don't know if it saves
early
anything.
death blow.
It doesn't.
I don't think it does, but if he gets Shadow,
because
she gets Shadow Flared, maybe it saves.
Oh yeah, that's
Turn
true.
at the end,
Actually,
like-
yeah, if she gets Shadow Flared, then you don't
that's
waste that turn.
Yeah,
Nice.
I believe anyway, but
It throws me off so much that Colin and Feck put Tifa at the end of the party for the end games. I'm just like, wait, isn't she supposed to be like in the middle of the party?
I put her in the middle at the from like Dunon, I think, to the end. Always.
Yeah, that's what I do. I do Jones to the end, the middle, but then like the mid game, she's at the end.
I just always put her at the end, so I just leave her there.
Yeah, it's fair. All right.
Notice a lot of people do put her in the middle.
Yeah, your effects setting up in case Tifa gets Shadow Flared. Okay,
Yep.
Cloud, so
Cloud.
everything good.
Very good.
His limit though, he has to worry about the limit, so a row change with Cloud is the best way to. There, yep, he knows. Good.
Nice.
So you don't accidentally queue up Cloud's turn instead of Tifa's. That cost me some time in a run before. Oh yeah, but he's front row. Yeah. This is the front row. He died.
GG's, Fat.
GG's,
Great run.
Really nice run.
All the
Everybody
FF7
knows
fellas
that's
stepped up
amazing.
and killed it.
Yeah. Really nice job, guys.
No rise on Safer.
Yeah, so we just have literally the last like bit of dialogue in the final FMV, and then Omni swag, and then we'll carry it over to 10-2.
And then we'll bounce.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess we can all just kind of give. I mean, we can wait till Feck's done. But I'll post the link to the FF7 Discord in the chat if anybody's interested in joining the the server and checking out FF7 speedruns. That's the Discord link. I can post it again before we leave.
And yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the run. Colin, Feck, and Brutals put on a great show.
They
This game's
did.
the best.
They really
Thank
did.
you for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate Colin inviting me and everybody having me and all of us.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Good times, RJ
Yes,
and
thank
Dill.
you again, everybody, for staying up for 7 hours to commentate.
Of course.
I think everyone got a nice taste of what FF7 no slot speedruns can be like.
Yeah.
Lots of ups and downs.
Oh, there's a lot of really bad things that could have happened that I'm glad didn't.
Yeah.
Also, all
Very
three of
true.
your guys' carry armor fights were so clean that it was like we were hyping it up to be such a sketchy fight, and then it's like,
Yeah, you guys all had amazing
no
carry
armor
armor.
ever double lapis at all. So
I was
good.
prepared for the sneak attack. So I saw Sid's ATB, I was like, yes, yes!
Oh yeah, you got the
Yeah,
first
the
from
big guard
guard,
first,
yeah.
sure.
It's funny. Awesome. Yeah, I think Feck will probably Omni swag since everybody else did.
Hopefully.
I'm not sure if he's looking.
He might not have got the memo.
Yeah,
the
he
time
might not
save.
look in
He's going for the time save.
Yeah, he's gonna try to.
He's trying to put
plot
Team
back
Cho-
the 16,
Team Choco
save
a
the
little bit
16
ahead.
seconds.
Yeah, don't be mad at him if he doesn't. It's for you
I'm
guys, Team
dead.
Choco.
It's a smart
But
strategy.
I'll be disappointed.
Okay. No, Feck agreed. I'll do Omni Slash and then just doesn't do it. Just to save time.
I'll do Omni counter. I'm out.
Or it'd be like, oh no, I accidentally defended. Because you can defend that.
Oh my god. I would laugh if he did it. He just doesn't do Omni Slash.
But yeah, that was awesome.
Tide
How
is
close
coming up soon for Choco here.
how close the run was in FF7. That was amazing.
Yeah, it was really close the
63
whole way.
Almost
Yeah.
64 hours into the relay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's insane. GG's everyone.
GG's. Huge GG's. Okay, he's doing it.
Nice.
We all get it.
He's not in the voice chat here, so I'll call time as I see it, I guess. And time. Go Choco.
Go. GG's.
And we will
Have fun, everyone.
pass it off
Yeah.
to the 10-2 crew.
Yep. Thanks again for having all of us.
Yeah,
Really
thank
Great
you.
time. Good luck to the X2 runners.
Good luck.
Take
Good luck.
care.
Yeah, good luck, everybody. Have fun. Hope you all
Have fun.
enjoyed. Thanks for having us. It was a good time. Had a lot of fun anyway. Hope you all did too. Peace.
All right.
See you guys.
All
See you
right.
guys.
Thank you
See you.
guys. That
Thank
was
y'all.
amazing. FF7. GG's. Well played. What a game.
Yeah, great run, everybody.
So much bad RNG. So if you love that, you're gonna love this game. So oh, so many swings. So let's introduce our runners first of all. We've already introduced ourselves. Going off for Team Mog is ChocoBungle. Do not get those two confused. Yes, Choco is on Team Mog. Going off for Team Tonberry is the legendary Dsharper, and going off for Team Choco, my teammate, Mr. Bakvorm, PS2 world record holder. And Mr. Bungle is also the PC world record holder in this category as well. So
We are stacked tonight.
this is the best of the best of the best. The three best to ever do it, I think.
Did you guys know that we made it? We made it into the relay. We're here right now.
This is the first time this game has been here, probably about 5 or 6 years. Like, our community demanded that they get 10-2 in the relay, and here we are. So
And
you
about
get-
time.
So your reward is us three clowns doing commentary for this beautiful, beautiful game.
Yeah, I must wholeheartedly apologize in advance because we are definitely going to quote the game at certain points, though we will try our best not to. Let's just get us caught up on what's been happening so far. So I have noticed that Mr. Mr. ChocoBungle has missed the steal on Logos in one of the very early Gagazette fights, had to pick up a backup chest. So if you were watching his stream during that point, you might have caught that. D also tried a very nice little skip that we like to call the Osiris skip. Unfortunately, did not quite get that off, but that's, you know, an attempt was made. This is fine. It's a hard one to get on PC, I think. Harder than it is on console.
Yeah, it is essentially, it's essentially pixel perfect.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. And it looks like they're probably about same pace-ish. I wasn't actually counting encounters. I did see that ChocoBungle got a few encounters on Calmlands, though. So one of the things that we'll talk about...
Yeah, I saw one in Gagazette, so...
Well, yeah, I think there was at least one in Gagazette, but I think one of the things that we will talk about once Bark gets towards it is that there are only a few points that you can actually get encounters in this game. So we'll mention that once we get there, but the others are encounter free, I think, at the moment, so that's awesome. No more encounters.
Yeah, pretty low encounter rate. Yeah, I didn't see too many encounters, which is good, so...
Yeah.
Good luck for back. You're gonna get no encounters. We've already seen the future.
Yes.
Oh no.
We're going for that 0-0, the god tier dream.
So I can kind of talk about the tech we're using right now in Chapter 1. You know, everyone is in Chapter 1 right now, which is good. So kind of the main thing we're gonna be doing is staggering our enemies to basically freeze their ATB so they don't get turns off, and we kind of just give them a number of whacks and they're dead. So we're gonna start seeing that on back screen in a little bit, and we're also gonna see it on the other two runners actually in a little bit as well.
I think too with I guess the earlier fights where we can't quite exactly get those chains yet, like you just would have seen in the fight against LeBlanc there. You with chains you will get a little bit more damage, so there is a point to chaining even if you can't get a full circle chain to stagger the opponent, but at the very least in some of those early fights you can get a little bit more damage, which is very nice.
Yeah, the chaining is so fun in this game. I think this is the first Final Fantasy where they actually introduced that, which is super neat.
It is a very, very, very fun combat system.
Oh yeah, and it's even more fun to speedrun. Trust us.
I think it's safe to say we don't. I think it's safe to say we don't speedrun this game for the story.
Well, it's all one
definitely the gameplay. Exactly. No, that's fair. I'll take that.
There's singing and dancing, and that is something that I will sit down and play. Okay, you got me.
It's a party all the time.
It's a party.
Exactly. So if you do look at Team Mog's screen at the moment, you can see this chaining in action that we just spoke about here. So you can see that chain is climbing. So generally we'll get to about, I think it's 50 something. 51, 52.
Yeah.
Unless you get lots of crits, you can get a couple less chains and still finish off the fight, which is very nice.
Crits are good. This is Final Fantasy. Crits are very good.
Yeah, if you're getting anything below a 50 here is amazing.
Yeah, and there is a boss coming up where actually with the staggering and the chaining, the crits are actually beneficial because it makes its animation longer, and it's a pretty tight timing with the stagger, so when it does that, it just makes it a little easier on you, and then again, you have a better chance of combining the chains and increasing your damage as long as you keep that chain active.
Yes. Yeah, we'll get to that dumpster fire of a battle in just a moment.
It is a dumpster fire on PC, because there are some variations between the PC version of that fight and the PS2 version of that fight.
Yeah, and absolutely.
I actually find it more difficult on PC, believe it or not.
Agreed. So the spacing is way different between PC and PlayStation, and obviously you won't be able to compare directly, but if you have ever watched the PlayStation versions of the original versions being played on original console, it's so much your battles are generally a lot closer, so you don't have such a distance to close, which is really important actually on the JP version, but also in the NA version as well. However, we're not always able to execute the same moves that we are on PC, just because of how distant the spacing is.
I mean, you need binoculars to see the robot that far away. Like, it is ridiculous. It is absurd.
So interesting how different that is. Yeah.
Oh, we're coming up to code as well. We got any last number guesses? Last number guesses in chat. Let's get some of that out of the way.
Yes, we are coming up to our first cipher of the game.
Yes.
Pick a number.
Dsharper is now coming into. Dsharper is now coming into the Gagazette battle as well with the Guardian Beast. See that chain climbing again. There are a few unskippable, like, I guess, cutscenes in these areas. So most cutscenes in the game you can skip, but as you just would have seen on Team Mog's screen, there was a bit of an unskippable cutscene that we had to watch. Most FMVs are skippable, but there are a couple that we find a way around. We'll get there later, though. We'll get there later.
Much to the displeasure of chat.
So sad. So sad.
And commentary and runners as well. Like, we're all sad.
So sad. Yes, and Bach is finally coming into this first trio battle here. So generally we do like to go for LeBlanc first, just get her right out of there so that she can't do that nasty...
That was a nice chain with the grenade.
That was a good chain, yeah. With that nasty Sonic fan attack that she does, if we can stop her from doing that, it's a good chunk of time save as well. And then we want to get 2 steals, 1 off each of the guys here. If you do miss it, it's generally fine because there is a backup that you can pick up along the way. I think, did Bach just miss that one too?
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, that's alright. Bach will also be picking up the backup chest, so we'll get to see that as well once again if you missed it earlier. So if you're thinking of running 10-2, take notes, alright? Get your notes out, get ready. Take some notes, because we'll be giving you the inside scoop here.
This is the best part of 10-2, random encounters.
Who does she think she is?
Oh yes, Bach will start to get some random encounters as well now too.
Lulu's hair incoming.
Lulu's hair incoming indeed. You might lose an eye, just be careful. So Team Choco has picked up 2 ciphers so far and needs just 1 more, and then we start to guess the last cipher. So I don't know. I know that there are some controversial strats in this chat. Matty, looking at you.
I have literally tried everything to break this cipher code and I can't crack it.
Matty, I have Matty on record saying I go 5 first. What are you doing? I'm sorry.
There was a time where all I was getting were 5s, so I just said, you know what? What if I just try 5 for maybe if I just like try to out-psych the game, and I literally like 3 out of my next 4 were first try ciphers with a 5. I kid you not.
That's absolute madness.
And then my luck went down, and I was like, well, maybe I should just go back to how I should be doing it.
Oh, very nice. Second try code on Team Mog there. That's a nice chunky time save. Look at that.
Good code.
That is sweet RNG right there.
It's so sweet when it's in your favor, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolute
so basically there's a missing code, and we could run away like all the way across the beach to get it, but it's just faster to just try to guess the missing number.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. Some days you wonder if you should have just ran across the beach and grabbed the number because it's faster.
Except when you go for 5 first, Matty.
No, I don't do that.
Sometimes I have major regret.
You know, I don't do that anymore. But I will always go center pedestal to my dying
Matty's
day.
reformed, okay?
I do things
What
backwards.
is that, Matty? Sorry, I can't hear you anymore.
I set.
I'm just kidding.
It's fine. You know what? I play Final Fantasy X with the expert grid. I do everything backwards.
That was more of you being a center pedestal kind of guy, but
I am a center pedestal guy.
That's disgusting. No, get out of here with that.
Agree to
pedestal crew, get out of here.
Agree to disagree. Moving on.
It's okay. We're gonna get crap for that when we get there, anyways. So.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. So we've got Bark now heading into the last fight before the first, like, proper boss, I would call it, of, like, the run. Would you call Boris the first proper boss, surely, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He really
So
is.
baby Boris here. We're gonna go and destroy baby Boris. Sorry, Boris. Its name is Boris. We love Boris. But we do need to get it out of the way so that we can get to the rest of the game. So, basically Bark is gonna start the chaining thing that we just mentioned earlier, and then eventually we move on to some other interesting strats if you've never watched the no CC version before. So obviously, if you have seen other Final Fantasy X-2 runs, you'd probably know that there's any percent, you know, and that has a specific strategy, right? This is a totally different, like, what's the word? Bucket of fish. I don't know. This is a totally different bucket of fish from that. There's a saying and I've just lost it. My mind's gone.
I like bucket of fish. It works. It works.
Bucket of fish? Cool. Yeah. So we got a whole new bucket of fish here.
It's not your
We got salmon and
grandfather's
tuna, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will go into those strats a little bit later, but because we are exclusively using the girls, we do use very specific strats in this game.
Yeah, typically in 80% you use the creature creator feature that's, I think with HD, it's in the international version?
Yes,
the
it is in the
international
international version as well, correct.
Yeah. So that's where you just use enemies that you capture throughout the world and even characters as well. So they
You
do
save-
massive amounts of damage and
Basically, you save Spira using Pokemon.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. So now D is going into this fight with the Flame Dragon, which is really funny because you can't really chain on this one. Hey, you just got to kind of just send them. Just send them and hope for the best.
Hold X to win.
Hold X to win, pretty much. That's it, really. And Choco is moving slowly, well, ChocoBungle, Team Mog rather, is moving slowly towards this very nice Killica fight that we talked about earlier. Yeah.
We're getting there quick.
Yep.
It's, yeah, zooming.
Funny story about that boss. I let a 5-year-old at RPG
For the three of us, it's
kill it.
weird to see the
It
game
was
so
very
go
easy.
so quick because, like, all three of us are just so used to running on PS2 and PS2 load times. It's like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm very not used to the whole, oh, yeah, you can skip this. Oh, yeah, FMVs? Nah, I don't have to worry about that. Like, forget bathroom breaks, you get nothing.
Yep.
You just go and you're schmoovin'.
Pretty much. Just sit there until you're done.
Alrighty, so there is, ChocoBungle is coming up to also another, like, I guess, puzzle / minigame here, where you have to give the guards a certain code, but the code never changes. So we just kind of go up and pretend to listen at the bushes, and then we head on straight out and go and just tell them the code that we already know, because it doesn't change. So that's a minigame for you, or a puzzle rather.
It's probably the only thing in Nintendo 2 that's not RNG related. Like, this code will always be the same.
It is bizarre
True.
that this is one of the only things that doesn't really change, since there is a lot of like RNG heavy stuff in this game.
Yeah, I think that is it.
Like,
Yeah.
literally everything else except this.
Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah, it's kind of
It's
wild.
not very exciting.
D is now also
Do you-
moving into Killica as well.
You want to know why it's not RNG based?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the code is based on how many guards there are, whether it's an even or an odd number.
Oh well, yes, but it's more so like we're not surprised that they didn't like just sprinkle a little bit more RNG in here for you. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they could have done that, absolutely.
It's a
But
good
yes,
thing
it is
that they
based
don't.
on the.
It is
Yeah.
very, very good because because if we guess that code correctly without failing, it gives us an accessory
Ooh.
called Menace of the Deep, and that is a very crucial accessory, or
It is. It is.
garment grid, we can call it, for the
Yeah.
speedrun. Essentially, if you miss that code, your run is essentially over.
It's
most
dead,
times.
yeah.
I mean, there is
Yeah.
a huge backup strat that you can like travel to Luca, and you can get one that does the same thing, except it's like lightning. But if you guess
Yeah.
that code wrong, I mean, on PC you could just reset it, but if you were like on PS2, if you catch a dead input there, yeah, you just wasted about 50 minutes of your life.
Yeah. So if you look at Mog's screen, Team Mog's screen at the moment, ChocoBungle has moved YSLS0, which is the fun boss we were talking about earlier, into a pretty nice position to actually be chaining with fairly good success here. So this boss has 3 moves. Does anyone want to touch on the 3 moves, just so I'm not just like talking your heads off?
Yeah, so basically he has 3 movesets. What you want him to do, he has a normal attack, which is what you want him to start out with. He also has a haymaker, which I believe it like depletes half.
So like a double
your
fist swing attack. I think it's a huge chunk.
I believe it's half your HP, of your max HP. And then it also has a blast punch, and that actually I don't think it does half damage, but what it does, it completely resets your entire party's ATB bars back to nothing. So you have to charge them back up again to get off another attack. And if he gets into like a routine,
from memory it decreases the charge by half. So it'll halve your ATB, but it will stop all ATBs if they have been drained. So if your ATBs have been used, it will just stop them where they are, and you just won't gain ATB. It's nasty.
It is very nasty. So you're hoping that the robot opens up with a normal attack, because with a normal attack you can get into a stun lock. Special attacks are a little trickier. You can survive one, but if you get targeted more than once with a special attack, or maybe just followed up with a normal attack, your party member's KO'd, you're going to have to revive, and you're going to have to try to get a chain going, and it's a nightmare sometimes.
Yes. I've been helping Sid with his work.
Yeah, absolutely. This fight is one of the ones that will really, when you're learning the game, start to give you a lot of trouble. Pretty much, it's one of the ones you have to really put a lot of effort into, like learning in the PC version. And you know, even then, like you can get lucky. Obviously, if you get a regular attack from the get-go, even if you're not chaining perfectly, you can close out the battle with like relative safety, right? But in most cases, RNG is not in your favor in this game. So it will try to either, just come straight in for a haymaker or a blast punch, which is not always fun.
What was the clue again?
Yeah, 2 good fights here. I usually just die here on PC.
They're
making it look easy.
And you can kind of see on Team Tonberry's screen how far away the girls are. On PS2, they are literally like right in the robot's grill, like ready to deal damage. It is just such a trickier fight.
Nice. So both of them getting out of Chapter 1. That is quite the accomplishment, believe it or not. We did have Team Choco down here. We just missed it, but in the Comlands where we just got an accessory called the Charm Bangle, which gives us no encounters for the rest of the run. I don't think we've touched on that, but yeah, we
What did you call it, Mel? I'm sorry, did you call it
the Charm Bagel?
Thank you.
Charm bagel.
It's a bagel.
Sorry,
I'm gonna pick up the bagel.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, we got to get our bagels to ward off the encounters for the rest of the day.
Trip would be very grumpy with us if we didn't call it a bagel at least once.
It helps because you know, if you get hungry as well, you know, it's there for you.
I do have bagels out. I have bagels out in my kitchen, so yeah.
Little known fact: fiends on Spear are actually allergic to gluten. They can't have bagels.
It'll essentially be breakfast time for me anyway.
So ChocoBungle is now coming up to one of the fun parts of the run. No totally push SMH, pushing the musicians into the elevator, which D will be coming up to shortly as well. So we can talk about that in just a moment. But yeah, as we mentioned before, we pick up. It's very nice. 10-2 is mean to us in a lot of ways, but is very kind to us because in the Charmlands, oh my god, the Charmlands. In the Charmlands, there is an accessory that you can just buy that just eliminates all encounters. What's the name of that?
What is the name of that accessory?
Yeah, it's the bagel.
The charm bagel.
It's the calm bagel. It calms you down.
Did we talk about the menace of the beep earlier, or did we forget to talk about that? Yeah.
We haven't really talked about menace of the beep, no.
Or menace of the beef, maybe.
Menace of the meat.
Do we want to talk about how I can't pronounce Australian cities too? I mean, because none of us know how to pronounce
Let's
anything.
not go there today.
Okay. We'll do that for another time.
So we'll probably talk about it again when we get to Bakvorm getting to this section as well. But D, also, you would have noticed if you were watching Team Tonberry just now that Dsharper just watched an FMV. Why on earth would we do that? Why would we do that?
We gotta set up the skip, Choco.
Yeah!
We gotta save it so we can set up the skip!
Yeah, thank you. So we gotta set up the skip. In order to do that, we need to watch an FMV, and then right at the end, we press the start button, but we don't press skip FMV. And that'll make that nice little skipperoo button. That'll pop up on an unskippable FMV, and we can skip that bad boy right away.
Yeah, so it basically carries over a cutscene that you can skip to a cutscene that you can't skip? Is that basically what happens? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much how it works. Oh, D with the double push. Let's go.
Yeah,
nice. That was clean.
Ooh.
Again, another thing that they're making look a lot easier than it really is. Try it yourself.
Yeah, no, this is not a fun. Yeah, I have like lost my pace to musician push sometimes. And that's purely just because of lack of practice. If you do practice it, obviously it makes it easier. But in general, that's actually kind of hard. That's hard. Damn.
I actually
very clean.
Yeah, I actually soft locked it the other night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are certain positions that you'll get them in where you'll just soft lock, and thankfully, yeah, you can talk to a high pillow, a beautiful high pillow in the back of the room, and it'll just reset everybody for you. But that's time loss. You get to talk to them, but it's time loss.
Now, we forgot to mention earlier that when you are coming through Zanakin tier as Bakvorm is now, there's a scene with Isaru. There's a couple of options there, and one of them is correct, and all the others are incorrect. I'm sure Mel, you know which one is actually correct. Would you care to elaborate? Which one is actually correct?
Sorry, what is correct?
So when we come up the stairs and Isaru's there waiting for us, going,
oh yeah,
there is a correct option.
The most optimal input. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's you just press the cancel button on your controller and you press X, and then we'll see it coming up here. I'm pretty sure Back's gonna do it.
I would hope so.
I mean, it's optimal. It's a race, right?
It is. He would have a very grumpy teammate if he didn't.
Alright, so we've got ChocoBungle now coming into Uniform 1 from memory. This should be Uniform 1. In Gagazette, where there'll be another instance of some chaining. This one is a little bit harder because Omi's quite far away in this fight. That's not fun at all.
And that holds true on any version as well. Like, Army is just far away no matter what version of this game you play.
Yeah. He's hard to chain on regardless.
You have done well to make it this far, Sphere.
Yeah, he's tough.
It's so hard not to quote this scene. It's really, really difficult. Like, there is so much restraint going on right now.
We're behaving.
I can do it.
I can
do it.
Do it.
Okay. What's it gonna be, Back?
Yes, good. Okay.
What's it gonna be?
What
is the meaning of life?
What?
Yes.
Hi, pillow.
Oh man.
Beautiful.
Frame perfect.
You did the right thing. You did the right thing.
Amazing.
We always marry high pillows around here.
Yeah,
always.
So ironic, it's just weird because normally when you would hold circle, you think it would go to the bottom of the menu, but for whatever reason there, if you hold circle, it goes to the second to last one. And I just so happens to land on high pillows, so
yeah.
For a split second extra input to just say the meaning of life is high pillow, it's totally worth it.
100%.
Canon, man.
It is.
If the meaning of your life is not to marry a high follow, I don't know what you're doing with your life.
Exactly.
Honestly.
100%.
I'm trying. Okay. We're about to fight Ormy. We have not fought Ormy yet. Okay.
Oh,
Going
no.
into
There we go. We are
fighting.
now fighting Ormy. Pain
Yeah.
straight down. That's unfortunate.
Oh, he
He's
opened
going
with
for
a
Riku
crit.
now. Yeah, that was a nasty hit.
He opens straight up with a crit.
But now ChocoBungle's got the chain. We're cooking here, we're cooking. That's better. Basically, once you do land the chain on Ormy and you can safely kind of close the loop, it actually becomes quite a safe fight unless you drop the chain, obviously. But in general, yeah, this can be a hard fight because Ormy does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he does.
And that's kind of rare. It's kind of rare that he opens up. I mean, he can open up with an attack and get it off, but a crit, that's just
yeah. That's just 10-2 luck.
Yeah.
So there's a fight following this. We're gonna have a Oh, go ahead, Choco. We're good.
No, please.
Yeah. This fight that we're in is just a snake and a couple fem goons, just trying to attack them in an order where they get the less amount of turns off as possible. The fem goons can do a magic spell where it hits everybody, which makes it really slow, but they're behaving, so.
They are behaving, yeah, which is really surprising.
Yeah.
All I was gonna say was that D's starting to catch up here on ChocoBungle.
Yeah, nice.
I think D must have got some time save somewhere along the way, because this is starting to get close now.
It's funny, I saw that budget grenade and I got excited, but yeah, wrong category.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so between the different versions, obviously different drops will mean different things to you. So whether you're an OG NA runner or OG JP runner, sometimes when you see a grenade, you get a little bit excited because it means you don't have to steal more later. As we do in the JP version anyway, but in this version they don't really help us that much after the first couple of initial fights. So we usually steal one in the beginning, in one of the first fights, but then after that, not really. Was that a game crash? Was it?
Yeah, it sucks. Sorry,
That's
dude.
right. You'll be back.
All that for nothing.
Thank the Final Fantasy gods for autosave.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Just part of the RNG with this version on.
It is part of the RNG. Yeah.
It is not uncommon to see
happens.
green screens and FMVs in this version of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, which is definitely very frustrating when, you're a kid and you play the game as a kid and then you grow up and you hear that, oh, there's a remaster coming out. Oh, it's coming to PC. And then you can't watch the FMVs. It's like, whoa, wow, this is awesome.
Yeah. Bummer.
This is the first time.
So Dsharper's now going into the fight with Ormy, and it's almost time for Bark to do code as well.
Yes, it is.
This is our last code opportunity. Everyone get their guesses in.
Yeah, what do you think?
I usually guess once I have the first 3, to be honest, because sometimes it's a double number, so that'll give you a hint. I'm hoping it's 0 for Bark's.
A 5, 5, 5, 5. That's just cruel, man.
Ugh. That made me want to throw up. Don't do that again. That's too many 5s in a row.
So, yeah.
So on Team Mog, we're going to be equipping Pain, who's going to be our main damage dealer for quite a while in the game. She's going to be a black mage, and she's going to have a garment grid on that we're going to change her with, which will give her Water Go, which is our strongest spell that we can get in the game, and the most amount of damage we can do at this point. So we'll be using that and then chaining attacks with Yuna and Riku at the same time, just to get the maximum damage output with the chaining. So
yeah, so this is where the fights start to get scary
Yep.
and really interesting as well. Like mechanically, just super interesting. So obviously we need to juggle a whole bunch of things, and as we eventually change dress spheres and change up our strats a little bit, we have to juggle so much more. Not only changing dress spheres, but the abilities that we're using, things like that.
Good morning.
But one of the things that does help us is the memory cursor, which is very, very nice. Being able to remember where we were last, and then coming back to the same option that you were able to before it really helps you when you're trying to quick select and stop the enemy's ATBs from charging.
Bye, Lulu's braid. We'll never see you again.
Oh
I
yes.
know. Bye, Lulu.
The ponytail. Yes. The planking ponytail. Oh. The PC exclusive. Box starts with a 0.
A 0?
Nice.
Oh no. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad.
Choco says, "Oh no."
Oh no.
All right, Team Ma going into a scary fight. All right, hitting Pain right off the bat. Amazing. Yeah, as you can see, Pain already doesn't have very much HP, so it's never good.
But so we need to go around the world here on our garment grid. We need to fill all of those lines up so that they're blue. We go through each of the nodes, and that will teach us each waterer, and water. Okay, so we need to get all 3 of those, and then after that we can use water before we're able to actually learn it even, right? So once we do that, and we also eat water as well, which means that water will heal us. So if a Femgoon casts water or LeBlanc casts water on us, well, that'll actually be a nice little cheeky heal for us. So that can be advantageous, but sometimes it also can be a bit of time loss as well, just depending on how the fight is going. So you can see that Team Mog is going through their last sphere change, and we'll now be able to use Waterga, and we're going to start to chain on logos first.
Get that Femgoon down. Yep.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I know.
This card.
No. Don't.
No, you did 4 already.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh no.
So many scary things happening right now.
Oh, there we go. 778.
0778. Skipped over it, man. That was I think he skipped over it.
I mean, that happens, you know. Sometimes the inputs there are really funky.
That is literally me. That is my code luck right there.
Oh yeah.
In a nutshell.
Yeah.
All right, we got Ormy and Logos down, so that's really good.
Yeah.
And one of the,
I think. Oh no.
I was just say that fight can go south just like any of these fights. So if you see someone survive.
I actually almost came over to that fight yesterday because I got Ormy down to critical health and he was feeling kind of cheeky and he wanted to throw the concussion shot grenade on me. And yeah.
Oh, believe me, I have game overed on that fight before many a time. So I'm right there with you. Don't worry. But one of the important things I think remembering going through basically almost any fight in the game, but particularly the ones moving forward from the uniform points in the battle, is that it's really important that we funnel our EXP into the right places, because where people are missing out on EXP, if they are dead at the end of the battle, might mean that they miss out on AP as well, which is probably arguably more important, I think, than missing out on just EXP, because we want to make sure that everyone is relatively even, but make sure that Pain's getting enough EXP and AP to learn the abilities that she needs to be able to do the damage that she needs.
Basically, the rule of thumb is don't let Pain die at all. Make sure she gets as much experience in AP as possible. Because some of the Chapter 5 fights are, if she dies and loses experience, AP you can recover from, but experience-wise, Chapter 5, some of those boss fights can get a little dicey, trying to deal magic damage, and if you're not leveled the proper way, they can maybe take an extra turn, or maybe that extra turn is the turn that just kills you, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's just very critical to keep Pain alive at all times.
It's nice to have the right amount of MP as well, because it gets pretty tight, at least some of the Chapter 5 bosses as well.
This is our last fodder % split as well, I just have to say that, sorry. It's been brought to my attention in chat that it's the last fodder % that we're seeing now.
The last whatever.
It was one we would want to forget. That was not one of the better ones we've seen.
Nice. So Team Mog has a grenade, which just killed all the fem goons in one shot, which is great because usually you need a couple hits from Yuna and Riku on both of them. So.
And we're gonna get a flash bomb.
Oh,
right.
yuck.
So now we're blinded, but even then, I think that should. Nope, it's not.
One more should be enough.
Yeah, two.
But unfortunately,
yeah,
without the chains, yeah, it really tacks down the amount of damage
you
you
didn't deal enough
That'll be it,
damage for it to be a one water go fight. Yeah, usually with a grenade, if you deal enough damage, that'll be done.
It's a one water go. Yep. That's just bad luck, man.
That is my luck. I get the flash bomb more times than none. You just kind of drop your head and be like, oh well, here comes time loss.
This is what happens.
This is me. This is 10-2.
Yeah. So Team Tonberry is coming into this second uniform fight as well, now bringing in those new strats too. And it looks like Dsharper here is being a bit more careful with chaining some of these attacks with Water Go, which is good. Just maximizing that damage completely, which is a really good thing to do. I got them both at the same time.
Yeah, that was a really good fight.
Hello?
Wow.
That was such a good fight.
That was clean.
Dsharper closing the gap. Amazing.
That was a...
And Bark following as closely behind as possible.
Yep. Bark's about to enter the robot fight. Closing out Chapter 1.
Oh, yeah. So, Team Mog is infiltrating the Chateau LeBlanc. As you can see here, we're infiltrating, making our way in, sneaking our way in, and gonna go steal our stuff back, pretty much, story-wise. I guess we haven't really touched on story that much, but, you know.
10-2 has
what
a story?
Yeah. I was gonna make the joke and then I was like, no, don't do it.
I lied in the beginning. I know that I said there was singing and dancing, but there's also
I
massaging.
love the story. I actually do though. Like I make jokes, but I actually genuinely love the story. So
I joke as well, and yes, like really,
don't knock me for that.
I don't knock you because you really do need to do the Hundo Fundo run to appreciate the story.
Exactly. So Team Mog is coming into a minigame that we might touch on a little bit later. Bit of fun, but Team Choco is coming into this last nasty little fight here, so I reckon we should focus on this one because this is quite a dicey little fight.
Alright. Ooh, okay.
Looking pretty good so far. We've got the chains off here.
Yeah, he definitely opened with a haymaker.
Yeah. But sometimes opening with a haymaker can actually be kind of beneficial because you can get the robot in really close proximity. So, if you can manage to... Oh, that's alright, We bring it back and keep on going.
We're coming with another blast punch.
A blast punch. We're getting really unlucky here.
On Pain, that should be fine. She should stay alive. Yep. Should be fine. Oh, another blast punch on Pain.
Yeah, and so as you can see here in this fight, blast punch does do a lot of damage. Can really just rock this fight. I know personally sometimes when I lose the momentum, I just close that. Close that game.
Nice dodge. That was clutch.
Bring it back, but that was a nice dodge. Yeah. So the interesting thing about these attacks is that the normal attacks are the only ones that can actually be dodged, and Bark is taking my advice. Sometimes you lose the momentum or you run out of Phoenix Downs and you just can't continue. You're going to game over. So sometimes you need to just reset that battle and just get back on the horse. And that's what Team Choco is doing here. So as I was saying, the special attacks
and Team Mog and Team Tonberry, you saw their plays just go extremely clean, and now you get this fight.
Yeah, we're just getting a full scope of the whole the levels of RNG here that you can get in this fight, which is kind of was that a crit?
Great, that was a crit.
That was disgusting. Get that out of here. So yeah, the normal attack can actually be dodged from this enemy here. If it is a blast punch or a haymaker, unfortunately these ones can't be dodged. So one of the benefits of having thieves in your party here is that they have very high evasion. But unfortunately some of these attacks you just can't get out of the way of. But Team Choco is cleverly here holding ATBs so that way Buck can pull out a potion or pull out a Phoenix down if need be. But looks like Team Choco should be able to get some chains on now. Much better.
Yep.
So it should be a relatively safe fight now, fingers crossed. Touch wood, I'm not jinxing, I promise. All the good juju, please. Alrighty, so now Dsharper is also moving into the nice little mini game here. Hopefully our audio is not on the mini game. Yep, very nice. But this is a relatively solvable mini game. Like basically, there's a pattern to it, right? If you get a yellow, your highest mark is adjacent. If you get a blue, that's your lowest mark that you can possibly get. Green will be diagonal of the one that you just clicked on. But I think that might have been a misinput there from Dsharper going up to the blue one. But basically, you want to be able to get to that 32, the number 32, within 15 rounds. So you got to be able to do some basic maths here.
Yeah.
But sometimes on the go, when you are distracted, heat of the moment, and just stressed about whether you're going to get this accessory that we need from this minigame or not.
Oh, he got it clutch with the last input. That was clutch. Oh,
yuck.
That was.
But effectively, we want to be able to close out this minigame. We want to get it in the first try so that we can get the gold hairpin. That's the accessory that we get from doing this minigame on the first try.
It is absolutely crucial that we have that accessory for this run.
If you don't get it, your run's over, basically.
Or in this case, if we're on PC, Dsharper would have just had to reset and just do the whole thing over again. But yeah, if you're on PS2 and you don't have a memory card in and you don't safety save, yeah, you're gonna have to start over.
Yeah.
I mean, you can try to do this run without the gold hairpin, but good luck to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to try that at all. That doesn't sound like a fun time. I like to have fun in my Final Fantasy X-2 speedrun, okay? I don't like these things that are not fun. Thank you.
That's why you run JP.
Exactly. But I have so much love for this category. This is the first category that I learned. And I was very adamant that I wanted to learn the speedrun with Riku and Pain. But have since tried a whole bunch of other categories as well, and I will tell you, they're all pretty fun.
I was the same way. I started out with the creatures run and I had fun. I was just going to stay in cozy creatures forever, and then I was intrigued to learn the run on PC, and then it was actually Bach that saw me doing like PC No Creature Creator, and he's just like, if you really want to be good at this, or you should just run it on PS2. So I started running it on PS2, and like at first this game can be very intimidating as far as the combat system, but the more you learn it and the more you learn the ebbs and flows of what you're supposed to do in certain situations and certain fights, like this ATV weight system is so satisfying when you can pull these fights off. It really is.
Oh, absolutely. And I think one of the biggest learning curves of this game is it's not necessarily the inputs or anything like that. It's really just like, and the things that you need to learn when menus and whatnot, it's really just your decision making, I feel. And that's something that you kind of work on as you speedrun the game and as you work out, okay, what enemy's going to do what where. I'm just noticing that we're getting our last musician push down here on Team Choco here. Very nice, very clean.
Like a pro. Very nice, Bach.
Yeah, good pushes all around. Yeah, easy peasy back.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Oh, no Lala audio? Okay, I guess I won't sing. Alright, I guess I won't sing.
I'm telling you, they are. People, they're watching us. We're being babysat. Is what's happening right now. I'm telling you.
Ooh,
Alrighty,
Team
so
Mog? Yeah, we got a
Team
scary
Mog, yeah.
fight.
I just noticed that too. We're coming into the first big scary trio fight because we fight the trio quite a few times, but this time is probably the most difficult of the few battles that we get with these three here.
Yeah, I think I would consider this one of the hardest fights outside of the three near the end of the game. So, we got Logos down, which is good. The reason we want to get Logos down at the very beginning of the fight is because LeBlanc will do a devastating attack called No Love Lost that just does massive damage, and Logos has the lowest amount of HP, so it's just quickest to get him down first. Yeah. And then just managing these two and trying to get them down can just be tricky because you're, again, trying to manage two people instead of one where they both have a lot more HP than most of the enemies that we were killing earlier with them, so...
Yeah, speaking of, Pain's just gone down and Choco is bringing them back up, but we'll continue on to keep on attacking as much as possible while keeping Pain nice and healthy. Yeah, this fight is pretty scary because if they do get No Love Lost off, you do lose a lot of momentum in the battle, and they get a whole bunch of buffs as well from the attacks that they do afterwards.
Yeah, if you get No Love Lost, it's basically game over.
Yeah,
unless
you may
you're
as well
lucky.
just close and reset, just come back.
Oh, is he gonna do it?
Oh, we got Huggles not on Pain.
We got a big cuddle.
How about a big hug on Pain?
Beautiful.
We can talk about this one for a second. So Army likes to do this cute thing where he just likes to give you a big bear hug, and it's an instant KO if he does.
Oh,
and
nice.
He was thinking about a second one, but yeah. ChocoBungle said no, not today.
Yeah, he sat him down.
No, thank you.
Down
one is enough today, sir. Thank you very much.
Good job, Team
Too many
Mog.
hugs for one day.
Always good getting out of
That's
that
a hard
fight.
one.
And that is a very, very scary fight. Like, that is the one fight, like, after I clear that fight, I can I feel like I can breathe for a little bit. It's just a very tricky fight, and things can go wrong for no reason, and you can just game over, even though you could execute it perfectly.
Yeah, we haven't seen very many misses yet, which is a very common thing that happens in this game, and it can definitely, hurt things for you in that fight.
Oh yeah.
I remember in some of the earlier fights in Gagazette, I think it was ChocoBungle and Dsharper had a couple of misses on one of the early battles, but nothing too major. Was still able to get rid of LeBlanc before the Sonic Fan. But it was nothing really, all that major. Mostly anything from the, it was misses from the grenades.
Oh.
The darkness grenades, yeah.
This can get a little dicey.
Is now coming into this nasty fight.
And he got him. Yeah, so sometimes, Logos can dodge Unit Riku's attacks while you're trying to switch around Pain. Because you're really trying to get a pad a little bit of damage before you chain that water gun. And if he damages, sometimes it doesn't necessarily kill him. And then you get the No Love Lost, and then things can just get sideways from there.
Yeah, sometimes you can get so close and then just all of a sudden, No Love Lost, and you're like, no!
We call No Love Lost, no runs finished.
Wow, looks like Team Tonberry is closing out this fight pretty quickly.
Yeah.
This is looking to be a pretty nice fight now.
Yep.
Now that we've just got Ormi left.
Yep. And it should just be one more water gun. We should be down.
Yeah.
Good.
Very nice.
No, a little extra damage.
Got beefy
That'll do
running
it
today.
Very nice. Yeah,
All
beefy.
Right. Very, very, very nice fight.
All right, let's go, Team Tonberry.
Team Choco though is coming up to the last Ormi, last Uniform 1. I can definitely speak English today. Last Uniform 1 fight here. So we are coming up to that last battle. This one we spoke about before. It is a little bit scary. Just making sure to get that chain before Ormi just runs in and just belly flops you.
Yeah, I think we've only fought 7 uniforms today, so we'll let that one slide.
Yeah.
We fought quite a few uniforms already.
Oh yeah.
Everybody gets one.
That's what Nucci's got in mind. What?
So Team Mog, on the other hand, is coming into Bevelle now. Is going to start to head into the underground, while Team Tonberry is just finishing up that last little cutscene in the chateau before they go back to the ship.
Yeah, mostly just like story triggers right now.
Yeah. Story triggers and pseudo puzzles.
Yeah.
I would call this like a it's a semi puzzle, you know? You're gonna walk over here, you gotta stand on this pedestal, climb up here, touch this thing.
If you're a fan of Uncharted, if you're a fan of Uncharted games, you're gonna love Bevelle. It's just a lot of climbing and jumping and standing on things. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, traversing the Bevelle underground is certainly an adventure.
Yes.
Puzzles.
Oh, very nice. Very nice uniform fight there for Team Choco. That was a very nice one. Oh, the unit dialogue though. Oh, get that out of here.
A girly man like that doesn't stand a chance without his escort.
But there is one more fight before the uniform split is finished, so... Bless you.
Who goes there?
Bless you. There's that magical.
Forgive my rudeness.
So Team Mog's just going to be taking out some forced encounters here. Nothing really extraordinary about these. Just chaining attacks and fire with pain. You could get a drop here from this first fight that would help us in the last of these forced encounters. I think there's 3 of them. So the third one. So we'll see if we get that drop.
He does.
Nice, nice, very nice. That just speeds up the last fight coming up in this little section. Team Choco doing their menu, getting pain ready. Do some massive amounts of damage.
Those were some beautiful menus. I was muted. I didn't know.
Welcome back.
Thank you, I'm back. Those menus were lightning speed. Yeah. Gorgeous.
I don't know if we talked about the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just saying, I don't think we talked about like the line RNG here, where we're standing in line and there's RNG for how quickly you get through it.
Standing in line strats are a thing in this run. Yes, they are.
Oh yeah. I think the most optimal is talking to the lady by the save sphere first and then lining up, right? Because you start the line going.
Yes, you always.
And then it just kind of zooms.
Yeah, I always talk to that lady and then you just kind of angle. Yeah, I try to angle on his shoulder and just kind of pivot and kind of. I have a setup for it, and most days it's consistent, but there's always that one day where you're just the pixel off and the game says you're standing in the wrong spot. And then you try telling the game, no, this is where I always stand. And then the game says, not today. You need to stand like a pixel to the right, and then I'll let you in.
I feel like also sometimes it changes its mind too. Like some days it'll be like, yeah, here is okay. Other days it'll be like, nah, over here, please.
It's just such an incredible way to lose time for no reason when the RNG in this game is bad enough. let's just throw that one in there. Here.
Oh yeah.
Let's just toss in 10 seconds for no reason.
Alright, hopefully Team Choco's Uniform 2 fight goes as smoothly as the others.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
It's always a bit of a rough one when you change from, okay, yeah, I'm just chaining to, oh, I gotta now juggle dress sphere changes and watergers and chaining watergers. You know, it's a little bit of an adjustment, especially in the early kind of stage when you're not used to changing your strats mid-game and starting to get used to all the different ways of how to play and whatnot.
Yeah.
definitely a little bit of a learning curve, but I mean, once you get it, and it's something you'll use throughout the rest of the run. So it's definitely worth
exactly.
And that's the thing. It really is the combat system is the most intimidating thing because, like, I mean, this run as a whole, like, the strats have not changed probably in about 15 years. Like, once you know the run and what to do when you get there, it's basically, you know. These things might happen in these fights. Like, you better know how to deal with them if they happen. It's really just more of a management thing once you learn the combat system.
Right.
You kind of know when you get into trouble in certain fights how to get out of them, but like really just mastering the system and then learning just different situationals because a variety of things can happen in these fights. It's just more of, you know, the more you run the game, the better you get.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I think you guys were talking about it earlier, but just adapting to situations is really more that you need to learn than, you know, the two main different strats used throughout the game. So that's definitely where most of your time will be spent.
Yeah, for sure. Team Mog is now firmly in the Bevelle Underground. We're starting these fights with the YAC. Oh, is it 13? Can't remember the numbers
13,
anymore.
Yeah, 13. Yeah.
It's a YAC 13, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
So we don't do anything special with those fights. We just do like 5 attacks on each of the robots, and then we do 2 water goes on each from memory. So you can kind of like juggle them. So you'll do your 5 attacks on one, 5 attacks on the other, and you'll do your water goes and then just kill one and then kill the other. Really? And then you move on to some nice. This is our robot friend.
It's our
buddy from before.
Oh. It's the
little
sequel.
robot friend. The sequel. And then we're getting punched as well right from the get-go. We love that.
Yep. And you want to, of course, you're going to target the Black Mage, our damage dealer. That was really nice.
Yeah, I know. Our little glass cannon.
Oh, he tried to hit with a legendary dodge.
Nice dodge. That was a nice dodge.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, we're fine.
That's fine. You're gone.
And this is shaping up to be a pretty nice Uniform 2 battle from Team Choco here as well.
Ooh.
Looks like we're closing this out pretty nicely.
Bang. Yep.
There it is. Beautiful.
Nice.
Clean.
Job back. Job Team Choco. Team Mog's gonna have another robot fight, and then sort of the main boss of this area, I guess, is after that, which is not too scary, but we'll see some of the moves it does when we get there.
All right.
I do kind of love that the main boss of this area is less scary than all the little robots that we have to fight around the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like big scary dragon. Oh, actually not that scary. Like can't really kill us, but the robots. Oh, get away from me.
Yeah. I would come out of the second robot fight and I would be in critical health, and I was just like, all right, because I know I have the Precepts guard coming up, so I'd always like full heal my party. I was like, and I think it was Bakvorm Dsharper that told me, I was like, why are you healing? Like, they never get off physical attacks. Like, the worst thing that can happen is you get death punched or something like that. I was like, you don't have to heal
it's just
your
a
party.
death spell.
I was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah, don't. You're wasting your time by healing your party.
Yeah,
I love how
this is the least
your time and your resources.
Yes. It's the most least threatening boss, I would say, in Bevelle.
I love how far away this robot is from Team Tonberry. It's still going right after Pain.
It's so far away.
Literally ran across the map to hit Pain.
Yeah.
What a jerk.
He is a bot on a mission.
Team Mog, here's, I don't know what the boss is. Oh, the Precepts guard, there you go. It can do death, which is scary just because it takes out a character.
Also, slow sucks too. Yeah, if it slows you, it's just like time loss. So we might be in the running to get a catch up from Team Tonberry and Team Choco here.
Team Tonberry is right on the heels of Team Mog right now.
Oh yeah, nipping at ChocoBungle's heels. And we have Team Choco moving into the last uniform fight. The last one.
The very last uniform.
The very last uniform.
Uniform 98.
And then we move into uniform 10. Very nice. Very clean fight there.
Good.
Closed out very nicely. And now we're done with uniform gathering.
We have all the uniforms in Spirit now.
We have uniform XP now. Alright. And now you can see ChocoBungle is moving into the next section of this little underground dungeon here. This is where we start to pick up a whole bunch of very nice accessories that we're going to use throughout the rest of the game, pretty much, to really just like optimize our strats fully as much as we possibly can. Do as much damage as possible. And we'll talk about those as we get to them.
Yeah, Team Mog just picking up some remedies just because, again, we can have pain getting silenced, which is not good in some fights coming up, so getting those just in case, or getting petrified anywhere, that's also not good.
Or cursed as well is a big one too. Yeah, we don't want pain getting cursed, or anyone really for that matter, moving forward, since once we start to do we get the next garment grid set up, basically we need all three of our party to be changing dress spheres. So we want to make sure that none of them are cursed and none of them have any other kind of stop or, you know, ailments on them, so that we can actually fight and not game over, because that's the goal here. The goal here is not to go fast. It's not to game over.
Game over screens make me sad.
I know. The music too.
Yeah.
This is not a speed run, this is a live run.
Yeah.
It's not a live.
The worst one is when you get a game over screen and Ormy's still alive and he just laughs and says, "Over already?" Like, you know what, game? I've had enough for today. I'm just gonna go to bed.
Yeah, this speed run also insults you at the end of fights, depending on how it thinks you perform. So if it's already not enough for you, it'll just do the work for you.
Oh yeah. So Team Mog here is going through a nice little puzzle that it can also be quite the learning curve for new runners here, because it's, even if you read the notes on this, this is a really difficult puzzle to get your head around, I think.
Oh yeah.
It's the camera transitions that get people.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look, Bach is having a very, very good massage minigame.
Okay, good. I thought you were gonna say bad. You scared me.
No, this is a good one. This is very
so many reds. Yep, he's gonna have a 37. Oh, 37.
Yeah, we can just chill on yellow here, which is good. So, effectively, what you want to do is
And he did it
just
anyway. He went for the
get...
last input for the red, and he got it. Just for the flex.
Yeah, it's a nice flex.
No massage game overs.
40 out of 32. Yeah, good score.
Yeah, this puzzle that Team Mog is can be pretty confusing. I know from experience that it's pretty hard to recover from. I don't know if anyone else knows how to get everything back in position that it needs to be, but I could never figure it out, so I just reset if I would mess it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a certain order you gotta jump on things and which way you need to go and whatnot.
It is very imperative that we do this puzzle too, because it gets us an accessory called the ring, and we slap that baby on pain, and that is a very, very crucial accessory for the remainder of the run.
Team Mog just doing a little puzzle here, and then we're gonna be in another scary fight, believe it or not.
I'm telling you, with it being this close with the bar life fight coming up, this could be very, very interesting.
Matty, do you want to explain Barreleye? I feel like you should do the honors.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matty, because Barreleye loves you so much.
Yeah, you guys are good friends.
I can't explain Barreleye because I can't call him what I really want to call him.
Pain in the butt.
So basically, Barreleye coming up. This is basically it's. How do I describe this fight? That's a good question. Basically, essentially, how do I, man?
While you're thinking, that was a very nice fight down on Team Choco as well. Just saying.
So, Barreleye is essentially it's a 3 water gun fight. Barreleye is a very, very speedy boy. He can do a number of things. He can start out. Normally he starts out with a straight attack, but he can get off this move called Glint, and basically the key of the fight is to get as lucky as you possibly can. If Barreleye opens up and hits Pain, it's usually a KO, and you spend most of the early parts of the fight trying to revive her, because you have to switch her around 3 times and get off 3 water goes, unless you can chain an attack, and you can do it in 2. And the fight can also vary depending on what happens with Pain's AP. She does have an opportunity to get early AP where she could have a level 2 magic, which would actually increase the speed of her casts, which would make the fight a lot easier in most cases. Me personally, like if I have Pain at level 2 black magic, Barreleye is essentially a way simpler fight, but as fast as Barreleye is, and just that extra 2 seconds of time that he could get to get off an attack, and more than likely hit your black mage, yeah, the fight can just go really sideways and just take way longer than it probably should.
Yeah, I think in Australia we like to call him Baz, and old mate Baz, right? His glint attack it's to a degree also the damage that Baz can do is like proximity based, right? So the closer that Pain is to Baz, basically the more damage that she'll take. If she's further away or not in range at all, there is the possibility to also dodge that as well. But unfortunately it looks like ChocoBungle here is kind of close to Baz.
Okay, this should be fine. Oh, he didn't chain it. Alright.
Oh, let's go. That's okay.
But he's got the level. He's got the level 2. He had the level 2 magic, and he chained it. That was very good.
That was a clean.
It absolutely helped that Barreleye did not attack Pain at all while Choco was doing the switches. He did get a glint off in Warrior, and that's essentially, as long as Pain doesn't get hit there, you really want to wait for that glint in Warrior and then make your final switch, because the next attack is usually like a normal attack, and it just reduces the chance of Pain dying. And that was
ChocoBungle. Can you save some good fights for the rest of us, please? Stop taking all the good fights, all right?
Yeah.
Give us some of that good RNG, please.
Yeah, that was just a very, very good fight.
He's showing up for Team Mog today.
Absolutely.
So the good thing about Black Magic level 3 that Matty was talking about earlier is just reduces the time of casting, which he explained, and you'll really start seeing the benefit of that in this fight that ChocoBungle's about to come up to, Team Mog, really utilizing ATB weight, so you just get more turns off for the enemy's 1 turn. Oh wait, does she not have it? Oh no, she has it.
Oh no, you cursed Pain.
That's alright.
That is...
Came in with the quick remedy though, that was very nice. Yep. Dsharper's now in the Baz fight as well. Hopefully Dsharper will get as nice of a RNG fight as
Okay.
Oh, the miss though.
Yep.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Oh,
so Sharper did not. Yeah, Sharper. Ooh, yeah, Sharper did not get the level 2 magic.
But it can still be done with that fight. However, unfortunately, Barreleye's ATBs are very fast. So that is what makes this fight so scary.
And actually, yeah, Sharper just learned it right there on that move.
Very nice.
So this next one will be a quick water gun and down.
There
and
we go.
Good fight.
Nice.
Well done, Dsharper.
Good job.
If you'd like to turn your attention to Team Choco as well, we've got logos down. So this fight is now pretty safe as Team Choco is heading into the final trio fight. So now we just gotta get rid of LeBlanc and Olmi, and we're pretty much good to go. Good to move on to the next section of the game. But that was a pretty quick kill on Logos, so...
Yep. I believe Team Mog had the better bar of life fight, so maybe they'd be able to just kind of scooch it ahead just a little bit.
Yeah. Might have been able to gain a little bit of... Well, save a little bit of time there, rather.
Yep.
Did we talk about the Dark Knights at all for Yuna and Riku?
No, we should talk about them shortly, but I think let's just watch this last fight on Team Choco here, because Olmi has haste. Olmi has been love tapped and is huggling galore.
Oh yes.
He's got the love tap and he's going for it. He's gunning. Look at him go.
Oh.
Is that a grenade he's going for?
He was going for the
nice.
grenade. He was going for the grenade.
Yeah,
Sat
I
him
thought
down.
so.
He was gone.
It's better than a hug anyway. Maybe.
Not necessarily.
Can be, I guess. I mean, I'm scared of the hugs more than.
I was kind of scared for this.
Hey, you closed it out. You did it. You got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never want to see Ori reach in his back pocket for anything.
Ooh. Yeah, true.
But like I said, when he's in critical health like that, it's like a 5% chance that he could draw that grenade. So it's like literally a 5% chance. It's just so unlucky if it happens.
Why is this happening? I wish you were here with me.
Team Tonberry here is just finishing up the Bahamut fight as well. Very, very nice. And if you were watching Team Tonberry's feed just before, you would have seen that we have equipped Yuna and Riku onto Dark Knight. So does anyone want to touch on the dress field changes that we make here?
Yeah, I can do that. So basically, we just equipped a Downtrotter and Dark Knight. So a full rotation with Downtrotter and Dark Knight is actually going to double your total max HP. And then if you also saw the menu, that they also learned the ability Karen.
What?
The Karen, I think, if you know anything, is a self-destruct kind of a suicide that actually deals half of your max HP. So the goal for the rest of the game is basically to get Yuna and Riku to a certain level. It's actually like level 21. Once they reach level 21, they can actually do Quad 9, which is actually the max damage value for this game. And basically just self-destruct. And doing that along with Pain doing water good damages is essentially how we clear everything, basically the majority of these boss fights from here on out. It is very, very, very OP and very satisfying to just send your girls in and blow up dark aeons. It really is.
Oh, absolutely. And it works mechanically the same way as if you've played Final Fantasy X, Kimari's self-destruct ability as well, where once they have used Karen, it does eject them from the party. So it does make some of our fights a little bit more scary once we are down to either one of Yuna and Yuna or Riku, or just Pain in some cases as well. So we do need to be careful when we are using Karen, because that can then sometimes just make a couple of the fights a little scary.
Yes, and we do this in a certain way where the girls will take turns. So we'll suicide one of the girls for some of these early fights and allow the other girl to gain experience, and then we'll actually switch it up. So first we start with leveling up Riku, and then once we get to basically about Chapter 4, right before Chapter 5, we're going to start suiciding Riku to give Yuna experience so that they both reach level 21 by the time they reach about Chapter 5, which is probably the most important part.
Yeah, so now we can see here Team Mog is going into our first Aeon fight. Whoa! Oh no! An Aeon!
An Aeon? What?
An Aeon?
No way. Chat, do not be alarmed. Yes, it's an Aeon. I hope it's the only one we see. These things were scary in the first 10.
But it's all right.
Oh yeah. Well, thankfully they've had a bit of a nerf in 10.2, so they're actually not that difficult.
Slight
nerf. Yeah, slight nerf for some of them. Yeah, and then others are a little bit more difficult.
I mean, we just destroyed Dark Bahamut to elevator music. Very, very intimidating Aeons in this version of the game.
Yep, so we are gonna, with Pain, we're gonna use Fire, just to basically get her some AP. I think Fire has the quickest animation from memory. And we're gonna start swapping... Yeah, and we're gonna start swapping Yuna around the Gamma Grid. So we do put Songstress in there because we do a Songstress, we have a forced Songstress dress change, which means that once we turn our dress field changes off, the animation's off, so we don't have to watch them, right? So we do that strategically in order to basically skip having to change to an extra dress sphere. So
as sad as that is.
As sad as it is, yeah. It's so sad. I do love the animations. They're great.
Wouldn't want you to.
So we are just finishing up that fight here on Valifor. I went to say Ifrit. We're going to Ifrit next. Ifrit is the next one. And you can see that now Team Tonberry is following closely behind here. Just as Team Mog is finishing up the fight with Valifor, Team Tonberry is just starting. So there's time to be made here. Time to be saved. There's still a chance for Team Tonberry.
Oh yeah, it's close. Anything can happen in 10-2.
Oh, it is too close. Too close.
It's not over until Shuyin's gone. So.
Yeah. What did you call him? Shuyin?
Shuyin.
No, I call him Titus from Wish, but you do what you do.
Shuyin?
Titus from Wish.
Oh my goodness, that was funny. So you can see now that Team Mog is going into Killigut. We're going to go and fight Ifrit now because, oh no, fiends are coming out of the temples. Oh, they're pouring out of the temples. That's the line, isn't it? They're pouring out of the temples.
Either way, it's a bad situation.
Either way, yeah, it's not a good time. Not a good time on Spira.
Great value Titus, yes, absolutely.
Exactly. So, and now Team Choco is moving down in the Besaid Underground as well towards those nasty little robot fights. Hopefully, Bach can get revenge on those robots. The robots. But taking away Bach's time save. And Dsharper is nicely finishing up that fight there.
Very, very clean.
Yep. We have a couple of forced little cutscenes here, and then we get to finally walk the treetops. Because, you know, the trees are right there. We've seen Donna walk over them before, but somehow we're now only realizing, oh yeah, there's trees up there we can walk on.
Oh yeah, and we had to go to Donna to ask her for permission, I guess. It's like, you know, it's like they're her treetops. I was like, it's so weird.
That's Donna's turf.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think between Mog and Tonberry, there's definitely some closing of the gap there. And Bach is now coming into the YAC 13 fights, into the next lot of little robot fights. So again, this one isn't particularly all that scary, but those little robots can do a bit of damage, so in general, in our notes, we will want to, if we take enough damage here, want to do a quick little heal afterwards, because the following fights are, they can do, obviously, YSLS0 can do a lot more damage to us than these guys here. But they do AoE, so that's also not that nice. And Dsharper is now going through these cutscenes again, these forced cutscenes, so that we can finally realize that we can climb the trees as ChocoBungle is going into the temple.
That robot is looking at
Pain.
Ooh, that's a blast punch.
Yep.
Alright, that's fine.
Yeah,
yep.
When it's not a crit,
yeah,
it's not too bad.
The ATVR was already charging before the blast punch.
Ooh, that's right. Oh, you know,
that's fine.
Tiny little bit of EXP there, but that won't be too much issue.
On that fight, it's fine.
Yeah, if anything, it's better that it's one of the smaller fights and not a boss fight, for sure. Alrighty. Bak just doing a quick heal here. And then moving on to the next fight. See, ultimately you want to heal between the two YSLS fights here. But afterwards, as we mentioned earlier, it's not really that necessary. Because you can't really die to the you know, the other one that looks like the other boss from Final Fantasy X that they definitely didn't just like, you know, repurpose.
Not at all. No way that looks like a Spectral Keeper or anything like that.
No. Spectral Keeper? Who is that?
No resemblance.
Who is
I
she?
don't know. I never played the first game. I couldn't tell you.
Alright, we can see now though, Team Mog is moving through the Kilika Temple here and getting a couple of fights with these little divas. Little divas, I like to call them. We basically one-shot them, but while we are charging our Karen ability, we basically want to either be rezzing one of the Dark Knights, or to skip a menu, or we can be also attacking the Diva with Pain to get a bit more AP as well. So there's a couple of little things that you can do to kind of like, I guess, optimize these fights, which is very, very handy. But Team Tonberry is now coming out to the Diva fights as well. Let's go.
Right.
This is really starting to get close. Where does this time save come from, D? Very nice. Oh, nearly did the double though. Alrighty, and Bak is coming into this last fight with the... I want to call it the Spectral Keeper. It's the Precepts Guard here.
Spectral Keeper from Wish.
Yeah. Reskinned. Refurbished. Refurbished Spectral Keeper.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Can't knock it. Sometimes you gotta cut corners. You gotta work hard, work smarter, not harder, you know?
Yeah, he belongs on the island of Misfit Toys, I believe.
Alrighty, and getting Black Magic level 2 there is also very nice. That means that Barreleye fight with old mate Baz will be pretty okay.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Team Mog and Tonberry are both going to have the level 3 Black Magic after the Ifrit fight.
I think so. My calculations are probably not correct, but according to my calculations, possibly, yes.
Imagine me doing math correctly.
Couldn't be me. Alrighty, and Team Mog is heading into that Ifrit fight. This is what we want to see. So this is a pretty, it's not too scary a fight, I would say. we basically just want to cast Blizzard, and Yuna's going to do most of the work here, actually. So we're going to change. We're going to change Yuna around the world. We're going to send her around the garment grid, give her that nice chunky boost in max HP, and then we're going to send her in with Karen.
Yep. And now that we've already done her spear change once, we don't have to see the animations, so this should go a lot quicker.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Black Magic level 3 on Pain there before the end of the Ifrit fight. That's very nice. I love that this is the kind of thing that I wouldn't notice if I was running myself, but I would notice as I'm watching the feeds, all the different, like I'm watching 3 different feeds at once, but at the same time, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so this runner's got this and this runner's got this, but when I'm watching my own singular game, I cannot notice these things. This is awesome. I love it. But Team Choco is coming up to that barrel eye fight soon. The last run-in with Old Mate Baz is coming up.
It's gonna be a good one. I can feel it.
It's well deserved after some of the previous RNG.
Yeah. I don't think Team Choco got a grenade either, and Team Mog and Team Tonberry is, so...
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, there has to be balance. Balance has to return to Spira, surely.
Exactly. Something good is gonna happen.
Alright, and now Team Tonberry is following closely behind, starting up that Ifrit battle now. As Team Choco heads into the puzzle. We love a good puzzle. Just not this one.
Yeah, no.
This one. Yeah. The Bavel puzzle.
Yeah.
If you don't like this puzzle, just go ahead, Choco.
Yeah. If you don't like it, it's just, yeah, just maybe run something else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just run JP, and then you don't even
run
have
JP, and then you run JP, and you just
run
wave
right
and just
by
run
it.
right past
Yeah.
it, like bye-bye.
It's beautiful.
You give it a thumbs up on your way by. Yeah, that's what
Truly
you do.
nature is healing when you run past that puzzle.
Yeah, I'll send you a postcard. Nice to know you.
However, I feel like once you do it a couple of times and you watch a video and you see how it's done and you get down the basics, you then really just have to memorize that, and it becomes muscle memory. I found myself doing it and I'm only like half looking at the screen most of the time now.
Yeah, this game. A lot of this game is just muscle memory. I just started running JP like probably about a month ago, and like chapter 1, like doing chapter 1. I didn't even just running English.
It's like, 1! Oh, the god RNG, God. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I can't believe it. You got it.
Team Mog with the god RNG.
That
Look at
that could be a game changer, yes.
That's huge.
This is the moment of truth, because this is literally like a minute swing right here between getting like a first try and a last try.
So on Team Mog's screen, you'll start seeing Black Magic level 3 in the instant cast, so that's what Pain will be doing for the rest of the run.
We have a nice little Ixion fight coming in here. So this fight can be a little bit scary. Ixion can do quite a bit of damage. Basically, we want to hit those water girls, and we also want to hit a Karen at some point once we've get... how many water girls is it for Ixion?
Three
water
goes.
Yeah.
3 water goes, and usually after 3, I have enough that I actually like to dump 1 on Pain as like a self heal, just to make sure nothing spooky happens.
A smart move, Matty. I like it.
All right, it's 4 this time. It's definitely 4. 4 is my favorite.
Did you just call me smart?
Go 4.
I did.
Damn it!
We have video evidence that somebody actually called me smart speedrunner. I can't believe it.
Okay, it might be 5. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, middle?
Oh no, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Did I miss the first one? Dave, you already gone for the first one?
Yeah.
Sharper usually likes
Yeah, I
to go
thought so.
center right.
Center? Oh yeah, that's what I usually do. Middle right. That's my favorite
And
one.
now he's gonna go here.
Oh, is it one? That's
Oh
so...
no.
I'm crying on the inside.
Oh, this is third try pedestal.
We are coming out to a barrel life fight though. Get ready, strap in. Oh, it's...
Oh wow. Last try.
Ah!
No!
I'm in so much pain.
Oh, that is what we didn't. That is the swing I was just talking about. First try versus last try. That's easily a good, easily a good minute.
Yeah.
And
So nothing really bad happens with those encounters besides just losing time. I mean, they can't do anything else. So it's
yeah, you escape those
just run
every
away.
time, but it's just the time lost from picking the wrong one. Sounds like another. Sounds like another part of the game.
Yeah.
Where we can just
Alright,
use time
Paralyze.
for guessing things
Yeah,
wrong.
potential scary fight in the bottom left corner and a not so scary fight in the top right corner. But
Let's go, Baz. Come on, old mate Baz. Be
Clean
nice
bar
to
lie.
us.
Oh no,
Oh.
that's not what we want to see.
no.
That is so rude.
No! I'm so
That's quite
sad.
the
I feel like
opposite.
I totally jinxed that. I'm crying.
So now we just wait because the glint. I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
But the glint would just kill pain. So
Yeah, even if you manage to bring her back up, she'll go straight down to glint. So you may as well just wait for him to hit that, and then he won't do it for a little while because of the way his moveset works, which is it's kind of handy that he is a bit of a, you know, he's got a flow chart. It's like he'll do a couple of whacks, then maybe a glint, and then he'll go into some attacks again, or a demi, which I think he's going to do here. Or he might do a, Looming Glacier. Yep,
that's
which is fine.
Chain bang.
We just live with
Good.
that, and
All
nice. That'll
good
do
night,
it.
Barrel.
We're out
Good
of
night,
there.
Barrel. Have a good
GG's.
sleep, Baz.
Yep. We done with you.
Good job,
And
Team
as we
Choco.
finish up, yeah, good job, Team Choco. Really hanging in there. As we finish up that fight with Baz, we are also finishing up the Ixion fight on Team Tonberry as well.
Nice, good break after Ixion and all versions. So
Yeah, there was a lot of excitement going on around there.
Oh yes, so many fun things. Like yelling into the abyss. We love that.
Might be hidden in its depths.
good time to
Eunice angry.
stretch or
Something told me
get a
to
drink, whatever you need to do. It's a good time to step away if you need to.
Yeah, this is usually a good point in the run, especially because the PC run is a little bit more high octane. Since we don't have to watch FMVs, we don't get as many breaks. So this is one of the spots where we can take a quick little drink break, which is always nice. Especially when you're running for 3 hours. Obviously, I know that there are some that go for 7 and 8 or even 9 hours, of course. But even in this short little run, sometimes you just you get thirsty. You gotta stay hydrated. You just had a scrim.
Open your eyes.
Just having a scrim. Sometimes you gotta do that as well. You just gotta have a little scrim, you know?
Yeah.
Buck is coming into the last Bahamut fight.
I got it. And down goes
Very
the mighty
nice.
Bahamut.
Yep. Learning Karen as well there too. And then now it's kind of just, there's a lot of story triggers from here. So this is where it can get a little bit like, at least for Team Choco and, Team Mog and, I'm getting them confused now, being a Choco myself. Hi. So we've got Team Mog and Team Tonberry coming into a whole bunch of story triggers now. So not too much action, so you can kind of have a little bit of a brain break, which is very nice. But there will be some high octane action from Team Choco still.
Huh?
Our wills. He's kidding. Just make sure Pain gets him, alright?
How do you know her?
But effectively, story-wise, we basically just get told, hey, there's some stuff going on in the far plane, in this weird portal thingy that you see Gipple and Nuge here walking into. And basically, Vegnagun's escaped over there. We're gonna go get him. But in order to do so, we must get past some nasty villains. Some more Aeons. Eventually.
An Aeon?
First, we gotta have a concert. An Aeon? Not an Aeon again.
More of them? Oh my! You telling me there's more of these guys? Oh no.
More Aeons? Whoa.
Boy, I hope there's not too many.
More Aeons. Alrighty, so here you can see Team Mog setting up a nice little skip. Team Mog is starting to set up here, going over and watching the reassembled sphere. So effectively we're doing this to achieve the same effect as previously, where we skip the concert. There is no concert today. No
concert. I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
Chris. You can thank Chris for that.
I was afraid
No
to say it.
concert.
I'm glad you did. Thank you, Mo.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
But now that it's out there, yeah, thanks, Chris.
So yeah, no concert for us, unfortunately. No singing. But Team Mog has successfully set up the little skip there. We got to watch a couple of comm spheres. So we watch the comm spheres basically to set up the next leg of the story. We can't actually proceed until we do this. And then once we do, we basically get told that, oh, there's something going on at the Moonflow. Let's go there. Then we go there and we do some drifting around the corners. Gotta get those speed racing lines.
We get dropped off at the
watch some
Moonflow.
crimes.
Yeah, we get dropped off at the Moonflow, and we instantly regret getting dropped off at the Moonflow.
Alrighty.
Hey, Chris heard us. He knows we're angry. I want him to know.
Oh yeah. So we can see Team Choco here just finishing up that menu in, well, the shop in Zanarkand, and is now going to move on to VIII. It's time for the Aeon fights. Now, Final Fantasy X-2 is one of those games where there's always time to be saved. However, will the game let you save it? Unfortunately, the game is currently not letting Team Choco save this time. This is an outrage.
Hey, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Well, at least for now. At least for now, the game has not been letting this happen, right? But Bach is trying. Bach's trying his absolute best to try and get through these battles that can be very difficult and very unpredictable at times. So,
if anyone knows how to recover it back, yeah, he's doing wonderful work. I like that he passed the doggy too. That was very nice.
Yes.
Gave the doggy a little visit.
Yes. Pet the doggo, pet the doggo, pet the doggo.
You always got to pet the dog or the cat for luck. The cat obviously not in this game, but you know, in others. All right, Team Mog.
We got
those racing lines are a bit off. You cut those corners.
There we go.
You really got to get in there.
Just
so
drift,
much
baby.
time to save here.
But I guess one of the other difficult things about this game too actually kind of is the movement. We haven't really talked about movement yet, have we?
Oh, no, we haven't. We're
there's,
just
like,
so
almost
used to
movement
dealing with terrible movement that we forgot to discuss it.
Yeah, I feel like there's almost movement RNG.
Is that the reason why we didn't discuss it? Because it's just awful.
It's too painful.
And
too
there's
painful
really
to remember.
there's really nothing else to discuss. The movement in this game is awful. The end.
It's really bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, it's pretty janky.
Yeah, effectively when you load into a screen, you don't want to hold any which one direction because, no, I'm not going to sing. Because you might actually go in the wrong direction. You might actually go in the opposite direction. I really had to hold myself back there.
It is definitely more. It's definitely more prominent in the PC version compared, I would say, to the PS2 version. But yeah, I've literally when you go from PS2 to PC, and sometimes you just hold down and you just shoot yourself right back into the elevator. I was like, oh yeah, I'm on PC today.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
Oh, for sure. We can see Dsharper here is now also moving into the Moonflow section as well. I gotta get those racing lines on point. You gotta drift around those corners. And Bakvorm, on the other hand, is coming up to the last Valipore fight, cleaning that up very, very nicely, finishing that off.
Bye, Birdie.
Bye, Valipore.
And Aeon.
And Aeon.
Aeon.
Indeed. That was Yuna's first Aeon. Did you know that?
Was her first Aeon. Was her first Aeon. Not anymore, you're not.
Oh, goodness.
Cold-blooded.
I know, if they just walk it off, they're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just took down an Aeon, that's fine.
We've got bigger fish to fry.
Oh, yeah. Like the
We got
sisters.
spears
Oh,
to fry.
do not speak the sister's name.
We will be speaking their names soon enough, don't you worry.
Oh, yuck.
Did you guys realize
we
we're gonna be
are getting
seeing
close.
we're gonna be seeing 9 sisters today?
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a
All
lot of
9.
sisters.
That's so many. A large family.
9 tails, good. 9 sisters, bad.
Oh, yeah.
3 shoes.
Yep, so
3 shoes, 3 animas, 9 sisters, 2 legs, 2 cores, 2 heads, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Very nice.
Ten
You
two has it all.
almost sang there. Almost.
We're giving it to you all today, folks.
Which one of us is gonna break first and start singing? Who knows? Who will it be?
I'm surprised
so
we
we
haven't even done any high pillow
I know.
talk yet.
That's true. Actually, I did before, to be fair. I did say cartridge. It's a cartridge.
Okay.
We are moving through the Moonflow even quite quickly. It's very nice. So once we get through these story triggers, it's really, really hectic from here on. Basically, we go into a semi, so I would call it almost a boss rush. It's pretty much like bosses in succession. Almost. We get some little breaks between some little heals and some menus and things like that, but yeah, it's quite you gotta stay focused.
Yeah, 3 most dangerous boss fights in the game for sure. Dangerous in terms of, yep, you can just get wiped or just bleed a lot of time. So be looking forward to that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that too is where the runners will have to make a decision on whether they safety save after Shiva or just go for it, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions to be made.
Yeah, because even though there are safety saves after, if you die on I mean between Sisters and Anima, not Sisters and Shiva, because you can get the easy save between those two, but then if you fight the Sisters and then you go to Anima and they die on Anima, you have to do the Sisters fight all over again. That's not fun.
Yeah, how nice. How nice they even do safety saves in the or the auto loads or auto saves in the
Look at the high pillows.
Advertising is our specialty.
Hello, good to see you. That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Was just the army of high pillows to get us in the mood.
Oh yeah, we do our best.
Yeah. Here's a fun fact that me, Mel, and Chokocchi are actually, in fact, half high pillow.
We are. It's true.
It's in my blood.
Don't judge us.
Oh yes. It's because we made the right choice and married Hypello.
That's right.
That's right.
All right. We also have a nice mini game coming up here.
Oh yes.
Are we getting the audio for this mini game? Please tell me we are.
We are not.
I hope we're
At the
getting the
moment.
audio for the mesh. Rehearsal starting.
I'm sure we will get there.
Oh, beautiful. We'll get
right,
it at some point, surely.
Let's see what score Team Mog gets.
All right.
Hope they.
Yeah, the
hope
score
they
is
do
actually
good.
what determines who wins. The score will determine the winner.
This is the winner of the Final Fantasy Relay.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Whatever the score.
This is the true race. It all comes down to
How fast
this.
can you mash? Let's watch closely for the score. How we doing here?
Oh, those moves are
1,000.
looking good.
1,000.
Wow.
That's quite the score.
Oof.
That is
On the
quite
dot.
score. I've never seen such a flat number. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like usually it's like just a bunch of random numbers.
Spectacularly spectacular. I most definitely yeah, a minor detail.
Alrighty.
Well, the more
So while Yuna's deciding what she's gonna sing, we've got Team Choco coming up to the Ifrit fight soon, the last Ifrit fight.
Now,
Oh,
simple, leave it to me.
we're really starting to get to the tail end of the game, you could say.
This is yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
This is
sorry.
definitely the part of
I
the
will
run
stop.
where things can just change drastically in an instant.
Oh yeah. For sure, this is where I can get really hairy. Yes? Was that a yes from Mel?
That was a yes.
Oh my god.
What are you up to?
It's like I can feel what she was feeling.
Hey, that was poetic.
Did you write that? It's more like I felt it.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I just love it.
Hey, we've held off long enough. Give us a break.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
We're coming up on
Alrighty.
chapter 5. Let us be me. Let us be ourselves. Let's go.
Team Tonberry is about to start the mini game as well. Let's go.
All right.
You got audio here so you can hear it.
Speakers
Oh yeah,
up.
we got audio. Let's go. Turn them up.
Optimal
Crank it up at
inputs.
home.
Yeah.
Everyone get boogieing. Have a boogie.
Yes.
If you haven't
Okay,
stood up in a
Dan.
little while, get up and have a boogie.
Dance moves looking good.
Everyone have a little dance. I'm dancing right now. Absolute chaos. This mini game, I still just I don't know. Oh, 764 was that? Was it a 764?
Alright.
Oh.
Impression
So
mashing.
team Choco in the lead here on the dance points, on the style points.
You betcha. The Thunder Plains will be packed.
Team Choco. Team Mug. I'm thinking of ChocoBungle. I need help.
No, you got it. You got it. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, Team Choco isn't quite there yet, but will be very soon as we are getting towards the Freet fight here.
It's more like I felt it. I can hear it echoing.
Team Mog heading to Salamander. This is a fight where we actually get Yuna, right? We have Yuna some experience here, I believe.
Yes, we start switching Riku here and getting Yuna the experience from here on out.
Yeah.
It's like
We gotta
So
catch her
it's-
up because she's been like losing experience some of this time during the other battles. So we give her a big chunky boost of EXP.
something like
I
that.
feel like a broken record, but I'm gonna say, so this fight can be scary.
You can game over to this fight. Yes, we're,
Yeah.
we're just a broken record here.
So we won't be able to board
I just feel like we just need to put that as like a disclaimer on like almost all of the fights. This fight can be really scary.
10-2 is actually a horror game. It's not really
Yeah.
a JRPG.
It really is. It's part of the Resident Evil franchise.
This fight too. Oh no, that was a straight going for pain, and pain is down. That was nasty, Salamander.
That was
No, thank you. Yeah, Chapter 5 really does turn into a horror game, especially when, yeah, you can literally just, like, as we just saw there on Team Mog's screen here, Salamander just did one little, just like, bet, one little bet on Pain, and she's down. So we gotta obviously get her back up.
It's not good, yeah.
Yeah.
Recovery in this can be tough just because of the scripted moves that Salamander does.
Yes, very, very scary. So I love that we prefaced with this fight can be scary because now we're seeing a scary Salamander fight.
Yes.
And it's not fun
Team
at all.
Mog has it though. They're gonna recover well, I know it.
Yep. Yeah, so he made sure that Riku got her, made sure Riku got her switch completely off so she has the max AP. She's going to go charm it off, and by the time the charm charges, that Phoenix down should hit and revive Riku, and this should be fine now.
Should be okay.
Nice.
We'll start charging. Oh. I don't like this. I actually don't like this. This is not good.
This is...
but still alive? Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh,
and
I
just
hate
enough, and now it's fine.
Oh, we're good.
Yep, it's fine.
Oh my god, I hate that so much.
Oh my.
That was a horror movie.
Okay.
For a
That's
Monka-esque fight, that was an amazing recovery. GG's.
I just went through all the stages of horror movie terror.
Yeah, I had it.
There was a bit of suspense, and then there was a bit of like, oh, and then a bit of, oh, this is it, and you just accept it, right? And then, you know, scared again, but then relief.
Well, just when you thought you were safe, here comes another one.
Yeah,
there we go.
It's actually giving Team Tonberry.
Oh,
Team Tonberry's had the opportunity to catch up because of that. Look at that.
Okay. Well,
That's
now
a
that
bit
we
of
got
gap
the
closing
audio, now that we have the audio, I just have to. I just there's something I have to say.
What is it, Matty?
Oh, it's the next one.
I know. What is it, Matty?
Once I get a mic in my hands, it's all over.
I had a feeling. It's on
I
its
guess
way.
Yuna does. I guess Yuna does Karen on this fight, so yeah, she doesn't get XP here.
But we at least start to implement both of the double Karen on a fight.
So all the dress fear animations are out of the way now.
Yeah, and so basically now we can instantly switch, and it will go into wait mode automatically for us, which is very, very nice. That's very kind. Thank you, game. We got one more pedestal coming up. This is the last pedestal.
Yeah.
I'm going to 4.
Choco.
This time I'm sticking with 4. It's the 4th one.
Alright. I hope it's 3rd. I hope it's center. I hate that I'm saying this, but I hope it's...
I hope it's 3rd for Team Choco's sake. Please. Oh, it's 4.
Come on.
I know it. I feel it in my bones.
Oh.
You called it, Choco. You called it.
I feel it in my bones. Am I behind? Maybe I'm behind. Oh no, I'm okay.
Right.
No, I'm foreseeing it.
Mel's just looking into the future. Yes! I told you! There it is!
I knew
Why
it.
won't you listen to me?
Alrighty, and Team Mog is heading into the concert, which we are not getting. We did not purchase tickets for the concert.
Yeah,
no
not a free concert today.
And
No
Team
free
Tonberry
concert.
cleared Salamander beautifully as well.
Yeah, good job.
Very nice, very nice. And final Ixion as well, going into our last Ixion fight here with Team Choco.
Hey, we brought them. They're all outside on the.
And look, it looks like Team Tonberry is following very closely behind.
Yeah,
Starting to
very
head
very
into the...
close.
Yeah, it's getting real close now.
I'll pick up.
That gap has been thoroughly closed.
The Yevonites are here too?
No, Team Choco's finishing up their Dark Ixion fight.
What I want to know is where.
It's looking pretty good so far. We've got a
There's
few
3 water
goes.
goes. Charn should go off
There
now.
it is. Very nice, very clean fight. That was so good.
Yep.
We love that. We love that for Team Choco. Let's go. All the Chocos rise up. Let's go.
All right, everybody out of chapter 3. Rise up.
Sorry. All the Chocos in here. Alrighty, so now Team Choco will head into a whole bunch of story triggers as well. So there'll be a bit of downtime there once we start to head into some of the scary fights that we mentioned earlier. As we go down into we jump down into the holes. We get to start those scary fights, starting with Shiva. I hate the Shiva fight sometimes. I used to be like, nah, Shiva's not, nah, it's fine. I hate it. I don't like it. It sucks.
An invention like this
I don't like your fight. It sucks.
I don't like you, Shiva. You suck.
Yeah. I don't like your Aeon. It sucks.
Guess I'm a genius too for fixing it.
Yeah, all these fights, everyone's just super fast, even though we're on slow ATB, and they can just do some really devastating spells and attacks, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I do love that we changed to slow ATBs, and you would think, oh yeah, that'll slow the fight down, but it doesn't somehow.
No, it really doesn't.
It really doesn't. Those fights are still terrifying and fast. Like, we are really having to think on the ball as we go during all these fights. It's very, very scary. Making quick decisions.
So Shiva, what can she do? She can do magic attacks, physical attacks. She can stop someone. I think
we
that's
don't want
about it.
that heavens. What is it? Heavens something.
Oh yeah, and she can drain MP, which is bad on Pain because Pain needs all of her MP to get all of her spells off.
Yeah, because if we lose MP on that fight, it means that we may not have enough damage to actually finish off Shiva, and then it means that that fight can be really scary if we send in the Karen and then basically are unable to close out the fight because Pain is stopped or anything like that. That just makes that fight really, really scary. Again, prefacing, scary fights incoming.
Everywhere. And in this fight, at least, this is the one where Yuna lives throughout the whole fight, so she will be getting some XP, but also, more importantly, she's able to revive or provide some support if she's able to with Pain. Here we go. Good luck, Team Mog.
Yep.
Also got a bit of platforming here. Good luck, Team Mog. We do a jumping menu, so we do the menu in the air so that we don't get encounters, because we need to swap the charm bangle for the ring. So, and if you have it on Riku, I think you swap it for a titanium bangle from memory. But I think you might do that earlier. I might have to double check my notes. But basically, we want to do that menu mid-air.
As well.
Yep.
For Karaga.
Yeah, so if we don't do that menu in mid-air, we will actually get encounters after we take a few more steps, even if we have re-equipped the charm bangle, which is not very nice. Usually it's easy enough to just flee from the fight, but we can still get those encounters, which just means really just time loss, rather than it being necessarily dangerous. And Team Choco here is going to have a bit of a scream down in our cutscene. That pain.
We're all screaming.
We're all screaming.
Yes.
So the Shiva fight is looking pretty okay so far. It does look like she's targeting Pain though. I can't quite see which way she's facing because Yuna's blocking me. But here you can see ChocoBungle is switching through the menus super quickly in order to basically prevent Shiva from gaining any ATB. So this is where we ATB wait in order to... Oh, okay, she was targeting Yuna instead. That's good. We basically want to ATB wait in order to stop them from getting any ATB charge, but also keep our charges so that we can safely get through battles and not just get absolutely pummeled by some of these bosses here.
Yes.
Very nice.
Good job. Good job, team.
Very nice.
GG's.
Yeah, ATB management is really important throughout this whole run, but it's especially important in these 3 fights. So Great job.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Like, this is the most nerve-wracking part of the run, but as a runner, like, doing these fights and being able to execute them, it's so satisfying when you can just...
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're on PS2, and, like, in order to get a fastest time on PS2, you have to one-shot these bosses. There's no safety saving, so when you can just one-shot all these bosses and just execute every single one of these fights, it is just so satisfying.
It is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It is an amazing ATB weight system.
And Team Tonberry is now starting the Shiva fight as well. We're off to a pretty good start here. Looks like Riku's being targeted, maybe? She looks like she's facing Riku, so hopefully, yep, we managed to get to Dark Knight beforehand. That's good.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, we want to make sure that if anyone is getting targeted, that they have... Like, for example, if it's Riku, we want Riku to have gone through all of her dress sphere changes before she gets whacked, just because in Gunner and Songstress, she will have a little bit less HP to deal with. Pain going down there is not ideal, but it looks like a Phoenix Down has been queued up as well.
Charm should be good.
That should be okay still, but still not fun. Lazaga on Yuna is not ideal, but it's
I think he just needs one more. One more.
Oh, I believe. Oh, Heavenly Strike there is not good.
Strike, that's fine. It won't stop her ATB bar. Oh no.
That's not fun. Shiva, we don't like that. Please stop. Can you play nicely with the other kids, please? Shiva, they're your friends. Okay, and we can see Bark also setting up this nice little skip on 1,000 words here. No concert this time. No concert. Oh, Pain going down again. This is unlucky. And we now have moved over to Team Mog with the sisters as well. Team Mog's moved over the sisters.
So Monka.
We do want to down one of the sisters before we actually can feel safe in this battle. So it looks like a that's a smart move there. Yeah. Just 10-2 things.
And this is chapter 5.
Yeah.
Welcome to chapter 5, everyone.
That's just
it's
the
a
first,
hell of a ride.
Yep, that's just the first boss.
Team Mog
This is
having
why I
an
say I
okay-
don't like Shiva.
Yeah.
Ugh.
There's your proof.
Yeah, exactly. Shiva sucks.
Team Mog doing
However-
okay on sisters here. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Mindy's gone, so looking a bit safer here. Sandy can still do quite a bit of damage, but it does help us a little bit having one less sister, and avoiding that delta attack is very, very nice. But sometimes that's what happens in chapter 5, and you just gotta close the game and just get back on. As we can see Dsharper doing here, jumping straight back into that Shiva fight.
She's definitely going to be nice this time.
Ah, yeah, let's hope so. Otherwise, she's not getting any pocket money. Shiva, play nice with the other kids.
Oh my god.
Or you're grounded.
Ah, no.
Oh,
And
that's
the
okay.
Mega Sisters
Pain
are not
just-
playing any nicer right now.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
Pain's just not catching any breaks here.
Pain is not, yeah. That's one of the things, like, chapter 5 is the great equalizer. Like, really, it truly is. Because it can go really, really well, some fights, and then the next fight could just absolutely just ruin you. Really.
It's devastating.
Yeah.
It can really be
It
devastating.
really is. I found too that even with Anima, like before I knew like how to skip Oblivion, like that fight was such like it was holding me back, you know, until I really properly learned how to do that fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a lot.
I remember about a year and a half ago, I was still like in the early parts of learning this run, and I was just like, I wonder if I'm ever gonna be able to finish a Dark Mega Sisters fight. Like it was just that frustrating sometimes. And then once you finally learn it, and the more you do it, and the more situations you get in, it's all right. Well, this happened, but I can still get around it to finish the fight. It's just gonna be a lot of time loss.
Yep, and it looks like Team Tonberry has also taken Shiva down.
Good job.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh my god, please, did you menu? Oh, I got scared. Yes, okay, there was a menu there. Thank goodness. Yes. I was like, oh, wait, the ChocoBungle. The amount of times I've done that. But no, it was definitely equipped. It was definitely equipped. I looked away for a split second.
Yeah.
And it looks like the sisters are starting to really get worn down.
Yeah, T-Mog's recovering. No, you're fine. You're totally fine. T-Mog's just recovering really nicely from pain getting down, so.
It's a really hard, even just with these two, it's so hard to recover from that.
Yep.
Sandy's down.
Yep.
Look at her just having a snooze.
Just got Cindy left. Yep.
She's just laying there, hanging out.
She's like, all right, hurry it up. I'm ready to get out of here.
I want a nap. Finish this fight already, please.
It's like she's posing for a calendar shoot or something. Just chilling. Like, go ahead.
She's just hanging out.
I'm not leaving without my sister.
Yeah, Mindy was like, I'm out of here, but Sandy's just chilling. We do have also Team Tonberry now on the sisters fight as well.
Looking good so far. Yeah, in this fight, if you have bad ATVs, it can really set you back. So just being able to get changes off, before nothing too bad happens is good.
Yeah, the reason we want to get off Mindy is, Mindy gets off this attack called the Sato, and it's basically like a minigun. It drains half of your HP, and it is very, very long animation, and the sooner that we can get rid of her and make this fight a 2v2, the better it is for us.
Yeah, I think damage-wise, it's not so scary. It's more just that she has the least amount of HP, so she's easier to take out first, effectively. So we can take her out first, but yes, her animations are also super, super long. And just like, she's also very quick. Her ATVs are pretty short, so if she starts to get on a roll, she can really, and then playing off Sandy as well, Sandy's quick attacks, that's really, really scary. This is looking a bit scary, though, at the moment. Yeah. So it looks like Yuna's being targeted.
Unfortunate about Riku going down, for sure.
Okay.
That's a Razia on Yuna, which is not fun. But this is still doable. It's still possible to come back from this. You'll also notice, I think we haven't spoken about this actually all that much, but as we start to get into these later fights, it's actually quicker for us to, when we need to heal pain with waterers rather than, or waterers, however you want to pronounce it, rather than potions and high potions. Obviously we can't do that with the other two Dark Knights, but thankfully because she has Menace of the Deep on her, or Menace of the Meep as we like to call it here on the Final Fantasy series Relay 8, we actually do that because it's faster and it's safer.
Yeah, because with Pain at level 3 Black Magic and with the ring accessory, like, it is insta-cast water dose. It is, like, all you have to do is just basically cast a magic spell on yourself and you are healed.
Yeah, pretty much. And then you just hold that ATV and it's going.
Yep.
We're going into the Anima fight here on Team Mog as well. Very nice. Anima, very cool Aeon as well. Just super cool.
Yeah, she's
sick. Head underground scares me, but yeah. Getting Oblivion sucks for so many reasons, but seeing the other side of Anima is just like terrifying.
So we're gonna switch for Anima, get a few focuses off on Pain, which we'll be doing for the rest of the run, just so she does more damage for the rest of these bosses since they have more HP. But yeah, the goal here is to do a series of water guns on Anima to get her HP down to a level where we can Karen and take her out with Yuna and Riku. She can do a really scary spell called Pain. On Pain, that does all kinds of statuses and damage. It's nasty.
Yeah, it's very nasty. We can see also too, Mindy is down on team Tonberry here. So down to 2 sisters, only 5 more to go. Did I do the maths right? Yeah.
I think you did. Yep, that's correct.
And now we have 5. Let's go. I can count.
Feeling better every sister that goes down.
Gets easier to count because the number's lower.
Yes.
Oh, but it looks like Bach is going to go into the minigame, so we definitely got to check this little score here.
Alright, yep.
Alright.
Let's see who comes out on top.
We got 1,700. I forget what Team Tonberry is.
1,768, I think it was.
This is an easy game. The score to beat is 1,000.
Yeah, that's a hard score to beat. I think I usually only get like 600. And you can see if you actually look at Team Mog's screen, at the moment, you can see all the status effects that Pain does. That is not. Look at all that. That's a mess. That's not fun at all.
That is
Can't do anything.
Nightmare.
Literally nothing.
Literally nothing. You got a remedy and that's it. That's all you gotta do. Another Pain coming in. Whoa, that's not fun. That's painful. Oh, 943. Oh, very nice. That's a good score.
All right.
That was close.
So, Team Mog wins the relay.
Yep. There
We've called it here, folks.
Yep. Let's end this. Yep, we can end the stream right now and go home, go to bed, go to work, whatever we gotta do. It is over.
And a good marathon. I'll see
Yep.
you guys.
Even Chris is calling it. GG's everybody. Let's go home.
GG's, it's all done. It's all over.
Yep.
It's over. So one of the interesting things about the anima fight, though, just turning back to Team Mog here, is that when we do get pained, sometimes we can't bother using a remedy, or we run out of remedies and we want to get rid of just itchy. So we can change dress spheres to remove itchy, which is a cool thing that I did not know until I learned the speedrun, having played the game casually for many years as a small human.
We got
But it's a very handy thing to use in the speedrun.
On Team Tonberry.
Yeah,
good job.
Very nice, very nice. It's still anyone's race here.
Okay.
Anyone can catch up.
Anima's looking
Chapter
like
5 does things.
Anima's looking under control, maybe. Yeah.
We might get an Oblivion.
Are we gonna go?
I feel like this is Oblivion.
Okay. Are we gonna send the Charms now? Nope, he's gonna slow play it because he KO'd. So I think he's gonna switch the Warrior and Sentinel first, and then send off the Charms. That should be enough.
I'm just scared that this charging thing that she's doing here is an Oblivion. But with both the other two, yeah, here it is. I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
There it is. There's the
Could feel it in my bones.
And pretty Pain's gone. The girls will.
Pain will be down for sure, but the other two will stay up. It's just pain in the butt to try and get that momentum back, especially when you're getting pained left, right, and center, and having to refocus as well can also be a pain, for lack of a better word, in the bum.
Yes. But this is going to be. This is just.
That's not fun. But thankfully, the Dark Knights did not lose too much HP, so we can bring them back, which is very, very nice. And it looks like Team Tonberry is going to start moving into this fight too, which means there's a chance of there might be some catching up here.
2 anima fights at once. Let's go.
Whoa! Look at this.
This is good stuff.
And Team Choco is coming up to the Salamander fight.
Easy Salamander. Coming
Easy
up.
Salamander, let's go. I believe Salamander, be nice.
Oh no! Don't. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful.
Anima's down on Team Mog.
All right.
That was a great recovery after the pain death.
Oh yeah.
GG's.
Scary fight. Scary.
It's the PC world record holder for a reason.
I would like to say that the fights get easier from here, but they don't. They don't. Some of them are easy, and then some of them are just, oh.
There is one fight in particular coming up that I'm just gonna let you handle, chokocchi. I think you know which one. I think you know which one.
I don't. Please enlighten me.
It's a body part.
Tail?
No, not quite.
Oh no! I don't want to talk about the leg. No.
Yes, you made me talk about bar life. Fair is fair. Your turn.
No, Matty. No.
No.
I don't want to.
I know you're serious about that.
Oh, nearly. Nearly had the first cycle. No. I don't want to.
You're getting all Australian on me with the nerve.
No.
I don't want to do it.
Alright, we got that last salamander fight coming up here.
Alright.
And this is looking pretty okay. No.
Open with a hit on
cheeky
Yuna.
smacks right at the start.
Yep. Hit Yuna on first. Should be fine now.
Yeah. Ideally, you want it to hit one of the Dark Knights as opposed to Kain, just so that, as we saw before with Team Mog, Pain just getting KO'd almost instantly with that crit. That was not fun. But that was a very nice element fight. It was very clean.
Yep. Get the flame breath as well.
Oh yeah, very nice. We like that.
Good job, Team Choco.
I think we've just also gotten a Oblivion skip on Team Tonberry.
Yeah, that was great.
That was beautiful.
That was in a good anima fight. Clean.
Yeah, very nice.
Great job, Team
So that is...
Yeah, that's a good chunk of time save.
Yeah. It's also sometimes you can get it by force. You can just force it and it happens. But sometimes Animal will just not let you skip Oblivion. Whether you just get pained again and again and you're having to switch between dress spheres and that takes time. Sometimes the game doesn't let us skip Oblivion, but sometimes we can just brute force it through. And in that case, that was a great showing from Dsharper there.
Yeah.
And I think it's just about concert time. Last concert that we're not going to. We're not attending.
Oh.
We didn't get the tickets. We didn't buy tickets.
Oh no.
Why did we miss the pre-sale?
Okay, yes. And
so scalpers, man.
Yep. Team Tonberry, they fell victim to the troll gate. Dsharper got.
You just gotta gun it. You just gotta go through.
He did. He tried to gun it, and it still got him.
Yeah, you just gotta go. YOLO, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm hip with the lingo. I'm so sorry. Anyway, we have
don't be sorry,
this puzzle.
chokocchi. I wish I was as cool as you.
Definitely not that cool. I'll tell you that right now. Kimari, sorry indeed. Someone in chat just said Kimari, sorry. That's
NK,
me right now.
Of course it was NK.
Nice. So we haven't mentioned it actually, but there is this piano puzzle that we've got going on here. You're who's anyone musical in here? We got some music enjoyers. And get to play a bit of piano. And basically this enables us to skip a boss that we would fight in JP, in the JP version actually. So in the JP run, we just brute force this one. But unfortunately, we don't have the speed or the damage to be able to get through that boss fight in the no CC run. So we have to actually do this little piano puzzle that we would otherwise skip in some other versions. So we gotta do the melody gate, as they say. Yeah, Azidahaka.
Not nearly as bad as that puzzle we did back in Bevelle. Not even near as bad.
Yeah.
No way. This one is like you could probably do it with your eyes closed if you really wanted to. Like you just jump on the things. You can't really mess it up that bad. Oh, I guess if you get the order wrong though, it's wrong then, right? But once you touch them, you can't do them again. So I don't know.
You can reset.
You can reset.
Yeah,
you can go
always
talk
reset.
to the robot, and he'll reset the puzzle for you. You can just.
That's
try
true.
Over.
Oh, you could actually. True. I just saw in chat that someone mentioned that because you listen to the music, right? It does the do ti. If you can pick that, right, you could know which one it is, and you could actually do it blindfolded. If you were to do a blindfold run, that's kind of crazy. I didn't think about that.
Matty,
I'm not
when
musically inclined, as you can tell.
When you're doing your blindfolded run, Matty?
Huh?
When are you doing your blindfolded run of 10-2?
Blindfolded run of what? 10-2 blindfolded?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that. I'll call Brutal if he's good at doing things blindfolded. He will push Totally into an elevator blindfolded. I am almost positive he will.
Oh, that'd be so hard because there's no audio cue for that.
No.
That's not.
No,
that's
just
not a
the
good time.
just the ding when you get him into the elevator.
Yeah, true.
Or whatever
Ding.
that sound is.
Oh, I got it. All right. Easy.
Yeah.
So now that Team Mog has finished the puzzle, well, just about finished the puzzle, just doing the last couple of pedestals here now, we move up towards the gate. It'll replay the tune that we put in back to us, and then we can go through without having to fight Mr. Azidahaka. Nice big old dragon-looking boss. We have also Tonberry.
Yep. Starting to be
Yeah, Tonberry coming up too.
Oh, it is. Everybody's kind of. I think we're gonna have all three runners here in Chapter 5 very, very shortly. So.
Yeah.
We do.
We do, yeah. Team Mog and Team Tonberry. This could get really close in the end.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Really close.
I love this cutscene that Team Choco is in as well. Surging, flapping, and that's when you know to skip.
Waxing, flapping. Yep.
It's so good.
I got a hunch that
What are we called again?
Yeah, that's it.
Those that really mattered.
And now we have Team Choco joining us in Chapter 5. Some of these nasty fights. Ugh.
All right.
We're going again.
So there is
It's
potential
gonna be
time to be made up
fine.
because there were some deaths along the way for both Team Mog and Tonberry. So a clean sweep of these fights could easily bring some time back for Team Choco.
Yeah, for sure. They both had little snags along the way. And not the kind of snags that we have down here in Australia on the barbecue. The kind of snags that you don't like in a speed run. Where we get a little bit stuck on maybe a battle. One of them gives us a little bit of trouble. We don't like that.
Yeah,
So
and
fingers
Bach has
crossed
had
that-
some trouble very early in this run with the robot death, cipher codes. I mean, he's due for a Chapter 5. Let's go.
Yeah. We're really hoping for some good RNG coming Team Choco's way here.
His body will be useless, but if we're lucky, he won't die. Shuyun will abandon
It looks like Pain is not going to be targeted immediately there, which is always good to see. Starting to switch Rika around on Shiva fight
Sorry.
here.
Got a good crop of Faragas off already.
Yep. Pain is down though, that's unfortunate. Not immediately, which is, always a bonus, but doesn't help with momentum.
You're our captain.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't like your plan.
Okay.
It sucks.
This is looking... Shiva's not being nice.
That's fine. I think it's fine. Pain's gonna miss that on the AP.
years ago,
but we kept the experience, so it's fine.
we destroyed our own allies. We destroyed the Aeons who had fought together
That's
with
okay.
us at our side.
There we go. Yeah, first try
Yeah,
Shiva.
still doable.
We believed
That's
that was
good.
the only way we could save
Well
Spirit.
done.
We're making sure to put the CharmBangle back on before we start moving. That's always good to see. Good. Doing a quick safety save, because otherwise we will warp back to the very start of this, and we don't want to have to do the Shiva fight again.
I accepted. I believed. I allowed it to be true. I thought I'd be able to.
But contrary to Yuna's opinion of the plan, Nuja's plan, we love this speed run. It's great.
It hurts so much.
We're gonna do the opposite. We love the speed run.
Think about it. Think about it.
Think about it.
The speedrun is wonderful.
Everyone was so happy. Great job, Relay. You saved us. You saved us all.
There were too many smiles to count. And I know that
I was racing too.
But now, when I look back,
Gosh, I realized me trying to do Yuna's voice must sound like Vanille with her Australian accent. And I'm just sorry to everyone.
Don't ever apologize for being you.
I love Vanille though.
It's chapter 5 and we've behaved ourselves very, very, very
Exactly.
well.
We've been very, very good. We deserve this.
It's no, yeah, we've earned this.
This is our little treat.
Just let us have our moment.
Exactly. So now we are going into the final sisters fight. Ooh, last 3 sisters.
Yuna, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's nice so far is Cindy hasn't cast her what is it called? What does she cast? Mighty Guard, yeah. She hasn't cast Mighty Guard yet, so we're able to do full damage on Sandy right now.
He is stringing off some water goes.
Yeah, Mighty Guard just halves the damage
already
that you do to
knelt over before the mic. Oh, this is
there
good.
it is.
Oh, this is so good.
Yeah.
This is a
So
good
as you can
fight.
see, you're doing like
is
1200
very
and I'm doing
nice.
600 damage.
Here we go. She might be dead before the charm gets off.
That's actually kind of wild.
Give me your resolve.
It's going to be close.
Oh my god!
Got it! Oh my god!
Came in before the Karen.
All right, now we just got to MP absorbing.
God.
This is ball game. This is a amazing fight right here. Oh my
I
goodness.
am losing it. I'm losing my mind right now.
Oh, this is huge.
Holy moly!
All right, so now basically all we need is 5 water guns and a current and a Charon, and it's ball game. That is one of the cleanest fights I've ever seen.
Yeah,
This
that
is
was
huge.
the sisters truly made up for all that bad RNG. This is
Huge
wild.
for Team Choco, yep.
That is
Yeah.
This is such. If you could dream of a sisters fight, this is the one you would dream of right here. That is. I hope everybody appreciates this fight. That was gorgeous.
Woo. I feel like I'm never gonna see a nice fight like that ever again in my lifetime. You know, it's just one of those things.
I'm glad we have video evidence of that fight. That was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like one of those comets that comes around once every like 50 years. A good sisters fight like that once every 50 years.
Wow.
Great job back. Yeah.
That was amazing.
Truly a thing of beauty.
Okay, Anima's gonna be just as good. I know it. I just.
Man.
You're really gonna make me talk about the leg fight? I really don't want to talk about the leg fight. It's to make me sad.
To protect your
context?
sanity.
I have not
You know
had-
what? To protect your sanity, Chokocchi,
No, I'll do it. I'll talk about it.
We'll do
I
it
think
together.
it was just genuinely. I've looked over it multiple times. I've watched that VOD so many times. I think it was just ATPs. I did nothing. I literally did nothing.
Thought so. So that was a very clean fight from Bach, but I hate to say this, but he pulled the Matty. He forgot to learn Faraga.
Oh.
So he's gonna be short. He's
Oh.
gonna be short some AP
Oh.
going into these fights. So.
But that's okay. There are ways around it, thankfully.
You may not get Faraga until Shoyin, but yeah, at least he remembered it.
Good old Shuin.
Yes, I have. Yeah, we're going with the Matty strat, so I'm notorious for learning learn Faraga. So one of my PBs, actually, I literally finished the fight on PS2 by switching Pain 3 times, including Shoyin, and finishing the fight. It can be done if you forget it, but it is just such a massive mess.
It's just a yeah. I mean,
it's just a pain. Like, this game isn't a pain enough; it's an even more pain.
So many pains. There's multiple pains, you know.
Yes. So much pain in this game.
Alright, we are heading into our last anima fight though here on Team Choco.
On pain, on pain, on
Here
pain.
it is. This is for the trifecta. Three first try fights. Let's go, Bach. We're starting with an opening Pain. Who's it on?
Oh, of course we are.
Pain on Riku. This is fine.
All right, yeah, good. We're gonna change anyways.
Yep.
Anima.
Anyway.
Exactly.
Yep. That's a. Yep.
Ain't,
we call that.
ain't no thing.
Yep. That's a double play right there. That's perfect.
We love that. We love that.
Yep. Perfect play.
Alrighty, we are heading into also the tail fight up here on Team Mog. This is a bit of a fun one because you can just get swiped. The first attack is usually a nice little swipe at the tail, which will knock out usually Pain if you're unlucky. If you're lucky, she'll survive, but not lucky this time. It's very, very rare. But if you happen to be switching her, sometimes you can live through that. It's very nice. But this time we have not done so.
I never chance it. I always just wait for the swipe and then just, do the switches and get everybody back to full health.
But you gotta kick some tail.
Save the jokes for later.
Alrighty, this animal fight does look like it's going pretty okay though. We might see another Oblivion skip if we're lucky. Yeah. Fingers crossed for Team Choco here.
We're already dealing the damage. Yep. Looking good on the damage rolls.
Yeah, so long as we don't get too many pains, it's looking pretty good trajectory-wise.
Yep, as long as we just leave Pain alone, then it's fine. And yeah, this is looking to be a really good fight.
I'm not saying a word until it's over.
Oh yeah. with all the chapter 5 fights, it's not over till it's over.
No.
And it's so you don't want to commentators curse it either, you know.
No, nobody wants to be that person.
Exactly. I think we're in the schmicks.
Yep, we got him.
This looks like an Oblivion coming in too, so this will be good. Just landing a couple more water gears. Oh, it's a Pain. Thank goodness, it's Pain. This is good.
Even
just
if
not
it's
a Pain.
It should be fine. Even if it is,
we love that.
Yep,
We got a chance.
That should be ball game.
Nice.
Go, go, go. Very cool. Send.
Go.
Hey, beautiful. Another Oblivion skip. We love to see it.
Good fights.
Those are 3 of the most gorgeous fights you could... Yeah, that is...
Clap, 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 clap.
I'm trying to put together words, but that's just a clap right there. GG's.
It's good. We love to see it.
What's next? They're in trouble.
Alright, we have got Team Tonberry coming into the tail fight here. And Team Mog's starting to head over to the leg as well. The leg fight. Let's do it now. Let's do it. Let's just get it over and done with. Let's just rip off the band-aid. Rip it off. Ah.
So, strat-wise, like, as far as strats, this is actually the easiest fight. The only thing you have to do is, we have to put Pain the Warrior, and then we're going to put Moonbracer and Smooth Shaling as kind of like a shell kind of spell on her. And all we want to do really
slow, right? I think it slows her down as well.
I think it does too. But essentially, all we're doing is switching Yun and Riku 3 times and setting off the Charon, and just waiting it out. But the leg basically can get off attacks for whatever reason, and there's no. It's totally random what leg can throw off to you. Like if Pain gets a double flare and you've already sent off charms, you're game over and you have to reset. It's just there's no way to predict what you could literally have the perfect starting ATBs and the fight could just go south. And the only thing you can do is just sit there and wait for your party members to charge their Karens and pray that nothing bad goes wrong.
Yeah, we will see it as we're starting to get into this fight here, but basically we automatically jump onto the Sentinel. Oh, or not. ChocoBungle is holding that Sentinel just for now while doing the switcheroonies. And then we'll probably Sentinel before sending in the Karens.
I don't think Sentinel. I think Sentinel doesn't necessarily work here sometimes, because most of the attacks are magic spells, and Sentinel does nothing against magic. So
you do generally want to Sentinel. That's like half the reason we learn it for this fight, though, in general. Because I know that obviously we have some like flares in here, but this is some. Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
that's a good leg fight.
And there we go. Like nothing crazy happened. That's how we expect it to go.
Yeah. So sometimes this fight can get a little bit scary when if the leg does get too many attacks off, because when we over damage or when we generally do damage to the leg, it will counterattack us, which is what makes it a little bit scary. However, that was very good. It was a very clean fight. That's how it should go, and not how I have experienced in the past.
No way that would ever happen in a marathon run.
No, no way. No way would you ever die to the leg in a marathon run that's not a JP run. No.
Live with people watching and then trying to have to explain that after it happened.
And also working out what happened?
Yeah, what happened?
In real time? That never happened to anyone.
I was watching that live and I literally just sat there, scratched my head, just like, what actually just happened there? I have no clue. I've never seen that.
Nothing.
Nothing.
You can do nothing sometimes. You can do all the things correctly and still sometimes the leg just wants to stomp on you. And we have now Team Tonberry also going into the leg fight as well.
And they're just right on each other's heels.
Yeah, I feel like Team Choco is catching up.
They
I feel
definitely
like
brought back some time.
Made here.
Oh, definitely.
Look at that.
With those 3 fights, that definitely brought back time for Choco.
Oh yeah, that was really good.
We'll finish it.
Do it.
We also have now Team Mog heading towards the core fight. Now this fight, strat-wise, is relatively straightforward as well. If anyone would like to touch on this. Mel, maybe?
Go for it.
Oh, alright. Mel is...
Oh no, no I can't. Sorry, which fight?
No, the core fight, if you like. I was like, no, I'm talking too much. Stop me.
The core is your target. Okay, so we are. What are we doing? We gotta do some focuses. We had to take out the left. Is that a leg? What do they call it? Is it a leg?
It's a
bulwark. Bulwark. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like a leg.
We had to take that thing out. On the left, I think it casts shell if you don't take it out fast enough.
Yeah.
And then you just focus on the actual core, but you need to use some focuses with Pain just so she does enough damage. And then, of course, the Karens with Yuna and Riku just to kill it off.
Yep. I believe it's 7 magic spells or 9 magic spells. You throw off 7 magic spells and then you just send the girls and just kind of rapid fire the last 2 magic spells and it should be up and over.
Thanks. Sorry, I zoned out there for a minute. I was like, wait, which?
All
the Vegna gun fights kind of blur together for me too. So a little.
I can't remember the last time I went to sleep, so I'm running on fumes at this point.
Yeah, I'm starting to slowly remember that it's like 6:30 here for me, 6:30 p.m. here for me. I don't know what time there for you all, so I'm a bit worried about you.
We're doing good.
My speed run was like 4 games ago, and I'm still here, and I'm not going to bed after this. Oh, I can't go to bed I can't. Final Fantasy 1's after this. Like, yeah, chaos. Like this is the chaos before the. This is the chaos before the chaos.
Truly, it is. Truly.
Matty is Mr. Final Fantasy Relay officially. I'm calling it here.
I don't know about all that. Honestly, this is my first time doing commentary for the relay, so I was actually it was very cool to go and run Final Fantasy 15 for the 2nd year in a row. But my first time doing commentary for the relay. This is awesome, and yeah, I got 2 pretty good partners. Like they let me choose who I wanted. It's like Melle and Chokocchi, you guys busy? we got a 10-2 party. We got a 10-2 party going on at the relay.
Oh yeah.
You want to come join?
We do love 10-2 in this house. We love 10-2.
And it's
it looks like Team Choco is finishing up the puzzle, heading over to the Vegnagun fights. Let's go.
Let's go. Not far behind at all.
Tonberry starting their core fight. Okay. Everything looks
looking good.
Yeah,
I mean, the core fight, I feel... Yeah, the core fight I always feel kind of safe on. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have had it go bad, but...
Is this the fight where you can get petrified and then shattered?
I think that's head.
Is that the head? Okay.
I think it's the head fight, yeah.
That is this fight.
Oh, is it this?
It's the core fight. Yeah, it is
the core fight.
Yep.
Yeah,
yeah, the head fight is scary for other reasons.
Yeah. It's weird because the strats are similar between the core and the head fight. Like, sometimes I get them mixed up.
Yeah, I like that you can memorize how many Fyrigas you need, because I always have to look at my notes. I'm like, I can't remember if it's 7 or 6 or 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
I just know for tail it's 6 and 8, and then everything after that is 7 and 9.
Is it 7?
7 and 9.
7 for all of them.
It's 7 for the tail, then you do plus 2, and then that's what I do.
I do it differently because I say, well, it's 7, but and then I rapid fire the last 2. So technically, it would be what for tail it would be 8, and then all the fights from there on out it's 9 magic spells as long as you focus.
Oh.
Yeah, but what's a couple of extra, Faragas sprinkled in there? Makes you feel a little bit safer.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
Sometimes you mistarget things and you hit things extra.
Or sometimes you're under damaging and you just want to make sure that you just hit that. You hit the end of their, like the last of their HP that you need to get rid of.
Sometimes you focus 3 times by mistake. Things happen.
Sometimes it happens.
Just to be sure.
Well, I learned that I don't count as hard today. That's good to know.
Oh yeah. We are now heading into the head fight, which this one is scary, as I mentioned before, for a number of reasons. So we do need to take out these 2 little receptacles on the side here first, but we want to make sure that we're focused and ready so that we don't get this big nasty... What's it called? I don't know, I can't remember. Something. I don't know, Barreleye plays a song. Old mate Baz is just like playing the piano up there, and then you just like get obliterated.
It's an organ, I think?
Yeah, but it's like it's an ability related to Vegnagun that does a whole heap of damage, and if you game over on this screen, you can actually soft lock your game if you let the cutscene run. It's not fun. We don't want that.
No, that's a bad time.
It is a bad time. However, you can obviously avoid that by pretty much just making sure to close the game before the cutscene rolls, and you can attempt the fight again. But yeah, it's not a fun time. Alrighty, so it looks like this fight is nearly done over at Team Mog here. Just finishing up the last of the Faragas. This should be it. Hopefully we're not going to get that special ability.
Yeah,
looking okay for now.
Yeah, I don't see any shenanigans. Looks like a good fight.
Yeah. Lacrimosa on Una, that's ideal.
Tonberry is all right. 2 head fights.
Yeah, we got 2 head fights at the same time.
Yeah.
And we've got our last, like, plan being crap. Plan. You're just complaining about the plan. We gotta let her vent her worries, her woes. And then we can fight Vegnagun.
Give me your resolve. Believe in Yuna.
The last.
Believe in relay.
Believe in the relay. Believe in Team Close Race.
Believe in Team Choco.
Wait, all 3 of these runners have played absolutely fantastic. They have proven why they are the best at this game.
Oh, absolutely.
2 world record holders and Dsharper, who deservingly can be a world record holder. If he only went center pedestal. If he does that, world record's free. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, we have 3 world record holders on our hands that they have just put on an absolute show. Every single one of them has gotten trolled in different parts of the game, and they have put together 3 really impressive runs. For a one-shot run, these are 3 very impressive ones.
And I feel like, too, it also has been a really interesting showcase of the different levels of RNG that we can get in this run, too. We've seen, you know, the absolute turmoil of some of the most difficult fights in this game, as well as, you know, how you can actually, like, just speed run through, like, the sisters, for example, where, you know, Team Mog had a bit of trouble on the sisters fight, and then you know, Team Choco swooped in on Golden Wings and just sorry, I had to do it on Golden Wings and just absolutely streamed through that fight, taking out 2 of the sisters at once. Sandy before Mindy, I thought I would never see the day.
Yep. Bach absolutely laid waste to Shiva, sisters, and Anima, but he couldn't pick the proper door code. That's 10-2. So dumb.
Yeah, it really is the
easiest thing cost him the most time, but the most difficult bosses actually help bring his team back.
I
love this speed game.
Oh yeah. But I think that's also what makes it so interesting and so fun as a speed game in general, just because of how volatile it can be. Like, really, like, as much as you can practice some of the... Also frustrating at the same time, right? You know, sometimes we have those days where it's like, man, RNG is just not on my side. And then every now and again, you are not Len. So...
There's days where
every now and again, you're not Len.
There are days where I take my first run of the day to Chapter 5, and then there's days I spend 2 hours trying to get out of Chapter 1. It's just...
Yeah.
You never know what kind of day you're going to have with this game.
Yeah.
So
we
Team
are
Mog
coming into the last fight.
Yeah. Team Mog, I'll let you know when it's time to go here.
Yeah, we're on Shoyin.
For FF1.
It's a shoo-in, truly.
It's a shoo-in for Shoyin.
Put that crybaby to sleep.
Julian, stop this.
So the Shoyin strat is basically we're going to switch Yuna and Riku around so we can get off the Charins. Pain needs to get 4 Faragas off for them to kill them off. And then there is this wonderful move right here, the Terror's Anarchy.
All right, Team Ma, get ready.
And it's going to hit Riku, which is fine.
As long as this isn't on Pain. Okay, we're good.
And we're looking good.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
This is looking good.
Time's coming up.
Here it is. Yep. And... time.
Very nice.
Mog. Go, 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 go.
Go, Mog.
All right, let's go, Mog.
Goes SwanZig.
GG's, Mr. Bungle.
Great job,
GG's.
Mr.
That was a great
ChocoBungle.
run. Absolutely.
Oh my. Thank you.
Yes, that was amazing run.
We also have Team Tonberry coming into the Shuyun fight as well, so Team Tonberry should be getting ready. Be prepared. Shuyun's going down.
Yep.
Wow, we get to hear "You Are Not Len" 3 times over. We love that.
Yes.
3 Lens that we are not. I need to be stopped.
You're good. Never.
Too powerful. Alrighty, we got another Terror of Zanakin. But it looks, is that Riku or, yep, another Riku.
Another
Wow. Good.
2 for 2 on Riku's.
Wow. Can we get 3 for 3? Alright, we got the last tail fight as well coming up on Team Choco's screen too.
Alright.
Right, time is coming up for Tonberry.
And
Time,
that'll
Tonberry.
do it.
Go.
Go Tonberry!
Go Tonberry, let's go.
Go!
Alright.
Very clean. GG's, Dsharper.
Great job, D-Sharp.
Good job, Sharp.
Great
well
job.
played. Very well
Thank
played.
you.
Great showcase of the game. Clap.
Alright.
Nice close race.
Yep.
Oh yeah. And now we just
Yeah.
gotta finish off the last of the Vegnagun fights. And that's
Yep.
pretty much it.
That is
We're
it.
almost
and
there.
Then we are on to Chaos. We've already got 2 out of the 3 started. I don't know if there's
Yeah, I don't know
anybody
if
from,
the,
FF1s. Anybody here wants to
Mhm.
stop in, say hi real quick?
Sure. This is Patariku13. I'll be joined by Avon Chaos. We will be commentating FF1 for the NES. This is the no RNG minute round. So far we have ZWANZig and KainDeschain going. ZWANZig has just made it through the Garland fight, getting a level up on everybody, and Kain is about to head up to Temple of Fiends to go have his encounter with Garland, retrieve the princess.
Yep, and we'll be getting all that Final Fantasy I action very shortly as soon as we finish up our last 10-2 boss rush. The last couple of fights we got here, very exciting stuff, some very volatile fights. We have the tail fight just now, looking like we're getting through that fairly smoothly. But that attack does do quite a bit of damage, so just gotta keep an eye on our HP levels here. But it looks like this one will finish up after this one more Karen.
Good to go.
Alrighty. And that is the tail fight down. So it looks like we'll now move on to the leg. We love the leg. Hopefully the leg will be kind.
Yes. Gentle leg, please.
Gentle leg.
You can heal us when we get home.
Boss!
Boss! This cannot be!
Look, to be fair, we have behaved. We've behaved. Chris, don't come for us, okay?
Done so well.
We've behaved.
We've gone above and beyond on the behavior.
We want a
Exactly.
gold star on the board.
We didn't even sing one of the songs, alright? We were good.
Kind of hard to sing when you make us skip them all, Chris.
We still have time.
What
We can
is-
always sing.
We'll just cry quietly in the corner.
Alright,
And
D-Sharp,
we see Bakia
you take
going
it
over.
away, solo.
Oh yeah, let's go. Alright, heading into the leg fight here. Let's hope that the ATBs are in Bach's favor.
I know that you're hiding things, and I'm about to get server muted.
But Chris isn't listening.
He fell asleep at his keyboard.
Yes, like
Oh, so
Matty.
easily. Oh, poor Bark having to listen to this while running.
You know what? If this commentary thing doesn't work out for us, I think we should start a band.
No, that's not. No, let's not do that.
We just watched a whole game about that, Matty. We don't gotta do that. Alright, let's hope nothing scary happens.
We'll be like the
Yeah,
Crimson.
this is looking
We'll be
safe.
like the Crimson Squad. I'll be pilot and engineer. I'll be
Oh,
drummer
nice on
and
the
you'll
water go.
you'll play the guitar.
Clean? Got a free heal there. Let's go.
That
We love a
was
good free
nice.
heal.
Very nice.
The leg was kind to us today. Gentle leg.
Yes.
Yes. You know, we really didn't have too many scary fights besides, you know, the robot, which is, you know, gonna
It's
happen.
kind of to be expected. Yeah.
And then we had, I think, just one Shiva death, right? I think that was it.
Yeah. And I feel like that's pretty good as far as 10-2 runs go.
For a 10-2 run, that is behaving very well. Like
Yeah.
all three of these runs, very very well done. They were all very very close.
To end me.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, we are now heading up to our... This is the core fight. Am I counting correctly? This is the core fight.
This is
the core, yes.
Let's go! The goalings are on it.
Yep. Gull wings take the gold.
Let's go. Alrighty, so again here, thankfully, because like the Dark Knights, I don't know if we touched on this actually before, but the Dark Knights, as they've been doing all their abilities and whatnot, and been slowly kind of gaining AP throughout these battles, have been starting to learn like poison proof. You can actually, I think you can learn stone proof by this point too, depending on how your fights go.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so you can actually like avoid some of the nasty things that the core can do to you via the proof abilities that you get throughout this process of the boss rush.
Don't get
So here,
petrified.
Don't get petrified! Baki's gonna get straight onto switching and get that water go out onto the right bulwark. Get that out of there.
No shells today. Get out.
No shells. Get them out of there.
Next one should take care of that.
And even if we get Doom here as well, because ATBs are slow, Doom will actually count down slower as well, because I'm pretty sure it's time/ATB related.
Yes,
so it's
it
actually
is.
not too much of an issue. Even if we get doomed, we actually won't get doomed by the end of the battle, and then by that time it wears off, which is really cool, because we get some free healies after these. And not the kind that you scoot around on in the supermarket. The kind that you get after a nice battle where you get all your HP back and your MP back.
Those are the ones that keep you from using Phoenix Downs.
Yes, they save your resources, even if
we
you have
like-
far too many.
We like those.
Exactly. But they're also well needed because we actually don't get any more chances to menu from here on in.
Yeah, essentially you're basically like on an auto scroller.
Yeah, pretty much. You're just like, it's unskippable cutscene to unskippable cutscene between battles. Really is all it is. So you really have to make sure you've done all your menuing correctly up until this point, so that you don't get destroyed in the next battle that follows. And even if that happens, this is also totally fine.
Yep.
Even if you get whacked by the other one, because it's just an MP attack. So we don't lose any HP there. Very nice.
There it is.
That'll do it.
The head fight can be a bit sketchy because no fire gun. So
Yeah.
That's right.
yeah.
You got this. We believe.
depends if the arms attacks are on pain or on recall.
We just gotta hope for the RNG.
Yes.
Come on, Bach. I beat Shoyan with water goes. You can do this. This is easy peasy.
This is easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
It's alright, Bark's living his best life right now. Just gunning it.
Yeah, that sisters fight was one for the books.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Like I really hope to see that in some highlights or something later. I gotta watch that back. I gotta study that, dissect it, and work out how that was done and learn it, imprint it into my brain.
Simple, you got lucky.
Yeah, I know. It's like, can I imprint RNG into my brain? No. Yep. RNG is not a learning curve, unfortunately. It is a you get it or you don't.
All the Spira is finished.
Alrighty, we're coming into the last head fight.
Oh no. He's got a plan B.
Oh no, excuse me. I'm so sorry.
He's panicking.
I thought I tried to mute.
Bless you.
He is panicking. Thank you.
If the worst thing you've done tonight is sneeze, chokocchi, you've done great.
Well, the other one wasn't me, so
Yeah.
like really?
Not my fault.
Not my sneeze, okay?
So if
Alrighty,
you actually
this is the fight that we can soft lock on. With Water Guy, it is a bit scarier too.
So in any of these fights, if you game over, this big gun here actually just destroys Spira, so
Yeah.
nice alternate ending for you.
Yeah. Alrighty.
You really feel bad about just blowing up Spira because you couldn't clear a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's on you, man. That's on you. I don't make
the
rules,
reason that
teacher.
this
I
is
think
a little bit scary.
New world records. Dsharper's already talking new world record strats. I thought the final hit has to come
Cooking.
on Shoyin.
Dsharper's cooking up strats. Let's go. Yeah. So basically, oh, this is not
Sharper
good.
is. I mean, Sharper's already cooked up strats. So I saw Sharper did a run where he actually switched the roles to the girls. Where he actually he made Yuna the Black Mage, and and it was actually pretty quite impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know if
So
I've
this
seen
is,
I don't know if I've seen a
worrying here.
pain death on this fight before, so
Yeah, I've definitely had Pain die on it before.
Okay.
It's not a fun time. Because you do want your ATB switching and your ATB waiting to be quite tight on this fight. Because Vegnagun does get quite quick ATBs. And if they get that big, this one is also not fun either. This does quite a bit of damage.
So
But
the other
thankfully it's on
colonies
Riku.
can revive the other one. So
Yeah.
now he has to kill them both again.
Yeah. Which also is not ideal for a time save, but you know, we work with what we got.
Yep.
And it's on Pain, unfortunately, so we gotta bring Pain back up.
Oh wow.
Sometimes Final 10-2 it plays nice, sometimes it does not. But thankfully at this point in the game, when you do, if you have to at any point, for whatever reason, reset, you do start at the start back of this fight, unless you let the game over cutscene run. So you don't have to go back and redo all the other fights, which, whew, that's very nice. But it's also just not fun to have to try it all over again.
There we go.
Okay.
We
It's
just gotta
some
hang in
juicy
there.
extra dialogue that we're not used to hearing.
Oh yeah. But that's annoying too, because when they jump in and start talking, it's like, let me do the thing I need to do.
Shut up.
Shut up and let me attack. But so long as this is looking better, we're coming back from this. So this music, I will say, always stresses me out. And obviously Stream, unfortunately, isn't hearing it at the moment, but you would have heard it in the other fights leading up to Team Choco's current head fight at the moment. But this music is stressful. Absolutely stressful. So this is looking good though. It looks like we can get through this fight now that we've set up everything. We've done all our switches. We've done all our focuses. We're just gotta close it out. And the Karens are being charged. Ah, we're gonna get this attack. Looks like no. Looks like we might just dodge it. So Pain may get attacked here.
Nope.
Thankfully, it's Black Mimosa. That's good.
Magic. And that should be it.
Good job, Pack.
Very nice, very nice.
Alright, let's
Clap, clap, clap,
go.
clap, 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 clap. That's good, that's good.
Let's talk to Shuyin.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Time
we'll just
to
talk
talk
to
to
him.
Shuyin. Yep. This is our final. You are not Len.
Yep, last boss of 10-2, and then FF1 will be coming up right after that, so... Team Choco, you're about to be up here on the final hit. But yeah, all these runs today have been amazing, and 10-2 was really great. Glad we had a close race, and glad Team Choco could gain some time. Really great job on Back's part and everybody.
Yeah, just well done to all the runners, and big thanks to both my co-commentators here. Done a wonderful job talking about the game. Throwing some jokes in here and there, and having some of the runners' input as well has been really, really good throughout. So big thanks to everyone, organizers, and of course the runners, co-commentators for having me in. Yeah, just putting on an awesome show. This has been the relay has been really fun to watch. I've been enjoying this a lot.
It is. It's always fun. I've been watching this for 5 years now, and this is my second year being a part of it. So yeah, it really is. It really just brings everybody together for a weekend. Like, this is our Super Bowl. Like, this is a very special weekend for all of us. And we don't get to do this. We don't get to do this every weekend. So once a year, it's just nice to get together with our friends and be nerds and just show how much we really love speedrunning these games. And
yeah, exactly.
You know, it's really cool.
And we probably have a bit of time to... Yeah, thanks for having us all. And probably a good time to actually have Choco and Dsharper also probably say a little something if they want to. Thank you for being on, of course.
Sure.
Maybe next year... I just want to say, maybe next year they'll let us sing.
Maybe next year. We're all looking forward to
Maybe
that.
Next year, yes.
Thank you all very much. Commentators, you've done a fantastic job.
Literally no chance, but good luck with that.
I want to thank everyone except for Chris.
We need to hold Chris hostage this weekend. next year in August.
We could do the JP version. That's even less safe than the NA version.
It's true.
No, thanks.
So yeah, we're coming up to this last fight here. Alrighty, last Shuyin. Let's go back.
You got it back. Hit Riku! 3 for 3.
Can we get the 3 for 3? Let's see.
He's starting off hitting her.
It's always a good sign. But it looks like he's going for Yuna. He's pointing at Yuna. That's a good sign too. Can we count? 1.
2.
That's 2.
3.
Same. Alrighty, he's doing Terror of Zangian. Is it Riku? It's Riku! We got 3 for 3!
We got the trifecta.
Yo!
Triple Riku.
Triple Riku. Let's go.
The 1 in 27 chance of hitting Riku every single time.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
That's crazy.
Truly, what a way to close out 10-2. With
Maybe
more
now she'll
RNG.
Stop shouting dumb stuff at the end of fights.
Yep. Late Save Sentinel, and now we're
Nice,
off for the
alright.
turns.
Time's coming for Team Choco.
Yeah,
Get ready.
Team Choco, get ready.
Oh, Sheen's grumpy.
Here we go. He is grumpy today. Look at him.
Because he's about to go bye-bye. Boom.
Alright, and that is time.
Time. Go.
Go Team
Nice.
Choco. Go.
Team Choco.
All
Good
right.
luck, FF1 runners and commentators. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you for having us. Much love,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody. Thank you. Have a good night.
Alright, back to Final Fantasy 1. You can see ShaneZell getting started there for Team Choco. Meanwhile, Zwazig and KainDeschain are in the middle of the Ogre grind. So this is a grind that we do. What we're trying to do right now is get the Red Mage up to level 6 as quickly as possible. What that does is it gives the Red Mage a cast of Lit 2. The version of the route that we're going to see today uses a Red Mage instead of a Black Mage. The world record version of the route uses a Black Mage. That makes this slightly faster if you're using a Black Mage, because the Black Mage can get the cast of Lit 2 and, you know, some other spells later on a little bit earlier. But with this one, Red Mage is a lot safer, and it also learns of Revive, which, you know, when you're in the middle of Temple of Fiends and you're in a marathon run and you met to kill someone, it's good to have a Revive there to be able to get your full team up and hopefully be able to actually finish the race.
One thing that I think is interesting about the 3-character choice here is you lose a little bit of safety by not having a second Red Mage. So in the event that Kraken 2 kills your Red Mage, we could see an interesting event.
Yep. Yeah, Kraken 2, I think for the Red Mage, yeah, for Kraken 2, the Red Mage will still be petrified. So the Red Mage is going to get petrified before Lich, and hopefully you don't have to unpetrify it until you warp after picking up the Masmia to go back to the previous floor and then go ahead and move forward to fight Tiamat 2. And then at that point, you really hope the Red Mage doesn't get slaughtered by Tiamat 2.
And that's my fault for getting ahead of this too. We should probably be talking about even just the way this game starts. You don't have anything, so just coming into the game, you've just got some gold that you got to buy your equipment with. So something that's kind of a throwback to the old RPGs that I always thought was kind of interesting about this game. You're really just thrown into this game with nothing to try to figure it out on your own.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit of cash. There are some weapons, spells, and armor available in the very first town that you see. It's relatively cheap, but still it's, you know, hard to actually use the 400 gold that you start with to outfit everybody there. But
and for the most part at the beginning, what you're going to end up buying is just even though you've got a caster, you're going to buy your weapons and your armor. You don't have a whole lot of room for anything else at the beginning.
yeah, exactly. In the very first town, you pick up the cure spell for the Red Mage, but that's just to kind of help out a bit with the healing as you move through the early part of the game. You're not really counting on the Red Mage to do very much damage until you get the ice spell in Provoca, which is where ShaneZell is heading over to now.
If anyone is familiar with the casual play of this, we're going to see a bit of bit of a transition from how that would normally play. Primarily, we're going to kill a character right away because the experience is divided evenly amongst all living party members. Again, kind of a throwback to your pen and paper RPG games at the time. With that, as they are doing the ogre grind, as they're killing things early on before they go to the various dungeons they're going to find, it's going to help them save a lot of time, not having to grind as much.
Yeah, exactly. That helps out a lot, especially for the Agama grind that we'll be doing later, and also, you know, just even right away here when we're doing this ogre grind. See, MrZwanzig has finished off the initial ogre grind. He's headed over to the initial town Canaria. He's picking up a number of heal potions, some tents, and some pure potions. He's getting ready for his dive into the Marsh Cave, where we are going to fight the wizards, pick up the crown. Before we get there, though, there should be a little bit more of a grind to do. Pick up some extra money and make sure that we have the right experience for the Red Mage, for the Red Mage to get lit too.
And looking back at where we're at with the other two teams, they're still working on that ogre grind. Something that's really unique about the area around Pravoka is that there's actually kind of an overlap of 3 different encounter zones, each of which have an ogre or a group of ogres somewhere within that. So they're going to be able to manipulate the encounters in a way that will allow them to take ogre fight after ogre fight after ogre fight. Playing casually, unless you knew where these boundaries were, it's not anything you could ever do.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk a little bit about like the random encounters for this game.
Sure.
Because it really plays so much into how exactly you're taking your steps, and just so much of what planning goes into actually building up the route, right? So basically, shorthand, the idea behind the game is that there are some tables that define how many steps there will be before the next encounter. And then there is another table that describes how many, or what that actual next encounter is going to be. And then the world map is, the overworld map is divided into separate sections, and the encounters are different by each section. So when we were outside of Pravoka, there are 4 separate sections that you can get an encounter in. One of them is actually extremely small, so that one's kind of not really one that we pay much attention to. But between the other 3, we use a series of self-resets to skip an encounter and various walking in order to make sure that we get basically nothing but ogre battles in the beginning here. You can see some Groger battles as well. They give a bit more experience and gold, which especially helps early on, as beginning of this game you really have no money.
And it's something to note also. The game is kind of designed in a way where it wants to pretend that these encounters are random. Again, casually, you may not notice unless you were to be in the same area a lot that no, wait, there's only 8 encounters here. They're all the same, and you can manipulate the order that they come in. So when you power cycle your console, you're actually going to set all those values for the encounters back to their starting values. And as we go through the game, when you do a reset, those values don't get cleared within the console. So you can functionally start a fight, hit reset, the game thinks that we've passed that, so then you do your next fight without having to do the ones that you don't like.
Yeah, exactly, and that self-reset is used very, very often in order to skip specific encounters and also just generally skip fights.
You can cheat a little bit too, you can get out of a town by just save the game, just hit reset, you start outside the town.
Yeah, exactly. You'll see ShaneZell do that coming out of Pravoka, especially because the Pravoka walk is kind of long. The inn is all the way at the top of the town, which is kind of annoying for some of the other towns, the end is a lot closer to the exit, or end exit, so it's a little bit easier to get out. But Provoca is especially annoying for that fact. You gotta do that very long walk. A few other towns are like that as well. Should be coming up on this final ogre fight. Yeah, so this will be the final Groger ogre fight. I haven't really seen where he's at on his experience to know whether or not the red mage is up to level 6. We will see after he gets through this fight.
So Bad Road puts an interesting question in chat. He's wondering if, because we know that the encounter table that classifies as RNG manipulation, we're going to say not technically, in that technically is the most correct. What is happening for our fights is there is a counter that runs 2 ticks every frame, and that counter is what's going to reference our, I'm going to put air quotes around this, our random table. That table is going to determine things like the number of creatures in a battle. So we're going to know what the template is for that battle, like maybe it's 1 ogre or 2 ogres, but we don't know how many are going to be in it. We also don't know when we attack how much damage we're going to do or anything like that. The RNG manipulation route that exists, and it's crazy to me that it exists, allows you to manipulate that counter so that you know everything that's going to happen in the game, whereas we just know what encounters we're going to get.
Yeah, the RNG manip run is definitely something to watch. Lots of bouncing. Bouncing back and forth in order to just really pick out what the RNG is going to be and make sure that you can get through all the fights. But yeah, we do not actually go that far in this version. So in this one, we're just kind of picking the correct encounters, or the encounters that we know we can easily handle. Good encounters, hopefully unrunnables, and that's about it. So you see Zwanzig heading over to the Marsh Cave to go pick up the crown. Still has a few more ogre battles. We're still trying to get a bit more experience here. Would really like to see level 7 on the red mage ahead of the Astos fight. If he is able to pull that off, he will have 2 casts of Lit 2 for the Astos fight, which should help that one move along a little bit more quickly.
And part of the reason why you're seeing, you'll see someone save and then they just kind of wander off to nowhere and then reset. What you may not notice is that they're actually starting a fight and then that reset is happening. So it seemed like he saved and then walked away from the Marsh Cave. No, he's just, for funsies, going the wrong way. He's going to reset, start back where he saved, skip an encounter, and then keep going to the Marsh Cave. On this walk to the Marsh Cave, we're doing everything that we can to ensure we maximize our opportunities to gain experience without wasting more time walking. So everything that they're doing, everywhere that they go, every step they take is carefully planned out to ensure that we're going to maximize every effort, every menu, every encounter along the way.
Yeah, definitely. And the ogres, aside from being really it's a pretty good experience and gold in the beginning of the game, are also generally just 1 or 2 enemies. You'll notice that the route tries to avoid mobs as much as possible. It's just a lot easier to run away when there's 1 or 2 enemies as opposed to when there are 6 or 7, even up to 9 enemies on the screen. And trying to run away from them, that does get a little bit difficult sometimes and just ends up eating into your time for really no reason. It gets a little bit annoying. So when you have fewer enemies on the screen, it makes it so that the getting the run check and moving through that is a little bit easier.
And it's kind of interesting. One of the reasons that they choose the thief for this is he's got the highest run chance. Even though running in this game is actually really... There's a lot of things that are really broken in this game, but one of them specifically is running. It's supposed to do your luck check versus the agility score of the monster, but instead, your first character is referencing the status condition of the third character in your party. The second character is referencing the status condition of the fourth character in your party, and the other two party members are referencing random junk stuff in RAM. So with the thief having the higher agility at the start, it works well to get away from a couple of the encounters on your way to Provoca. But we're going to kill him off because eventually it doesn't really matter that much. Once the first two party members are a little higher level, they're going to have as good a chance to run away as the thief ever did.
Yeah, once you get up to, what is it, like level 12, 13, somewhere around there, you basically can just always run away from with the character in the first slot, at least.
Right.
Yeah. And as Bad Road points out, now this dead thief looks like a snail.
I never saw that until just recently someone pointed that out. Here I was thinking he was just kind of like kicking his legs up. No, those are eyeballs.
Yeah, those are eyeballs. Kind of looking behind, looking askance at us, the viewer there. Alright, so we see MrZwanzig coming into the first little... Well, I want to say reset point, but if you're doing really the world record route, then there's like a million reset points early on in the game. But this tends to be one of the bigger ones. It was coming into the wizard fight. So the reason why we've picked up Lit 2 is that the wizards are strong against fire and ice. So we need to use some sort of spell some sort of AoE spell to actually do some damage on these guys. Zwanzig's only gotten 2, which is really good. There can be between 2 and 4 wizards in this battle. And what you're hoping is that none of the wizards kill the red mage. Alright, that was a pretty good start. Got one down already. Just gonna fight the other one down. And there he goes. Boop. Alright. Zwanzig has picked up the crown. And he is going to head up to Astos. First he has to actually get out of the Marsh Cave though. A lot of nasty encounters in the Marsh Cave, lots of things that can poison you, and as we have seen, there's a couple encounters that can actually stun you, which is not something you really want to be seeing.
For the most part, we're able to manipulate out the most terrifying fights. Doing the Marsh Cave at the levels we're at would not be practical in any application where you're not making sure you choose which fights you're going to get. If you were to get scorpions, for example, there's no chance this party would survive.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, scorpions and gargoyles are definitely two of the bigger encounters that have been basically rounded out of the Marsh Cave. You do not want to get either of those. They both get a lot of attacks per round, and you just don't really have that much defense in order to hold up to it. So, scorpions and gargoyles can make short work of your red mage, and even kind of rip through your fighters pretty easily too, as well.
There is a top section to Marsh Cave if for some reason you were feeling ambitious casually. For the most part, the only thing we're really concerned about in the Marsh Cave is the iron armor and the crown. So we're going to skip everything else. If you were a casual purist like I once was, I tried to get everything, and I was always punished for it.
Yeah, we did pick up the house too, which Zwanzig is about to use right before he gets into the Astos fight. But over here on Kain's screen, we do see he has only 2 wizards as well. Red Mage able to get the Lit 2 off. One of the hits was actually really good for the Lit 2. 107 able to take out the wizard by itself. The other one not so great, so I'm gonna have to sort them down. Wizards hit really hard. This is a very dangerous battle. And it's able to get through it.
Oh.
Alright, so 2 of our runners are through the crown. ShaneZell pausing right out front of the northwest castle. So you can see what he's done there is actually a hard reset, so he's trying to get back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. That will make the, basically, what's coming up next is a lot of fetch quests, so it'll make the encounters that we get on the fetch quest a bit easier. And he will basically maintain that all the way up until the front of the Earth Cave. Into the Astos battle. Astos has, what, like 160 HP, somewhere around there?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. First spell is Rub, which is single target death. So he has taken out Mog. You're hoping that one of the fighters will get some crits, and you're also hoping for like really high rolls from the spells that you're doing. So far ShaneZell's spells have done not really that much, a couple 30s, but the fighter there with the big crit, 66, able to take out Astos.
Particularly rare, but they're really nice to see.
That was a really good crit. So now he only has 2 characters now, but not really a big deal. Only a couple fights before he gets back to town.
For the most part, with a party member dead, we're not worried about the experience right now. We just want to get back to town, continue the story.
Yep. So we have picked up the crown, so we picked up the crown, we've given the crown to Astos, he has given us the eye, which we will then pass over to Matoya, who will give us the herb, and we will use that to wake up the Prince of Elfland, who will then give us the key, and with the key we're able to get the TNT, which we give to the dwarves, which open up the canal, and then we can finally progress with this game. So, solid like 5-10 minutes here of just sailing around the inner sea area, handling a bunch of little fetch quests.
You're just playing the messenger. Typical RPG. Nobody can deliver their own mail. You got to do it for them.
Alright, so we see Kain for Tonberry coming up into the Astos fight. Accidentally hit new game there. Alright, backed out. Now would be a terrible time to start a new game, but... Alright, so into the Astos fight.
And the one thing you're particularly concerned about in the Astos fight is you want to make sure that he doesn't kill your red mage. If something like that were to happen, you'd have to reset. Not a big time loss. You've made sure to do your setup before you saved for your encounters. You can just reset and go at it again.
Nice. Big crit from Ton there. Big lit 2 roll 57, and the rub actually missed on team as well, so this will be a really good fight for Kain here, taking out Astos. Assuming the ice spells actually do some damage.
Yeah, that 20 damage was not much help.
There you go. Follows it up with the 39, and Kain is through Astos. Also, everyone on his team gets up to level 7.
Level 7's great. It gives him 2 charges of lightning on his red mage. The game's magic system kind of follows a lot of the old classic D&D, where you had spell charges per level. rather than using the MP system like all the newer Final Fantasies do. A vast majority of this game was just inspired by classic pen and paper. And you can even see that in some of the creatures that they're fighting. They've all got classic Dungeons & Dragons names. To the point that when this was brought over from Japan, some of the creatures had to be changed to avoid copyright violations.
Yeah, I think the big one with that is Beholder becoming the eye. I think the actual sprite for the Beholder was very clearly a copyright. Yeah.
I think the silliest change was the Medusa got like 2 or 3 extra pixels of clothing. Apparently it was too scandalous or something. The pixel art.
Yeah, that sounds like early NES. I do want to point out one other thing. ZwanZig only has 2 of his characters alive. So the one character that died to Astos is just leaving him dead. So the reason why he's doing that is because he's taking a bunch of fights here early on. And the experience is now only being split 2 ways as opposed to 3. And that is going to help the Red Mage get to level 9. Really need to see the Red Mage at level 9 before we head down into the Lich fight. Level 9 will give him enough HP in order to survive Lich. It also does give him that 3rd cast of Fire 2, but much more important to get the HP to be able to survive the Ice 2 that's coming on. So much of the early game is just like, okay, let's figure out the first problem and try to solve it, right? So in the beginning, it's like, okay, let's figure out how to get through the wizard battle. And then after that, it becomes, all right, let's figure out how to get through the Lich battle. And then after that, that's when you basically kind of switch over to, all right, so I can get through the wizards, I can get through Lich. Now, how am I going to get through Chaos? Just putting all of your thought and planning around really those things there.
Yeah, after Chaos, the challenge of any given fight is reduced quite a bit. We've got all of our characters have enough hit points to survive most crazy encounters. Short of tragedy in the ice cave, we're not going to have much trouble with any of our encounters.
Tragedy in the ice cave. Yeah, nothing ever goes wrong in the ice cave.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Alright, so you can see ZwanZig clearing out the treasury. A lot of the stuff that we're picking up, we're just going to sell. We do need cash. We gotta buy a bunch of heal potions, some more pure potions. Also need to buy like 23 tents so you can do a bunch of skips. Also generally healing. And there are still some armor pieces that you need to pick up. When ZwanZig was back in Elfland, you did see he picked up a silver sword. So he has that on one of the fighters. Silver sword is the best weapon that you can buy. And it's even better than some of the magical swords that are just lying around to be picked up. So we will pick up a couple of them, the Dragon Sword and the Coral Sword, but the Silver Sword is still better than both of them.
The Silver Sword's kind of interesting where it's placed. In later iterations of Final Fantasy I, they actually moved that over to Crescent Lake. It was kind of surprising to me when I look at this from a distance. Why would they give you access to such a good weapon so early on? And between all the various bugs that the game has and the other situations where it makes you kind of question, wait, was this actually intended? I think the Silver Sword is one of those where maybe they didn't mean for it to be there. Maybe it was there in early coding just to make it easier to playtest.
Yeah, it does feel like a mistake, especially with the fact that, they just moved it out of there and put it over at Crescent Lake, where it does make sense to be. There's so much, when you get to Crescent Lake, that's the first time you're able to buy a lot of the silver armor of, like, the silver mail, silver shield, silver hat, and silver gloves. There's lots of silver stuff over there. You can pick up the silver bracelet in Melmond, but aside from that, most of the Melmond stuff is not very different than what we've seen so far in the first 3 towns.
Another unintended thing that we used to see in the older version of this run, we would actually go back to Astos' castle to farm on the mummies there. And when we went there, we'd pick up the power staff, and that power staff has a value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for when you go to sell it. It really makes me think that that was something that they just set that value going, oh, clearly we won't miss this because the number is so ridiculous. We'll go and change it to what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I feel like the game is filled with little things like that. Just like, all right, we'll fix this later, and then later never came. So
it's my understanding that the vast majority of this game was programmed by one guy, so it does not surprise me that little things like that got missed at all.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. He did really the first 3 Final Fantasy games pretty much by himself, I think.
And for as good as all those games came out, that's crazy for one person to have that much weight on them.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with how different the leveling system in Final Fantasy II is compared to 1, and just all of the job system of Final Fantasy III. It's kind of amazing that he was able to pull that off. Very impressive.
We get to see Zwenzig buying 1 potion at a time. This was back at a time where apparently we only ever gonna need 1 potion, right? 1 or 2, that's fine. I'm really not sure if they'd thought about that. We're gonna need 99 of those. A lot.
I mean, I know by 3 they fixed it so that you're able to buy like all of the potions that you need all at once, but or at least buy 10 at a time, which makes it a bit easier. But yeah, so much of this run is actually just sitting there buying 1 potion at a time because you do need to fill it up all the way. To max out your potions, you do that probably twice in this version of the route, and yeah, it's just when you're buying 1 at a time, it's really tedious and takes a while.
So I could talk about why they use... Oh, this is interesting. So ShaneZell waited there before he went in that room. It's a good thing he noticed it. The bat moved in front of the door. When you move into a room, anything outside that room stops moving. So had he gone into the room, he would not have been able to leave, and he wouldn't have even seen the bat there once in the room. I was very fortunate he saw that.
Bats are jerks in this game. We'll see that.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing that soon when Zwanzig heads into the Earth Cave.
You are constantly bodied by the NPCs that will just move wherever they want, regardless of where you're trying to go. There is a tragic number of situations where there's only one path through, and an NPC will just decide to block it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I think there's a clip from one of the RNG Manip routes where somebody was trying to get through into the Sea Shrine, and there is a character there just blocking his way. Alright.
Final Fantasy tries to... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, ShaneZell just heading into the wizard battle. Let's see how many wizards
wizards
he
for
gets.
everybody.
Yeah, 2 wizards for everybody. Nice.
Fantastic
like I said,
lightning shots.
Yeah, 88 and 114. The wizards have 84 HP, so really good. Yeah, really good damage rolls from them. Very quick, able to get through that very easily.
His various slimes are not fun at all. Usually they have high damage resistance, they poison. The mucks in particular hit really hard.
They're a pretty good experience though. So if you only get like 1 or 2, and there is the first encounter on the second floor, or second encounter? Wait,
I know
the very first encounter in the marsh cave is a muck encounter, and that one, if there's only 1 of them there, then yeah, sure, go ahead and take it. Because it's actually more experience than in ogre, so it does kind of help.
Final Fantasy trying to help you out by rearranging your party. So we get a rare red mage leading the party here.
Yep. So if you are poisoned, you get sent to the back. If you die, you get sent to the back. If you're petrified, you get sent to the back. The shadows don't really do much damage. That's why ShaneZell just left the red mage up in front. Zwazig is starting the Earth Cave dive. Kain is about to get the canal and clear out the Dwarf Cave. Zwazig still needs to get the Red Mage up to level 9, so a bunch of these fights he will be taking. Getting a bull fight right here. 2 bulls. Decent amount of experience.
It was interesting when this was brought over to the United States. The actual instruction manual that came with this game was almost a tutorial for the vast majority of the early game. Almost disappointing. They try to set up Melmond as being destroyed by this vampire. We don't know what's going on, what's causing the rot. And you go and you kill the vampire and you're like, oh, that's not what was causing it. But it's already been spoiled by that instruction manual that it's actually the first fiend. Had you not read that, had you been trying to follow the story a little more, it might have been a little more interesting. And we're going to see somebody get blocked by a bat.
Zwazig able to push the bat away.
One of the big problems with those bats when they get in your way, because we are taking a very specific number of steps in any floor or anywhere on the world map, we can't go around them. In most cases, you don't have the luxury of the extra steps necessary to just even step back a couple to go around someone. As Zwazig went to the bottom of that room, he did that even though that bat was in the way, those bottom tiles don't count towards the step count. They're actually safe. He could walk back and forth in the bottom of that room for as long as he wanted. He'd never get an encounter. Same thing for going through doors, entering a town, leaving a town, transitioning from water to land or land to water. And one of the main reasons that they did that is the encounters are calculated from the tile you leave, not the tile you're entering.
Alright, real quick, ShaneZell on the Astos fight. Astos did the rub against the Red Mage, but it missed. So he was able to get through that. So all 3 of his characters are up. Astos is gotten the slow 2 off on one of the fighters. ShaneZell trying to get Astos down as quickly as possible.
Fast could be a problem if he gets a chance to swing.
Yeah, It also makes him closer to his AoE spells, unfortunately.
His next spell is Fire. Fire 2. That's bad news.
Alright, everyone's still alive.
Everyone's alive, it's fine. I was joking, it's fine now.
Ooh, able to get through it. Red Mage with only 10 HP though, so very close, but able to get through it.
I'm imagining he was panicking as soon as that Fire 2 showed up.
Let's see, I would be a little bit nervous, yeah.
Throws down a couple of heal potions, just enough to get back to Elftown.
ShaneZell has run into the images. The route does have images in a couple of fights. I would rather not have them, but at the same time, it's like you'd rather have images than some of the other fights that pop up in Earthcave, and they can stun you, and they can even stun lock you and kill you. But able to get through that into the vampire fight. It's got the Fire 2 for the vampire. Vampire does hit very hard.
Fortunately, is weak against Fire 2. That was an unfortunate low roll on that Fire 2.
Alright, able to get through it though. ShaneZell has picked up the ruby. Picked up the ruby at the same time that Kain is started his dive. Now we get another wizard battle. The wizard battle is unrunnable. We do have we have 2 casts of level 4 spells. Level 3 spells. So we use the Fire 2 on the vampire and use the Lit 2 here.
Interesting fact about that chest with the ruby in it. The way they did the logic for being able to talk with, to get the rod, if that chest hasn't been opened, when you go to get the rod, he won't talk to you, he won't let you have it. If somehow you were able to clip or exploit through getting past the giant, or the titan, excuse me.
Oh wow. Ah, yeah, so that's what it... Alright, so it's checking the exact...
It's checking if that chest still has something in it, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Alright, ShaneZell making his way out, Kain picking up the Coral Sword, skipping the money, in the fight with the Arachnids. This route has an Arachnid battle every time you're on floor 2 of Earthcave.
Everybody's been fortunate so far with the bats that I've seen. Any of them that have gotten in the way haven't been that bad. In Earthcave, specifically in front of the room for the vampire, that hallway is 1 tile wide. It is entirely possible that 2 bats can get stuck in there, and when that happens, there's no way to get them out. Like, you could try to wait for them to come out, but it's statistically unlikely that they ever will. It's one of the few times where you're forced to basically take a game over as you reset, because there's no other way around it.
Yeah, I think in Gyre's sub 3 PB for the just world record route. Well, at the time it was the world record. He does have to wait for one of the bats to get out of the hallway right in front of the vampire there. It's kind of funny.
One bat will usually come out. If 2 get in there, they bounce off each other, and it's one of them basically traps the other so that it never comes out.
I was doing a run of this recently, and I lost 5 minutes waiting for a bat to get out of there.
Oh no.
Yeah. He would get all the way to the left, and then just decide, like, alright, nah, I'm gonna go back all the way to the right.
Still taking more encounters. Again, we're looking to get experience periodically throughout this run. 2 bulls is a pretty good experience.
Alright, Kain into the vampire fight. See if he can get a good Fire 2 roll.
There you go, look at that. That was fantastic.
Oh, nice. Being able to one-shot the vampire there makes that a lot easier. Really good roll.
Two wizards. It's nice to see. This is the exact same encounter that's in front of the crown chest. So they code those encounters in a way that you both can't ever get a chance to strike first, but because of that, the enemies will never get a chance to strike first either. It's just a way that they set those up. Any encounter that you can't run from is going to be set up that way. It's interesting to note it is the encounter itself that is unrunnable. It's not the individual creatures in it. So if you see a creature in a fight that is unrunnable, and then see that creature later in a different composition of creatures, that fight may be runnable.
Yeah, best example of that is the actual vampire encounters in the tower. So there is the encounter which can be 2 to 5 vampires.
I believe so, yeah.
Mirage Tower. Yeah. So you can run away from that one, even though there are 5 vampires now. So 1 vampire you can't run away from, 5 you can.
Maybe when you went into the room with the vampire, he locked the door behind you.
Alright, Kain running into a bit of problems with the images here. He's going to see if he can use a Fire 2 to get out. Meanwhile, ShaneZell has moved over to the Earth Elemental grind. What we're doing here is trying to get the Red Mage up to level 9. That will give him enough HP to guarantee a survival of the X-2. A 3rd cast of Fire 2, which can help. Alright.
It's a nice bump of experience for Kain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though that encounter was going to be a problem, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and kick off one of those fire spells.
Yeah, I was lucky that the wizards were only 2, and he was able to take them out without using up the Lit 2 spell that he had. So that has given him the extra cast. That's a bit something that really makes going through these dungeons like kind of difficult. And this is something that you were talking about before, how the game doesn't use like an NP system. Oh, there's level 9 on ShaneZell's Red Mage, so he's gonna head out. Yeah, with the game not using the NP system and just using the charge system, it really makes routing some of this stuff a lot more difficult. You can't actually just go in and blast your way through everything like you would do in basically any other version of this game, especially the pixel remasters. But
Kain may be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got only Barry that's not stunned right now. When you are stunned, you're going to miss your activation. Even if you leave that stun status, it's going to take your activation to do that. Barry's got a 50% chance to run. He was successful at doing it. And again, that's because that 3rd character is looking at junk data rather than what it's actually supposed to.
yeah, that image fight is... that can actually be a killer. Like, one of the 3, 4, 5 image fights that you get in the full Earth Cave dive, all the way down to defeat Lich, I'm pretty sure all of them have at one point or another killed a run of mine. Just from getting like a 6-image ambush and then them stun locking you, or just getting really bad turn order. Which, with FF1, you're always gonna have pretty bad turn order.
And even though we talk about this run as kind of like the quote-unquote marathon safe, there are several encounters throughout the run that there are no safeties. You're going in just hoping it's going to go your way. Statistically, it's probably going to go your way, but you don't know. It's a coin flip sometimes.
You flip a lot of coins in this round. Early in this game, especially the world record round as well. But
the world record route is just plain terrifying.
Yeah. So ShaneZell was able to do that with a 4-character early start. So with 4 characters, he does the dive against the wizards. Hopes for 2 wizards and hopes that the 4 characters will be able to take out the 2 wizards. Doing that to save some time. Early game, do a slightly less grind. I tried doing that for a while, but then I got really sick of resetting at wizards. It was just like, alright, I'm going back to the 3-man round. 3-man round, give me my lit 2. Let me get out of here.
Kain getting pretty unlucky with the 9 character, or the 9 wolves he's fighting. Poisoning most of his guys.
Yeah, he's just leaving them poisoned as well, so... Alright, good, we do not have the music on Tonberry right now, so we don't have to listen to the poison sound. Yeah, so sometimes they'll just... There's a menu coming up right here, so just leave him poisoned until you get to this point. Yeah, so now he's breaking out the pure potions in this menu. He has to do this menu anyway in order to do the reset. So Kain will be heading back into the Earth Cave. Go fight the Earth Elementals, get level 9 on his Red Mage.
The menus in this game are, they can be kind of slow and cumbersome. So when he's leaving that guy poisoned, knowing there's a menu coming up, it's real important to save, 5-10 seconds here or there. Sure, we're going to be in this for 3 hours, but when you're able to avoid various menus throughout, you can save minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes just by having quality menuing. Knowing where all the things are before you go into that menu is huge.
Yeah, exactly, especially for the equipment as you're rearranging the equipment, because you'll pick up certain things that'll just drop it into the 4th character slot, and now you gotta know, alright, well, where is this going to go, and what do I need to swap it with? And then once I do that swap, is there another swap that I need to do? So just being aware of just like where everything kind of drops into in your inventory is really helpful to be able to do the quick menus, which, as you mentioned, you're really trying to avoid being in the menu as much as possible just for how slow it is.
You're going to see a lot through the run where there are a group of chests that the runner will not grab them in a sequential order. They'll like skip 2 and then go back and grab 1. And the reason they're doing that is the equipment populates into your menus top down, from the first character down. And if you can manipulate the order that you're picking up those items, it can help prevent you from having to go into the menu and reorganize them later.
Yeah, whatever you can to just avoid additional menus is best. Alright, so Kain has used up both of his Fire 2s now. He's still not level 9 yet, so he will have to take out the Earth Elemental with swords. The Earth Elemental, I think, is weak to fire a bit, so having the Fire 2 there helps this battle go along a bit more quickly. Usually you can take it out in 2 rounds. When you're only trying to sword it down, unless you get a really good crit, it's probably going to take 3 or more. Alright, no, in that case it just takes 2. So. Alright, still not level 9 yet. gonna have to do another fight. This is where ZwanZig losing the character on Astos and pumping a bunch of extra experience to the Red Mage helped him out there. Because right now one of ZwanZig's characters is still level 8 as opposed to level 9, one of the fighters. So, yeah, he just doesn't really need all 3 of his characters to be level 9. The fighters get so much HP that they're easily able to tank the Ice 2 that will come.
Fire Elementals being a good source of experience and money. We know where there's an encounter right in front of that box. Works out real well for the run that we don't have to go very far to get it. You've recently saved if something goes tragic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked very much about just the general concept of trap tiles. Like we did talk about like the wizard encounter, but I don't think we really got into.
We did not.
That in too much details. All right. Yeah. So there are specific tiles in the game that you are guaranteed to get an encounter on. It doesn't actually increase the step counter, but you will get an encounter on them, and we do take advantage of those in some situations. Especially for the big Agama grind that we have up, but you have just seen that with the fire elemental. So the tile next to, the tile to the right of the treasure chest has a trap tile with the fire elemental. So that is why we were in that one position there. And no matter how many times you defeat that enemy, whenever you step on that encounter, or whenever you step on that tile, you will get that encounter.
ZwanZig just fought on this floor and then went back to the previous floor. We're going to skip a particularly scary encounter by taking, I think it's images here. We don't want to fight images, but it's way better than the alternative. I believe it's cockatrices, and they have the chance to, on hit, turn your guys to stone. So far, we have not purchased any soft potions, so if that happened, you wouldn't be able to deal with it.
Yeah, this is FF1 NES, not FF1 Pixel Remaster, so we do not want to see the cockatrice in the Earth Cave. As Evan mentioned, we did not buy any soft potions. I think at the time, like, we really just do not have the money. This is, again, part of the problem with this game is this version of the game is just, you are pretty much broke for much of the early game, so. Always trying to squeeze out whatever money you can get, and in this case, if you can avoid the cockatrices in the Earth Cave, then you don't really need to worry about picking up any soft potions. Obviously, later on, we will pick up some soft potions. Definitely need them as we head before the Ice Cave, but yeah, with proper routing, you don't get any cockatrices going through the Earth Cave, so you're good to go.
ShaneZell making his way to Vampire right now. Hopefully he doesn't have too many problems with the bats.
And ZwanZig only has 2 more encounters before he gets to the first Fiend Lich. And Kain has just picked up the rod and he is heading back over to the Earth Cave.
And we were talking about the importance of leveling up that Red Mage. I think ZwanZig's max HP for him right now is 166. If Lich uses Ice, and he usually does, it has a maximum damage of 162. So we want to make sure that our Red Mage has more than that, more than 162, so that he can survive.
Yep. Yeah, that's part of the reason why we get up to level 9. That's probably the main reason why we get up to level 9. Especially because a lot of this route was actually developed by ShaneZell, and whenever ShaneZell has a chance, he just says, I'll just hope for the crits on the swords. Into Lich. 3 casts of Fire 2. He starts off with the Ice 2.
Of course he does.
Ooh, 150.
That's a big hit.
Oh man, 49 for the Fire 2. That is really bad. Lich has 400 HP. He's about through 100 of it.
And Lich did real good on his ice rolls. Stunning Mog, unfortunately. There you go, 144, that's good. So he's got about 100-ish hit points left.
Putting the red mage to sleep.
Oh, that's bad. So that going to sleep, he's going to come out of the sleep immediately, but it does cost him his turn.
Ooh, able to get through it.
There it is. Yeah, the sleep spell is another one of those. We don't know if it's a bug or if it's how it's meant to be. In classic Dungeons and Dragons, you sleep on a certain amount of hit points of monsters. So we're suspecting that if you have more than 81 hit points, you just wake up because you've exceeded whatever the spell would have normally been able to put to sleep. And it's kind of a sliding scale. If you've got less than that, your chances of waking up actually get worse.
ShaneZell heading over to Crescent Lake, gonna pick up his canoe. Also pick up some better equipment.
ShaneZell getting 6 images, but they didn't get a first strike. But he's got a fire on hand, so we're good.
Yep.
Doesn't look like anybody's having too much trouble with the bats. Kain's got 2 of them in front of him, but they should go pretty easily. That guy might be a problem. That's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. You can blame me, Kain.
As long as it's not the one in front of the vampire room.
Exactly.
Really nothing you can do about that.
You know, I don't think we ever talked about the other party members that we could have chosen but didn't. I know if you were looking at the strategy guide from Nintendo Power, they're telling you to use a black belt. He's a cool guy, but unfortunately he just levels. His power doesn't scale as well as having a fighter at lower levels with better equipment. White Mage, great for healing. Unfortunately, is not real good for the offensive. We're not facing a lot of undead, so it's not a big issue. Black Mage, real good. He's good enough, actually, that if we were doing the world record strats, we're going to take him. We're going to try to bank a little more on having luck and earlier spells, but we want the safety here. And then Thief, even though we take him, that poor guy's terrible. The only thing he does for us is helps us out with a couple of runs on our way to Provoca. And then after that, we just don't want him there. Kain on his way, making the final trip to Lich. ShaneZell getting a bunch of wolves. Unfortunate. And again, the main issue is you just have to wait for them to all take their turns. It's can be pretty slow as each of them has their dialogue message come up, talk about what they're doing. We've set the dialogue to go as fast as possible, but even at this speed, it's still pretty slow once you've been playing for a while. Now that we've got the canoe, you're seeing here, MrZwanzig is able to dock on these rivers, and this place wasn't in the original intent to have you come here right away, but at this point we don't have to really do anything in a specific order. We're not bound like we were previously by various fetch quests that we have to do in order. So we're going to get the tail to do so we can do our character change as soon as possible. You do need the crown for this throne, even though you couldn't possibly get here without the crown. If somehow you were able to sequence break, it is going to prevent you from doing anything. There's several points throughout the game where things are... there's a lot of logic to prevent sequence breaking, even though it's not possible, because you need various pieces to continue the game. Kain here at Lich.
Making sure the red mage has full health. Don't want to mess that up. The first fire 2 off. 166, really good damage. Big crit from Ton. 62. And 9 from Team. He's helped. But anyway, up over 200 HP already through on Lich. With the 80 should take him close to 300 there. So, game is in pretty good shape for this Lich fight. Just needs one more big hit from the Fire 2 or a crit. And there you go. Kain has made it through Lich.
With ordeals, there's a pretty interesting logic for the puzzle. If you just choose the southmost pillar, it will get you through every room.
Very simple puzzle. Just down, 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 down. And you're good to go. Kain has gotten this undead fight here. I think he's supposed to skip that. Yeah, there you go. So he has decided just to reset and skip that anyway. So good move there. If you've noticed, we have avoided a lot of undead encounters early on. The ghouls, geists, those type of things can paralyze you, and it is especially annoying. So definitely trying to avoid any character that can paralyze you and stun lock you. MrZwanzig has picked up the ice sword and a gold bracelet. Gold bracelet will go on the red mage, and the ice sword will go on one of the fighters there. Also picked up the Zeus gauntlet, which he will use for a pretty good portion of the rest of the route, or well, I don't know, probably like another hour and a half or so. Be using that a lot just to get through some encounters there.
Yeah, free lightning too. It's hard to pass up on that. An interesting fact too about the chest that gauntlet is in the earlier puzzle floor, there is a chest that's guarded by, I want to say gargoyles or argoyles. I can't recall exactly. And that is normally where you're expected to pick up the Zeus gauntlet. If you were to check online for what's in any given box, that's where they show the Zeus gauntlet is. But some of the chests, for either by intent or mistake, reference the same object. So the chest that he actually picked that Zeus gauntlet up is the same as whatever one was being guarded. Had he gone back to the chest that was guarded, he would find that was empty. had he picked the Zeus Gauntlet up from the chest that was guarded, the one on the next floor would be empty. There's actually several chests throughout the game like that.
Yeah, and there's a pretty common one in Earth Cave on the not Earth Cave, what you can call it, the Marsh Cave on the second floor. So there is a short sword in there that some of the routes will actually pick up. You don't pick it up in this one because you already have 2 short swords, but yeah, you can pick that one up, and I think that one's linked to one of the chests on the top floor of Marsh Cave. But yeah, there's definitely a few chests around that are just basically linked chests.
It's speculated that there are more chests in the game than they had room on the table for. So rather than just delete the chest, they just linked it up to existing loot throughout the game.
And you see, Kain has picked up a buckler. If you didn't think that this was a marathon safe route, then picking up the buckler should be the biggest clue for you. This is definitely a marathon safe route. It only gives what, like 2 defense?
Yeah, I can't remember. It's either 1 or 2. It is the worst possible shield, but we're doing anything we can to mitigate damage.
We will take whatever we can get. Alright, ShaneZell doing a slightly different route. He has gone down and picked up a silver hat and the great axe out of the Titan's cave itself there. So I think the great axe will do maybe a bit more damage, or probably has a higher crit rate.
It does a little more damage at the cost of accuracy, and that as you increase your accuracy, it gives the opportunity to have more hits. But depending on your character's level as well, that additional accuracy may do nothing. You want those extra attacks, and if you're not getting them, just take more damage.
Yeah, the ice sword that Zwanzig has picked up. Once he gets to level 11 on one of the fighters, with the ice sword, he will actually have 3 attacks per round. So right now he's getting 2 attacks per round with his with the ice sword right now, and basically with any other sword that he put on, he would only have 2 attacks per round. But once he hits level 11, the extra 3 points of hit percentage that he will get on a level up will make it so that he is able to get 3 attacks per round, which is basically a 50% increase in damage. Becomes very helpful on the Agama fight when you go from when you get the extra chance to get a crit, as well as just, you know, the extra damage from the 3rd attack. But in knowing ShaneZell, he really likes to find the weapons that have the highest amount of crit. So I don't have the stats for the Great Axe right in front of me, but I would guess that it has a pretty good chance for a good crit, even with the challenges to the accuracy that it does.
And it's interesting. Crit is another thing that's actually broken in this game. The weapons do have a stat for crit, but it's actually never referenced in the code for the combat. Instead, what's accidentally referenced is the number of the weapon in order. So there's a table that has every weapon in it, and as you get farther down that table, it's a number that's going to increment to reference that weapon. So the Massmune actually has the highest crit chance because it's the last weapon in that chart. Whereas, like, the Vorpal sword was supposed to have the highest crit chance, and even if wouldn't save that poor sword, unfortunately. But it doesn't work that way, so it gets nothing.
Kain's red mage taking some big hits from the zombos there. He is able to get through the fight. Good to see that. Fighting the zombie Ds that are coming up without the Fire 2 spell is a little dicey, especially if he gets to. But made it through there.
And the nightmare encounter that Kain just had, that's another one of those trap tiles we were talking about earlier. And you see he is able to go into that little chip that's missing in that corner to get around it, so he doesn't have to fight it twice. In future versions of the game, they actually remove that option. They put a piece of wall there, so you have to fight that again if you want to get those chests.
Yeah, that was pretty annoying. I like being able to see that.
Yeah, anytime you can avoid an encounter, you want to do it.
Yeah. And you can see ZwanZig making use of the Zeus gauntlet there with the Lit 2. So a lot of these battles that he will do in the Ice Cave is, yeah, especially for some of these undead battles with the images and the race, he will do run, Lit 2 with the red mage, just to try to get, you know, if he's able to run, great. If he's not able to run, then he's going to be able to do some damage with the Zeus Gauntlet there, and hopefully take out enough of the enemies that the next turn he'll be able to run away a bit more quickly.
Zombie dragons, a 1 or 2 fight. It seems that Kain's going to get 2 here. It's kind of a mixed bag. It's nice to get the extra experience, but there is going to be a little more risk involved. The fire spell being particularly good against him really helps, but they can stun, as we see here.
Yeah, I think Kain has an extra case of fire too, which he might not be using. Ooh, big hit there from the zombie D. Alright, he's able to get through the fight. Meanwhile, ZwanZig has actually run into the unrunnable Frost Giant Frostwolf fight. You are hoping that the Frostwolf goes down very quickly so that you don't get Frost Breath. But that can be pretty dangerous for your team. He is able to get through it. He took a decent amount of damage though, so he's got to spend some time here healing everybody up. Alright, so he has, ZwanZig has picked up the Flame Sword. He will put that on, move the Silver Sword all the way down to the Red Mage, and into this Trap Tile encounter, which has a bunch of Spectre Geists. Spectre Geist, very scary. Rays actually hit really hard. They can hit really hard here. He is able to get through that. Alright, and then he will walk over these discolored tiles there. They are little ice tiles which actually damage you for each step that you take, but it does not increase the step route, or the step count. So we will see that put to greater use in the volcano, but for now that little area right there is unavoidable. He was able to get through the second of the 3 battles with the Frost Giant Frostwolves. That one was a bit more kind to him than the first battle. Now he's coming into his room to pick up 5 of these chests. You do not want the top right chest, as right in front of it is a trap tile for Frost Wolves. There are a lot of them, and they can do Frost Breath, which does a decent amount of damage to you, and also that chest does not even contain that much money.
I want to say it's like 10 gold, if I recall.
Yeah,
it's just bait.
Yep. very much a like a booby prize there. So.
We really don't want to see the Frost Wolves at all, if possible. In this encounter here with the Giant, we get between 0 and 3 Frost Wolves. So anytime you see 1 or less, it's a bit of a blessing. ShaneZell taking on
Lich fight, yep.
Getting the Ice 2 like everybody else, and actually faring pretty well. I think he took less damage than anyone else did.
Yeah.
Fire 2 roll not
really
that great.
Hoping for, yeah, really hoping for better damage rolls on the Fire 2. Come on, big roll, big roll. Right, so
there
we got
it is.
The
that was nice.
All right.
Yeah.
So that was his third Fire 2. He doesn't have any more Fire 2s left, so now he will have to sword down Lich and is able to get through it. Nice. Right,
Well, it's nice to
ShaneZell
see we
coming
didn't. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, ShaneZell coming into the eye battle is using the Ice 2 that he picked up in Elfland, and the eye in this version pretty rough, especially with no saves right in front, and you can see why, as he just immediately kills one of the fighters with Quad X.
Now that he's got that floater, all he's got to do is get out of here, and that's going to really open up the game for him. Casually, it allowed you to explore the vast majority, everywhere you haven't been. The entire northern portion of the map doesn't have docks or anything like that. Particularly scary fight here with the specters and wraiths. They can stun you, but he's got the fire shield, or no, is it the ice shield, which for whatever reason prevents stun from these monsters.
Yep. Yeah, so when the monster is attacking you, it's using an element that it's weak against as part of its touch attack, whether it's like stun or poison or something like that. So if you have an element that's strong against the element that they're weak against, very confusing, I know, but yeah, it will help prevent the, will help prevent you from actually being stunned there. So. Mog has been hit a number of times by the enemies here and still hasn't been stunned yet. It still is possible for him to be stunned.
Yeah, 3 in 256. I think the bigger concern now is that he's taken a lot of damage. And he gets out of there.
Alright, there goes his red mage. Alright, some questions in chat about Dan, naming Dan. Are you aware of why one of the characters, the dead one, is usually named Dan?
I would go back to the, so one of the original naming conventions was to name them alphabetically so that you would have an easy way to know what order they're supposed to be in. Uh-oh.
ShaneZell has died, so he will basically need to do the entire ice cave once again. Not able to
very
run away from the
unfortunate.
orb. Yeah, that is kind of a big time loss there. So at the moment, because Kain is a lot closer to the floater, Team Tonberry has actually moved into lead. I'm not going to see that referenced until we get through the next split, which for Tonberry is the carry split, but...
Oh, we were speaking before that unfortunate event. Early on, there was a naming convention of was it Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan? Yeah. So it made it easy for the runners to assess who is supposed to be in what order without having to put a lot of thought into it. And Dan, being our fourth party member, he kind of got the brunt of all the jokes. He got the worst equipment. If somebody was gonna die, we wanted it usually to be him. So Dan kind of takes up the rear in all regards for jokes and unfortunate events.
ShaneZell having a bit more trouble getting through this very first encounter in the ice cave. So when you go into the ice cave, the way the route is set up, you skip 2 encounters, and then the first 3 encounters in the ice cave are this mummy cockatrice fight. You skip 2 of them, but you can't skip any more. You can't skip the 3rd one, because if you do that, it makes the rest of the ice cave like really terrible. You end up running into mages who are usually going to ambush you and immediately do a level 2 spell on you that can kind of easily take you out. So you do get the 3rd one, and as you saw previously, he had actually been petrified by the cockatrices. All 3 characters ended up being petrified, so this is actually his 3rd dive into the ice cave here. So ice cave not being very kind to ShaneZell, as he has to reset again after the race, take out one of the fighters. When you're that early, if the race take out one of your fighters, then you'll just go ahead and redo from the beginning, because that's only the 2nd encounter. But this is a very cruel ice cave. It is not a nice cave.
Well, that kind of goes back to how we're not manipulating any of the actual fights themselves. We know what fights we're going to get. We're going to do everything we can to get those that are most advantageous to us. But once you're in that fight, it's the fate of RNG to decide if you're going to live or die.
Yeah, when you get 6 wraiths, that's, man, just immediately hitting Mog with the big crit there, taking out 91 HP. Right, so the Zeus Gauntlet was able to take out 1, and then Will was able to run away, so good on him. Yeah, this is a very rough ice cave for ShaneZell here. Meanwhile, ShaneZell into the Ordeals maze, and Kain coming up on the eye battle. Let's see if the eye is going to take anyone out. He does with Quad X. Unless you have the Pro Ring, you can't block Quad X. Alright, really low roll on the Ice 2 there on Kain, but big hit from Team there with the Fire Sword, able to take out the eye before the eye could move on to another one of his spells and skills that basically one-shot you. Alright, so there you go, Kain able to pick up the floater. Now he will hope to get out of here with only two characters.
Yeah, if he's able to get out of here, it puts his team in the lead for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
It's as soon as you hit that ice cave, we're kind of up in the air about who's winning until you get out of it.
Alright, so Kain into the R-Bone fight. Able to get through that. I think he only has 1, maybe 2 more encounters. There's an encounter on the next floor, I know that. I forget if there's an encounter.
That should be the final encounter. If this is the route that I recall, it should just be wizards. Or no, it's wraiths and then wizards. Or it's wizards if you mess up the step count.
Yep. So, Kain is probably on step. Can't remember seeing him take any extra steps, so I think he's good to go. He's using the Fire 2 there in order to just kind of clear out some of the race, make sure he doesn't get stun locked or anything like that, and hey, if he gets the experience, he gets the experience, but really he's just trying to get out of there a bit more quickly. And there you go, Kain able to get through the ice cave. But yeah, Ice Cave is not very kind. I reached a point there where when I was grinding this, with the world record route, or basically the route without the red mage, route with the black mage, I kept on losing a bunch of runs in the Ice Cave, and I kind of realized it was like I wasn't taking the Ice Cave seriously enough. I was just doing the oh, all right, well, I have over 100 HP on all my characters. I should be good to go. And then you get into one of those Wraith fights, and they do a bunch of crits, and boom, there you go. All your characters dead. So if you are playing this and you get into the Ice Cave, do not ever underestimate the Ice Cave. It will humble you very, very quickly and just kind of destroy you.
The vast majority of the dungeons that you're going to go through, you have the opportunity to route out the scariest of the encounters. The Ice Cave is one of the few places where almost every encounter is scary. So you're really trying to just pick the best of the worst for the ones that you're going to fight. And they are going to remind you that is one of the dungeons that you were in way earlier than you belong there.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Like, we do not want to be fighting the Frost Giant Frost Wolf fight right now. One, it's a very difficult fight. It can be a very difficult fight. And you even saw on ShaneZell stream that the Frost Wolf got off the Frost Breath, and that was like 92 damage that he was able to do to the Red Mage, And there can be 2 Frost Wolves in that battle itself, so, just a bad hit, maybe not full HP, and your Red Mage is basically dead coming out of that battle. And it's unrunnable, so you have to fight it anyway. It's not even like you can run away. And because of that, it's a really tough encounter. But the problem is that that's a better encounter than a lot of other things that you can actually get on that floor, like the mages, who will ambush you and just rip you apart pretty quick with level 2 spells. You're picking the best of a bad situation there.
Now, as ShaneZell was leaving Ordeals, he did that the zombie dragon fight twice, trying to get his experience to where he wants it for the rest of the run. It's just another slight variance between the routes that these runners are using. Zombie dragons being particularly good for experience, they're weak against fire, so with where this party is at, they can actually do a pretty good job at killing them at this point.
Yeah, although the zombie dragons do have the stun touch, so hoping to not get stun touch there, which he was able to get through. Alright, and there you go, ShaneZell able to make it through the ice cave this time. So, shouldn't get any more encounters, and he is out. Kain has already gone and picked up class change, so that used the tail that he picked up in Ordeals. Able to fly up to go meet Bahamut, walk through the very, very long hallways, and get attached if you haven't done so already. And now he is reviving the fighter that died against the Eye. And now we get into heal potion buying percent, where Kain is going to probably max out his heal potions, get all 99.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's and one of the things that you may have noticed, it's kind of nice that even though you've got a character who's dead, he still gets his class change. Dead characters can still learn spells somehow. I mean, just push them into their head. I guess you don't have to actually learn it.
Alright, ShaneZell down there, he has picked up the Fast and the Ice 2. Talk about this more later, but Fast is basically the only spell, or yeah, it's the only spell or skill that buff spell or skill that actually works in this version of the game.
A lot of broken spells.
A lot of broken spells. So Temper doesn't work, Saber doesn't work. Fast does actually work. And it doubles the number of attacks per round. That's what exactly it's doing. So ShaneZell has revived the Thief. Wonder if he did that to be able to get through Ice Cave a bit more quickly.
I think we'll probably see him put him in front. I would suspect, anyways.
Doesn't have that much HP though. I mean, the Thief can get knocked out by a single hit from range very easily. He's only got like 50-something HP. Yeah, and if it sounds like we're a bit confused on how ShaneZell's route is going, it's because we're a bit confused on how ShaneZell's route is going. He sometimes will improv what exactly he's doing, but yeah. So there's some certain things that we wouldn't expect, and he'll do that.
And also, I think it was about. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say it's about in the last year or so. There's been some significant changes through the routing. For example, the marathon route safe for the longest time was running 2 fighters, 2 red mages, just to make sure that you had that extra level of safety for your AoE fire spells in the Earth Cave, for example, your life spells later in the game. But you save so much time by not having to give that 4th character experience, and because you still have the safety from the existing red mage, it's good enough that it doesn't negatively impact the run that much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the base version, the older version of the marathon safe route will take usually around 4 hours. If you get a good run, you can probably knock it out in like 3:45. Whereas this version of the route should take, closer to 3:20. So you can save basically as much as like a half hour just by knocking down to 3 characters.
I think the fastest I'd ever seen the marathon safe route was just shy of 3 hours and 40 minutes, and that's perfect through the run. That's no terrible encounters going bad for you, almost perfect RNG in all the bosses. It's unheard of.
Yeah. Alright, ShaneZell getting a couple characters petrified, having a hard time running away from the cockatrices. Alright, so 3 of his characters have gotten stopped, and the Fire 2 spell was only able to take out 3.
Not hitting very hard. That was very unfortunate. It should have killed everybody.
Yeah, so ShaneZell's gone ahead and just reloaded the from his previous save. Now he's burning 2 encounters before he heads back in. Kain has done a quick reset. Wasn't able to see why. I would guess that our Hydra took out one, did maybe a bit too much damage to his red mage.
Full confession, I was watching ShaneZell. I didn't even see what happened to Kain.
Yeah. But the beginning of the volcano is really easy to set up because you do basically a hard reset, burn 1 encounter, and then begin the dive itself. So, the R Hydra, especially if you're running with the Black Mage, the R Hydra can actually one-shot the Black Mage. So, there's been some times where I've been doing a run and the R Hydra just eliminates the Black Mage right away, and it's like, alright, whatever, I'll just continue with the run and not just throw throw my hands up and just stop. But
right. And, go ahead.
You go ahead.
All right. Oh, I was going to say, as you're watching Kain here go through the volcano, you're noticing he's avoiding every possible tile that's not doing damage to him. And I think we talked about that in the ice cave. There are no encounters on those tiles that do damage to you. It actually can... It drastically reduces how many encounters you would normally have through this place, playing it casually, thinking it's a bad idea to walk on the lava.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So with this version of the route, we get like 5 random encounters throughout the entire volcano. If you were not walking on the lava tiles, you would get a lot more. Can't really say if there's a lot of really bad encounters in the ice cave or in the volcano, because it's just I'm not even really too sure what the encounters are in the volcano. I'm always walking on the lava tiles, so I don't even really see that many of the encounters.
And what it helps a lot too is we've done both the ice cave and ordeals before coming to volcano. It's one of the few places that you're actually kind of at the intended level to fight. They definitely didn't intend you to have been class changed. The impact on that is it makes this dungeon, as the ones that we've been in lately, this is probably one of the safest dungeons for us.
Alright, Kain about to start the Agama grind. So we will be here for a little bit, grinding Agamas to get up to, I think it's level 16 on everybody, but mainly 16 on the Red Mage. The fighters should both have an Ice Sword. I think Team right now still has the Fire Sword, but he picked up a second Ice Sword in one of the previous chests, so I'm sure Kain will switch over to that. Right now, yep, there you go. Also moving around some of the equipment there, making sure that he's got the flame shield on in case the Agama actually punches the second fighter. And yeah, here we go. Just fighting Agamas for a while. You can see that third attack on the Ice Sword just really helps you be able to get through the each of the Agama encounters a lot more quickly, which is really nice. The Red Mage can attack. It's not really gonna do that much damage, so I think especially with ShaneZell, you'll see the Red Mage often doing using the heal staff, which you can see MrZwanzig doing on the Hydra right now. That's just trying to save some heal potions, so you don't have to buy as many heal potions later on. Especially because, you know, buying heal potions takes a very long time and is very tedious. So anything that you can do to avoid buying so many heal potions should help.
With the messages that come up from each iteration of the heal staff affecting a party member, it's a little bit slower than if you were to just drink the potions. But then if you consider buying those potions back, the amount of time, it actually kind of breaks even. As long as you don't get excessive with it, you're not going to try to top off the health on all your members. You're just going to wait till they get low before you start using it.
Yep. On Kain's screen, you can see that the Red Mage has dropped below 100 HP, so he will pause here to actually make sure that he gets topped up a bit with HP. Within 100, the Agama can actually kill the Red Mage. If the Agama crits the Red Mage, it will kill him, and the spell or skill that the Agama is using can hit pretty hard too, and just kind of take out a decent chunk of his HP anyway.
So ShaneZell's hitting level 11 right now, which I think is interesting. That's about where Kain is also at. I suspect that has to do with the route changes, the extra encounters from the zombie dragons, for example.
Yeah, zombie dragons, and then also on the way over to the ice cave itself, he did take the caribou fight. I forget what they're called in this version. I've been playing too many of the remakes. Yeah, so it's basically the piranha-looking things, and yeah, so he did take that fight. He was using the Zeus Gauntlet on the Thief. I think partly it was actually to get some HP or some levels on the Thief itself, so that he can get some extra survivability as he heads into the ice cave here. Thief does have the gold bracelet on too. So he's moved the Thief up to the second slot, hoping that one of the fighters doesn't get petrified or die. Ooh.
That was a scary glance there. That's the main reason that you move him out. You move the Thief out of there so that, because he's not likely to get hit. The odds for being targeted work kind of, and it's loosely, not exactly, but it's roughly about 50% that your first party member is attacked, about 25% it's the second one, and then you've got about a 12.5% chance for both the third and fourth party members. So it looks like
ShaneZell has picked up the... Yeah, so he's picked up the floater already, but he is looking to do a bit of an eye grind. So if you are able to do an eye grind, you can actually get the levels more quickly than if you're doing an Agama grind. So ShaneZell did give a bit of a heads up, saying that he might go back into...
That's unfortunate.
I know, jeez, come on, man.
So the XXX is going to have no effect if your character has more than 300 hit points, which is why you've got Cho in first there. With that fighter dead, I'm assuming he was probably going to do a couple more to try to avoid the Agama grind later.
Yeah, or at the very least just cut down on the Agama grind, but
right.
I think he's gonna have to do an audible here, so I'm curious to what he does next, as he was saying that he was thinking about doing a double dive into the ice cave, but with one of the fighters down, I'm not too sure what his plan is going to be. So we will all find out together.
And with Dan dead, it looks, you'd think that, oh no, a character has died. Sadly, Dan, we don't really need you that much. So it's better that Dan takes any damage or dies than any of the other characters in this party right now.
Interesting. ShaneZell forcing an encounter on the next to last floor for the ice cave here. My guess, he's trying to avoid a wizard encounter on the following floor.
I would suspect that, yeah.
Yeah. Wizard encounter in the ice cave, it's... What is it? 3 to 6 or something?
It's 3 to 7.
Oof, even worse. Yeah, and that encounter is unrunnable, so not really an encounter you want to run into.
So as we're seeing the other two members on the Agama grind, do you have any good Agama facts for them?
Me personally, no.
No? How do you not have Agama
chat
facts?
Open? Can we drop FFF fact into Jair's chat there?
I have one that I know to be true and accurate. It is known that the Agama they're actually magnificent carpenters. I don't know if you knew this. All of them, naturally born carpenters. Unfortunately, due to their body temperature, the wood starts on fire immediately. It's tragic.
Ooh. That's sad for the Agamas. Could be making beautiful carpentry, but
right.
Instead they just burn up whatever they want to make.
I think the Agama grind is always where I would struggle to literally stay awake during this run. You're almost 2 hours in, and you just don't have a lot going on other than going back and forth between these two squares.
Yeah, and the reason why we're doing this here is that when you step on a trap tile, you do not increase the step count. And in this particular room, there are 2 trap tiles right next to each other. So very easy to just bounce back and forth between the 2 of them.
And once you're over about level 12 or 13, the Agama is practically harmless. Obviously, you don't get careless, but it is almost impossible for this thing to kill you if you've taken any level of precaution. So it is just free experience. There's, again, suspected, is this how it's supposed to be? We don't really know. The balancing for experience gained from various creatures varies wildly as you get farther into the game. For the difficulty that an Agama is, it rewards way more experience than the effort you're putting into it.
Yeah, with a really good crit from an ice sword, you can actually one-shot him. And but generally, it's just going to take like 1 round anyway between the 3 characters.
And Necro0 is asking in chat, are we just power leveling? That's exactly what we're doing. We're fighting a monster that's almost harmless and just giving us piles of experience.
ShaneZell is going to pick up some pro rings. These give 8 defense, and they also protect against death, including the Quad X spell. So Quad X is guaranteed to hit if you're under 300 HP, or really it's 301, and if you don't have protection against death. So as long as you do have a pro ring, the Quad X actually won't hit you. So he's picking that up. I wonder if he is gonna do another dive into the ice cave. He only has, I forget how many characters he has up, but I think he still only has 2 characters, 1 fighter and 1, or the fighter and the red mage.
I'm going to be really interested to see how much of a difference there is in the time between ShaneZell's route and the other 2 who are doing the same route.
Yeah, I look forward to chatting with ShaneZell later also to find out how much the I taking out the second fighter really impacted what he wanted to do and what his plan was. ShaneZell heading into Melmond, gonna pick up the warp spell.
This is the you've just class changed and now you get to do all sorts of shopping. So there's not a whole lot going on. You're just going to fly around and get some new spells for people. Make sure you've got the equipment you're going to need. In the meantime, we're watching the Agama grind. Not a whole lot going on there. Chat, if you have any questions about anything, by all means, this would be the best time to ask them. I'll delve into some more glitches, right? Or some bugs with this set, or with this this version.
Yeah, real quick before you get to that, just kind of mention ShaneZell picked up the ruse spell. I don't think we talked about this when ZwanZig and Kain went through that, but
oh yeah,
yeah, he's picking up the ruse spell mainly for the Kraken 2 fight. I think he picked it up on both fighters, but basically the idea is that you have one fighter using the defense sword to avoid getting hit by Kraken 2, and the other one will use the ruse spell. So that'll make it a little bit harder for Kraken to actually land his hits. Kraken 2 has up to 8 hits that he can put onto your character, and very dangerous fight. Kraken 2 is definitely a place where you can lose a very good run. As has happened to me and ShaneZell many times.
Anybody who's run this has died to Kraken 2 more than once.
Yeah, definitely. So Yeah, by picking up the roost spell, you're giving yourself a little bit better chance to actually make it through the Kraken 2 fight. And ShaneZell has revived the second fighter, and he's doing a grind into the ice cave. So he's gonna dive down to go fight the eye. He does add the pro ring, so that will help against the Quad X. And
still has to worry about petrification, but yeah, he's not going to get instant death anymore.
For the petrification though, he does have the soft potion, so that should be able to help. He'll be able to basically get the character up. Might be a little bit of a delay to hit the levels that he's probably looking to hit, but yeah, there you go. So a little bit of a different route that ShaneZell is running.
I'd always heard people had always talked about doing the eye instead of the Agama, just for the amount you're going to get more experience from the eye. It's almost easier to kill, if I recall. It's got like lower defense, so you're going to hit it harder. But it wasn't until the remakes where you start doing the eye where it's easier to get the safeties to prevent death from it. So most people didn't consider that in the NES version.
Yeah, you can also save in all of the remakes right before the eye. So you do a quick save and then start fighting the eye, doing the eye grind, and then maybe like every 3 to 5 fights, you would actually just do another save just in case the eye was able to take you out. Also, in the remakes, they switched up the order in which the eye does his spells and skills. So generally, especially in like the GBA and PSP version, you're going to see a Lit 2 from the eye before you see like the Quad X or the Glance. That does make it a lot easier, right?
Yeah, because you're going to be able to kill the eye before he's going to get off those spells that would otherwise end your run. So fighting him over and over and over isn't a problem at all.
Yeah. With the NES version, for basically like no saving ahead of time, and just how dangerous the fight can be with the order in which the spells and skills are done. Something that people have avoided, although I believe ShaneZell has actually put that in. I think the current world record does a bit of an argument.
We got carry for Kain now.
Yeah, so he's breaking out the fast spell. So he's going to fast his fighters, double the number of attacks that they get, so that'll be up to 6. Not all of them will hit, or may not all of them hit. Carry has, Carry has 600 HP. Han had a really big hit of almost 200 right there, which was really good.
And she should be over here in a hit or two. She's got almost 400 damage on her already.
Yeah. Using the Zeus Gauntlet to do a little bit extra damage there.
Yeah, there she goes.
There you go. Nice. Alright, so Kain has 2 of the 4 fiends down. I think he'll be handling some of the little fetch quests, picking up the bottle right here at the Oasis. Use the bottle to get the Oxyel.
And another suspected glitch there, or bug, the fact that you can land on a desert tile because it's actually a shop. We're all suspecting that was not intentional, but definitely makes it a lot easier than having to walk through the desert.
Oh yeah, definitely. And all of the remakes, you can't actually land there. So you gotta land at the grass a little bit over to the west and then walk over. So a little bit of a chance that you can actually get an encounter on the walk over, but kind of stinks.
Alright, Kain picking up his pro rings. ShaneZell is forcing an encounter on the floor right before the eye. And he's going to drop down into the actual eye fight.
And what that does for him, every time he steps off that trap tile, he is incrementing the step count. So having taken that encounter moments before coming to this floor gives him the most number of steps possible before getting his next encounter.
Alright, so 2 of the characters for ShaneZell up to level 12. You can see that with the eye, he is getting about a little over 1,000. I guess 1075 experience for each defeat of the eye here, and you compare that to the, I think it's about 800 that you get on the Agama. So you are getting about 25% more experience for each of the characters on the eye than you do on the Agama, and the eye also pays a bit better as well. Gives over 3,000 gold, whereas the Agama, I think it's somewhere in the 2,000s.
And so, with the protection from the pro rings, the eye is by far the better choice if you, all things being equal.
Just definitely a lot more dangerous.
So the fact that you're back in the ice cave is, I think, the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Unlike other versions where you can save anywhere, you've got to save outside the ice cave. If something goes wrong, you're resetting everything. You lose all that progress.
Mm-hmm.
Kain doing one of the final fetch quests as he's grabbing the bottle or he's opened the bottle that he then turns in for the Oxyel, which allows him to enter the Sea Shrine. You'll see as he walks through the river here, he's taking incremental steps out of the river and then back in. Every time he transitions from river to land, that does not count as a step.
Yep. So Kain doing the taking care of the waterfall before he heads down into the Sea Shrine. So the way we have set up the encounters for the waterfall, not really going to get to not anything too bad. You're going to run into whiz mummies.
Whiz mummies actually being pretty good. If he gets a good batch of whiz mummies, he'll kill that because it'll be worth the experience. The mummies right now, they're not worth as much as they used to be.
Yeah, that's not too helpful. ShaneZell moving over to the carry fight. Yeah, you hope the fast spell actually hits the fighter before the fighter swings, but with carry it's not that much of a concern.
One thing that you'll notice too as we play through this, we're going to put all of our best equipment on the second fighter. The main reason we're doing that is that the first fighter has the highest chance of getting hit for potentially a stun or even something lethal. So if we start by making the second fighter the strongest, it's going to optimize our chances of not having unfortunate things happen before we can put out the lethal damage that guy's going to do. Carry going down without much trouble at all. Again, you've got so many levels at this point after the Agama grind. She's not a problem at all.
Yeah, so we're up to level 16 on everyone, hoping to get level 18 on the Red Mage before the dive into Temple of Fiends. So level 18 will give the Red Mage 3 casts of the level 5 spells, which will give 1 cast of warp and 2 life spells that he will be able to use in the in Temple of Fiends. So give him a little bit extra safety in Temple of Fiends there.
I'm not sure if people were watching ZwanzIg as he was getting bodied by multiple NPCs over and over. Every path he was trying to go, somebody was stepping in his way.
It was like they were trying to block it.
Honestly, it's so trivial the amount of time that you're going to lose just taking a couple of steps, but it makes me giggle because you don't want to see it, but they're just going to do it. They're there purely to just make your life miserable in this game.
Yep. Alright, so Kain has picked up the cube. He has also picked up the first of 3 ribbons, so we will get all 3 ribbons that are available in this game. The ribbon itself for base defense only adds 1 point of defense, so from that respect it's not very good, but it does actually make you strong against basically any elemental spell, and it protects against a lot of the all of the various instant death spells and things like that, like it will protect against Quad X, it protects against some of the eye-based instant death.
Any enemy attack that has an elemental characteristic associated to it, that ribbon's going to protect you against. There are a couple of things that don't. The death touch from sorcerers, for example, has no element associated with it. So the ribbon's not going to keep you safe. Pro Ring's not going to keep you safe. One of the main reasons that we never want to see sorcerers in this run. We go through a lot of effort to ensure that we don't.
Yeah, a lot of effort. A lot of the Temple of Fiends routing is actually based on, how do I avoid sorcerers on Tiamat 2's floor? And doing whatever you can to just avoid that as much as possible. Yeah, when they have death touch, like, there's nothing really that you can do to avoid it, so... Yeah, so if you watch a world record route, you'll see basically a lot of odd steps in Temple of Fiends, and a lot of those odd steps where you're kind of bouncing back and forth between Kraken 2 and Tiamat 2's floor. The reason why you're doing that is just to avoid the sorcerers on Tiamat 2's floor. You're taking specific encounters on the previous floor and moving back and forth in order to make sure that you avoid those sorcerers.
And I just went to pull up their stat sheet because I remember there's a bunch of places they're a problem. You actually avoid them in Ice Cave as well. Ice Cave, Castle of Ordeals, the Floating Castle, and Temple of Fiends in the past. So a lot of our setup that we're doing, it looks like we're skipping a bunch of encounters for no reason, or we're just walking back and forth, and it's because sorcerers are terrifying.
ShaneZell has the Red Mage petrified.
Unfortunate here with these images, as his primary fighter has been stunned significantly, and he's just trying to run away.
Yeah, have to heal that back up before he moves forward. Kain taking a walk to go pick up the opal armor.
For ShaneZell's Petrified Wizard, I want to point out that counts as being dead, so that wizard is not getting experience right now. He's no longer splitting it 3 ways, he's now splitting all that experience between 2 characters.
Yeah, and unlike in the Pixel remasters, the petrified character cannot actually be targeted by the enemy. So when the enemy actually rolls that character to hit, it will re-roll to find a character that's not petrified or dead. So yeah, in this case, it's a little bit beneficial to actually have the red mage petrified so that the fighters can power level a bit more quickly. ShaneZell has picked up the cube, he's gotten the ribbon, and he warps out of the waterfall. Get ready for his dive down into the sea shrine. Kain is working his way down to Kraken 2.
You'll see Kain as he goes through here. He's going to take some of the fights he's going to fight and some he's going to run away from. The vast majority of that choice is based on just how many monsters show up in that encounter. So the fact that he had a single gray shark in that last fight is why he took it. It's real easy to just kill one monster.
Yep. He still needs a few levels as well on the red mage. So he's still looking to get up to level 18. So there will be, whatever encounters he can take, he will try to take. So that will save a bit of grinding that he might have to do later on in Mirage Tower or even Temple of Fiends. So doing whatever he can to make sure that he's level 18 before then. It's a lot of experience. A lot of experience. I was actually really happy when I noticed that ShaneZell put this fight into this route, because I like fighting the big guy.
Yeah, what I love about it as well is it gives all the viewers get a different perspective on other runs that are equally as viable. An opportunity to see monsters that are otherwise avoided or routed out.
Yeah, with the world record route, is just the way that the setup for the Sea Shrine is going, you don't actually see the big eye fight in there. I think the main reason is that you don't go to pick up the opal armor in the world record route. Alright, ShaneZell has unpetrified his red mage, and then in the next fight against the eye, one of his fighters immediately gets petrified. So he does unpetrify him. Got 17 on both fighters. The red mage is still level 15, so I am guessing that he will try to get level 16 on the red mage before he moves on.
And I find it really interesting how much Shane is going to be able to avoid encounters going forward. He's put so much experience on his guys here that he doesn't really have to worry about it anywhere else like some of the other runners are going to have to.
Yeah, having level 17 on the fighters should help a bit. But he has finished his grind, he's made it through. Now he just has to get out of the ice cave. Which, the levels that he's at now, the ice cave is a lot less scary, so he should be in pretty good shape. He's picked up the opal bracelet, opal helmet, so he's putting that stuff on. The iron armor and the gold bracelet give the same amount of defense, actually, but because the gold bracelet weighs so much less than the iron armor, it makes running away a bit easier. So he has moved that up to one of the fighters. Alright, so ShaneZell did get a wizard encounter. I kind of thought he'd get a wizard encounter here. He took a, just bouncing back and forth on the eye trap tile. And I was not really surprised that he managed to pick this up.
Now we're seeing our Kraken here for the first time. He's dangerous, but he's not as dangerous as he's going to be later. We've got enough levels from power leveling off the Agamas that it's not a terrible encounter. When he uses ink, it's free. That's another broken mechanic in the game. Dark does nothing.
Break out the lamp spell to go fix that, but...
I think we only get the lamp at GDQ, so we're powerless against it right now. Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, the lit 2s from the Red Mage do help a bit as well. Each of the base fiends, the first time that you fight them, they do have one weakness each. And Kraken 1 is weak to lit lightning spells, so able to use the Zeus Gauntlet there to kind of help a bit, take them out. Alright, ShaneZell doing some shopping. It's about to go pick up the Oxyale.
Killer Rubber Ducky pointing out that we're buying houses and cabins. I don't think people are aware that this is actually a real estate simulator. We're going to buy more houses than most people ever see in their lifetime.
Yep. Yeah, and the NES version has the bug with the house where you don't actually... it doesn't actually save the fact that you've recovered your spells. So whenever you see someone use a house, they will actually use a house followed by a cabin or a tent in order to actually save the game with your spells. So a little bit of a double save going on there. Alright. Kain talking to Dr. Un, getting the knowledge of Lufanish. Head down to the final town, Lufania, to go pick up the chime to be able to get into the Mirage Tower.
There's a single tile that you can land your airship on. So you get this long walk. It's almost like an extra little, I don't know, just a way that they make the game take longer, just by having you walk this long distance. Some of the strongest overworld encounters are out here, but at our level, with our ability to run, or with the sheer power of our party, it's negligible. Get a whole bunch of experience from a Tyro, run from the giants, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there is one unrunnable encounter over here, which is the Zombles. So you can get, it's actually like a mix of Zombles and Trolls. You don't really want to see that encounter, but it's not really that bad.
No, with the fire spell and how hard the fighters hit, you're able to get through it real fast.
Yeah.
Zanzwig getting our second ribbon. I'm missing it here. Is ShaneZell doing Waterfall and Sea Shrine before the volcano? Or have I just not paid attention for the last 10 minutes?
Now he's doing Waterfall and Sea Shrine before the volcano.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's doing carry last or if he'll do carry before Tiamat. But we will find out. Yeah, as part of the reason why I did, or yeah, part of the effect of doing the eye grind rather than the Agama grind is that he doesn't really need to go to the volcano. So that does make it a little bit more in line with some of the other versions of these speedruns for FF1 for like PSP, GBA, and Pixel Remaster, where you do the volcano a bit later because you're usually doing a grind someplace else. Alright, Kain has picked up level 17 on his red mage, so he only needs one more level in order to be pretty much set to head down into Temple of Fiends. It's walking over to the last dungeon now. ShaneZell has also picked up level 17 on his red mage. And heading into the Kraken 1 fight.
So, and I find it interesting here for ShaneZell. He's got the Paralisks in his route, but at this point, unlike everybody else, he's got those pro rings, so it's not a problem for him.
Yeah, when you don't have the pro rings, the Paralisks can be kind of a rough encounter there.
Oh, definitely, they'll end a party. And that's something that the other runners had to worry about when they went into the waterfall. There's that encounter with the Paralisks, the cockatrices, and zombies. You can run into a situation where you can get turned to stone and just have the run over right there. You have to restart. You lose about, what is it, like 10 or 15 minutes from that?
But yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, the trap tile in the room with the robot, though, is set up so that it's much more likely you're going to get wizards, or not wizards, mummies and whiz mummies, rather than the jerk birds. Whereas later on, I think they changed it so that it's much more likely that you're going to get the birds.
Yeah, in the later versions of the game, they changed the order that it populates the tile, so the birds are more likely. Where in the Nintendo version, it populates with the wizards and or excuse me, you did it to me. The whiz mummies and the mummies. And you can only have 9 creatures in that encounter, so as soon as it's full, it doesn't matter if there are other creatures that could potentially be in there, you're not going to see them.
Alright, so ShaneZell has picked up... Oh, yeah. Alright, so ShaneZell is through the Sea Shrine, heading down to hit the inn. Let's go grab a life spell right now on the red mage. So grab Cure 3. If he does have an extra cast of Cure 3, that'll be a little bit helpful on the Chaos fight. Do a little bit more healing than a Cure 2. Jab with Dr. Un, and then head over to Lufania. ShaneZell doing the dive to pick up the slab in the Sea Shrine. Kain is heading into the central room of the second floor of the Mirage Tower. He is going to pick up the Dragon Mail, and then the far right box is the Sun Sword. So, Sun Sword and the Defense Sword, very similar in terms of, basically how helpful they are. Dragon Mail gives some defense, gives more defense than the Iron Armor, which he's replacing it with. And also putting the Aegis Shield on. And the Dragon Mail and Aegis Shield have
some natural resistances in them as well. I think it's like poison, and then I think you do get ice and fire resistance from them as well.
I wanted to remember that it's all three of the elemental, earth, fire, or fire, fire, lightning, and ice that it's resistant against, but now I'm doubting myself.
That sounds right. I'm pretty sure the Aegis Shield, though, does also have the, whatchamacallit, resistance against poison as well, too. So I think that helps a bit. Alright. Kain getting a first strike on the vampires. Still does need experience, so he will take this fight. Should be able to knock out 2 of them before the next round. Yeah, so one of the poison skills that's used by some of the enemies basically just petrifies you. So that is what, yeah, so I guess that's what the Aegis Shield is protecting against.
Sure.
Alright, yeah. Thanks, Trenton. And yeah, there is only one more game. It is Final Fantasy VI for the Pixel Remaster.
Still a lot of opportunity to change order here. There's not a lot of scary fights coming up, but there are still opportunities where bad luck can happen. Kraken 2 being the main gatekeeper.
Oh yeah, definitely. Some good luck can happen too. You can see Kain moving down to pick up the Bane Sword, right? So one of the characters, one of the fighters, will be using the Bane Sword on Tiamat. Tiamat 1 here, as Tiamat 1 is weak to poison element. So the Bane Sword is casting what later on, well, it's casting Bane. Later on becomes Scourge in the remakes. If that hits very early on, you can actually move out of this fight pretty quickly.
And it's, with Tiamat being weak against it, it's a 1 in 8 chance for it to be successful.
I think the Brack gives a bit better odds, but I don't really think you have the spells in order to buy that. I think Brack is actually at the same level as Warp, Cure 3, and Life, and with this game you can only buy 3 spells at a single tier, so you just really don't have the room to pick that up. Alright, Kain fighting the Evil Man.
He gets the first strike to make it so he doesn't have to worry about them swinging back. The Evil Man actually has a chance to cast Nuke. It's insanely unlikely. I think someone did the odds at about 101 in 128 that the Evil Man gets the chance to strike first and then chooses to cast 2 consecutive spells before your party can act, because Nuke is its second spell. I've never seen it. I almost sadistically want to, but not in this kind of event.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Look, I do want to see it one day. It's not on one of my runs. Let ShaneZell run into that.
If I had it happen on my run, I would be laughing too hard. It's so unlikely. There's that extra we were talking about.
In the Germadusa fight in Temple of Fiends that you use to petrify your characters. Have you ever get Brack through the ribbon there?
I have not. That would be pretty tragic.
I was very confused at first because I was like, do I not have a ribbon on? Did I mess up the order? And then I checked the VOD and was like, no, I did everything right. I just literally got Brack through a ribbon.
And then at that point, I just started laughing because I'm like, all right, 3 out of 256 is not 0 out of 256. So
right.
Just, all right, whatever, shrug, move on to the next run. Not really much you can do.
So as we're moving through the Sky Castle, you're going to see the runners use warp to go back, and not even go back that far, like 5 or 6 steps is ultimately what they're saving. But those couple of steps that they are saving adds up to ensure that on the floor Kain's on right now, we don't see sorcerers.
Yep.
I
Also,
think you have
map on the following floor as well.
Yeah,
which we do not want to see.
I want to say it works out that you have exactly 2 steps to spare to ensure you don't see sorcerers.
Yes, it is very tight walking up. Walking up to Tiamat. So I have actually run into the sorcerers before. I'm pretty sure everybody's run into the sorcerers.
Oh,
before.
man.
And you just kind of cross your fingers and hope you get through the fight. And often you do not.
I've been fortunate enough to do commentary for KainDeschain before, and the very first time that he and I did an event, he ran into sorcerers on this floor. Unbelievably lucky that they did nothing to him and he just walked away.
Alright, ShaneZell taking on Kraken. Got a really big hit there, 303 with a big crit there, so should be able to take out Kraken pretty easily. Should just be 1 or 2 more hits. There you go.
Yeah,
and
no problem
the
at all.
Gauntlet takes it. Yeah. Alright, so now we find out, does ShaneZell do Ice Cave? Or does he do Tiamat and take care of some of the final fetch quests, or does he go take out Carrie? Meanwhile, Kain into the Tiamat fight. Gonna fast one of the fighters. Use the Bane Sword with the other. Really hoping to get the Bane Sword to land there. Make this fight a lot faster. Doing some chip damage with the Red Mage.
Ton's only doing some chip damage too, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's it. You just don't really have a very good sword at the moment, and you're only like level 16, 17, 18 at the moment, so you're not even really doing that much damage. So, really hoping for crits from the defense sword, but if you're not getting the crits, this is can be a very long fight. Can be kind of dangerous too. If you just don't get any crits, you don't land the Bane, and Tiamat 2 does have a lot of skills. A lot of AoE skills that will take you out. Yeah, so
Heal staff, I'm assuming.
To use, Yep.
Yeah, just trying to negate a little bit of that chip damage that's being done the other way. There's a nice hit. Still quite a ways to go, though.
This is a very frustrating fight when you're on really good pace for the world record route, and you get into this fight and your fighter just does no damage whatsoever, and the Bane Sword doesn't hit, and you just watch all of your green just kind of melt away until you come out of this fight and suddenly you're in the red, and you're just like, it was such a good run.
You're really banking on that Bane Sword to just end the fight immediately for you. And for Kain, it's just not happening.
Nope. He's getting some decent hits off of the one fighter there with the defense sword. It is fasted. It's just not very likely to actually hit with the Bane Sword.
It's going to have a lot of attempts at it, though. We'll say that.
Yeah, see a critical hit for 65. The TMS defense is incredibly high for based on the equipment and the level of your party at this point. There it is. From the Red Mage, no less.
The Red Mage got the crit. Big crit from the Red Mage. Has also picked up level 18. So Kain will go pick up the second best sword in the game. Refill all of his heal potions and then do a quick prep to do the Temple Fiend's Dive.
So to answer your question, Shane is doing the volcano first.
So he'll burn one encounter and then do the dive down into the volcano.
And without having to stop for the Agama grind, this is going to be real fast. This is going to be over before we know it.
Yeah, taking the walk on the lava tiles, preventing just about all of the encounters. You can get through this dungeon very quickly.
With the equipment upgrades that he's gotten elsewhere, I can't imagine he's going to stop for anything. He's about to get better equipment in the Sky Castle here in a moment as well.
Yeah, there's nothing in here that would be worth going out of your way for. Alright, Zwanzig into the Tiamat fight.
We'll see if he has any better luck. Oh, he's not doing the Bane.
I think the Bane Sword is on the Red Mage.
Oh, alright.
But we'll see. Yeah, so he's starting out with doing the fast on both of the fighters.
Alright.
And then we'll see what the Red Mage does on the third turn here.
So then, Kain was going more for luck. Yeah, Kain was going more for luck with the Bane Sword being successful, and Zwanzig's just going for pure damage.
Yeah, about a year ago, I think ShaneZell and I were having a conversation about that on whether or not, like, really, what's the best path to get through this? And you could save some steps by not going to pick up the Bane Sword. It might make routing a little bit easier through the Sky Castle. But if you hit the Bane, it's really good and can save a bunch of time. So you might want to do that. And I don't know. I don't really have a good answer on the best way to do this. It's just. Hoping for a 1 out of 7 is not fun. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I would imagine that you probably have a more statistical average time with just doing damage, where if you're counting on that Bane Sword, it's just pure luck. So you might get lucky on one run, and the next it just might not matter at all.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Zwanzig able to take down Tiamat.
And ShaneZell's in.
On the whole, that was probably a faster Tiamat 1 fight than what Kain was able to do.
Definitely.
But at the same time, if Kain had gotten the Bane proc early on, would have been out of there in 1 turn. So, very tough.
ShaneZell taking down Carry without any effort at all. And he's ready to just head right to the Mirage Tower. He's got all the prerequisites that he needs for it already.
Yep. And as Stritton pointing out in chat, speedrunning, we only need this to work once.
Right. Absolutely.
Alright, so Kain has picked up all of the heal potions. Now he is going to get
second best sword in the game, the Excalibur. Is going to put that on the second fighter. Let's go warp out. Going to move up to the Temple of Fiends and then do 8 resets before he heads down into the Temple of Fiends. This is just trying to avoid a lot of unrunnable encounters, a lot of really bad encounters, and also sorcerers. So this is what you have to do. So many bad encounters in Temple of Fiends. You really gotta spend a lot of time trying to figure out the best path through this. And even this path, you still run into worms, which are unrunnable. You do that twice, even, which isn't great.
Worms are a bit of a double-edged sword. They can be kind of scary. They hit pretty hard, but they give you a lot of experience, so you can kind of route that you're going to get them, and that the experience is going to be used at that point rather than trying to farm it somewhere else beforehand.
So 4 encounters that you burn outside, 4 encounters that you burn inside, and then a little bit of extra walking before Kain will do the final dive.
I don't think we ever talked about this. The reason he's doing some of these encounters outside and some of the encounters inside is there's a various threshold that as you take a step, it increases a threshold for the encounters. And those thresholds are different in dungeons or outside or on the water. And then some exceptional floors within various dungeons. So you change the spacing that you go between encounters based on where you get those encounters. That threshold for all the dungeons or for everything is known throughout your entire cycle of the 256 encounters. So if you've got a spot where you know there's going to be a big gap, but you have to make sure you get a certain number of encounters beforehand, which is what he's trying to do. ShaneZell getting the dragon armor, but skipping the sun sword. And MrZwanzig doing his setup to go into Temple of the Past.
Yep. Kain has forced an encounter on the second floor of Temple of Fiends. He's doing that to avoid some nasty encounter that's on the following floor. So it could be mages or it could be gas dragons. Gas dragons are unrunnable, or green dragons. So they're unrunnable and kind of a nasty fight. So you definitely don't want to run into them.
The blue D for... Go ahead.
Yeah, putting the ribbon on before he fights the Phantom. Make sure he doesn't get stopped.
And ShaneZell's fighting the blue D. Didn't mention this earlier. The thunder off of the blue D and the physicals that it can do are actually pretty big. They can be an unfortunate impact on your healing potions early on in this dungeon.
Alright, so Kain has gotten through the Phantom, used the loot, which we picked up all the way at the beginning of the game. Finally, 3 hours later, we get to use it. And heading down.
And something we talked about earlier, the way that they did through the programming to check that you're not doing any sequence breaking, you actually need the key in the Temple of Fiends. That door that, after you go through the ladder after the Phantom, that door is actually locked by the Mystic Key. You'd never know it because you have the key at that point, so unless you stopped and pressed A to talk to the door, you'd never see anything.
Yeah, you can actually talk to the door.
Yeah, if you don't go through the door, if you just push A, it'll tell you this door is locked with the Mystic Key.
So there you go. It has talking doors in this game.
Yeah. Well, you're interacting with it. All right, I'm sorry. They don't talk.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I mean, it feels like talking to me.
All right, that's fair.
Frosties with Blizzard, very annoying in this fight, doing a decent amount of damage there to Kain. He was able to get through the worm fight. That one is unrunnable. He did get 2 worms. That fight can be 1 or 2. So you're hoping you get 1 just so you can move through a bit more quickly. But 2. Alright. And then the Rock Gull fight is the first fight on Lich's floor, and now he's going to do some rearranging. So what he's going to do is he's going to put the Red Mage up front, and he is going to remove the ribbon from the Red Mage. And he is also going to put the ribbon back on Team. So this will protect against getting petrified. So the next encounter is Gurmedusa's. He is going to wait for the Red Mage to be petrified before he moves on. And the Red Mage will continue to be petrified, hopefully all the way through until he picks up the Mazmune, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, so he does this because Lich's first spell skill is Nuke, and that can do up to 400 damage, which the Red Mage is not going to survive.
It is possible that it's possible, and put air quotes around that, right? It's possible that you could kill Lich in the first round of combat before he casts Nuke, but it is so unlikely it's not worth the risk. Just the sheer volume of heal potions that you would need to ensure your Red Mage is safe. And then given the things after that are just too dangerous for the Red Mage, it's so much better to just have him turn to stone so that we can get him back when we need him. And ZwanZig's doing that same setup right now that we were just talking about.
Yeah, ZwanZig being able to get through the Tiamat 1 fight very quickly has really kind of brought back some of the time here. Kind of rebounded a bit there, so it's nice to see. I'm sure everyone who's rooting for Team Close Race is very happy about that. Ooh, one of his fighters got stunned.
That's unfortunate. It's the fighter who's got the Bane Sword as well, which is the fastest way to clear through these guys. Oh, he's just going to run. Great.
Yeah, so he was probably doing the Bane and run method there. So able to get through it. Kain into the Lich 1 fight.
Lich punching.
Lich punching. So he does stun, but...
He's making me a liar. Look at that.
There you go. So able to get through that fight without using very many heal potions, whereas ZwanZig has run into the Nuke second fighter down to 39 HP, but able to get through the fight.
That's fortunate.
Yeah.
ShaneZell starting Tiamat.
Yeah, into Tiamat here. Let's see, is he just going to fight him down? No, he's breaking out the Bane Sword. Ineffective. Yeah, so ZwanZig and Kain basically right on top of each other here.
I'm watching that Tiamat fight. I want to see this Bane Sword kick off.
Yeah, me too. I would like to see someone get the Bane Sword to actually proc. The fire elementals that Kain is fighting are unrunnable, so he has to actually stop and take them out. And you can see he's moving down to go pick up the Rocape here. He will put that on the Red Mage. Not so important to put it on right now, as the Red Mage is still petrified.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how that works out. You had steps that you have to burn on this floor anyways, and it's just enough that you can get to that pro cape and then still go back to the boss.
Alright, ShaneZell getting some good damage from the fighters there on Tiamat. Well, yeah, and then he hits seven hits for 10 damage. So, yeah, there you go.
Tiamat just not having that Bane. He's not going to take it today.
No. Kain making short work of carry 2. Moving on to Kraken 2's floor.
So each of the...
No more mechs.
Yeah.
They are
each of the...
out.
Each of the elementals, or the elemental bosses, have an extra 100 hit points when they're revisited. And for Lich and Carry, it's trivial. There's not enough that changed about them that would make them that much more of a threat. Kraken, on the other hand. Oh, look at that. He needed that a lot earlier, though.
He really did. ShaneZell heading into carry 2. Meanwhile, yeah, alright, yeah. ShaneZell just needs to pick up the Excalibur, fill up his heal potions, and then he will be doing the Temple of Fiends dive. While Kain about to head into probably the scariest fight. Kraken 2. Rearranges everybody. So ShaneZell does kind of put the second fighter, swap positions with the second fighter and the red mage to make it a little bit more likely that the first fighter is actually targeted. Kraken 2 starting out with ink, very good. Definitely something you want to see. It's a free round there, so you can get a defense sword off and one of the ruse casts. Alright, so he's gotten the second ruse cast off.
And the reason they're doing that immediately is because of how hard he hits. And you could see that there, he hit for almost 200. Hit for another 100 there.
Yeah, trying to make it as hard to be hit as possible. And so once he has the ruses and the defense sword up, it will be much more difficult for Kraken 2 to actually hit him, but a crit will still hit, and if the crit hits on Ton, it will basically wipe him out. So I'm really hoping you don't see that.
The Lightning 2, even though it looks like, oh, it's scary, it's only hitting for 20, 25 damage. It's so negligible at this point. The punches from Kraken are what you're absolutely terrified of.
So he's done a decent amount of damage. Well, 4 hits for 6 damage there.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright, there you go. Kain has made it through Kraken 2. Both fighters still alive. Definitely something you like to see. MrZwanzig also into the Kraken 2 fight. He's got defense sword and the ruses up. Kraken 2 so far being pretty kind to MrZwanzig there. Looks like he's using Lit 2 a lot.
Yeah, hasn't done any significant punching at all, which is kind of surprising. Apparently he's just going to Lit 2 over and over.
Yeah. Take that all day. Really would like to see a bit more crits from the fighters there. Not Kraken, just the fighters.
Right.
Kain, meanwhile, is walking down to go pick up the Mazmune. So he'll have the X-Gal and the Mazmune for Tiamat 2 and Chaos there.
There goes Kraken 2.
Able to get through that fight. Both fighters alive. Always good to see. Kain's gotten through the worm fight.
should have 2 air fights before he actually reaches Masmian. Very high encounter rate on the Tiamat floor here.
And you'll notice he's able to run from these air elementals. Another one of those things that, you know, it's not clearly a bug, but you're not able to run from any of the other elementals. Why can you run from these? Is it a bug? Intentional? Who knows?
Yeah, that one's always weird. I always thought that one was a bit weird. Alright. So, Kain is unpetrifying the red mage. Going to put ribbons on everybody. Still has the Zeus Gauntlet on. So I think maybe before Chaos he'll move the Zeus Gauntlet off and put the Pro Cape on. But one more encounter before he gets into Tiamat 2.
Runs away nice. Makes it real easy. And Tiamat with a fasted Masmune, not usually a problem at all. It's unfortunate he got that hit off before the defense sword. .313, kind of a small hit. Nobody baned through a ribbon.
No one baned through a ribbon. You love to see it. It was some really good damage with the Masmian. Dropping a Cure 2 on one of the fighters. 640 on 8 hits. Wow.
That's what you want.
Yeah, that was some heavy damage there. Alright, Kain just has one more fight remaining. Able to take on Chaos. We're here. We're finally able to take out Chaos.
ShaneZell coming up on Phantom right now, not that far behind at all.
He has definitely picked up some time. Also, I don't think Kain healed to full before going into Chaos, so that is a bit of a worry. He was able to get the fast off the Masmune fighter. He will fast the Excalibur fighter as well. And then I assume he's going to get into some healing. Alright, so Chaos does Ice 3, Lit 3, Slow 2, and then Cure 4. So you hope he doesn't get to do the Cure 4. He has 2000 HP, the Cure 4 heals him to full. Cure 3...
ZwanZig making it through Tiamat. Got that,
Ooh.
Uh-oh. That's alright though, it wasn't the Masmune wielder. We're okay.
Yeah, lost
it's
the
not great.
Excalibur fighter. No, not great.
Well, that's good.
For the FF6 runner for Team Tonberry should be getting ready. Oof. I mean, you don't want to see the punches, but you'd much rather see the punches than him burning through his spells.
Oh, there it is.
There you go, Team Tonberry, go ahead. Good luck to the FF6 runners for Team Tonberry. Oh, Dine. Good luck, Dine. Alright, meanwhile,
Sounds like
ZwanZig...
starting that, yeah.
Yeah,
starting that
into the
chaos fight. ZwanZig taking a little bit of a different approach, putting that red mage up front to have him take any of those punches, hopefully to avoid his fighter dying. Once the red mage gets off those fast spells, he doesn't have a whole lot to do. He's done anything he's going to do that's a significant amount of damage. He can throw out some heals, but not a lot.
And some decent damage on Chaos from ZwanZig, so kind of a little, probably close to 600 damage on the previous turn.
ShaneZell gets an unfortunate strike first from the enemies, but gets out of there without much trouble, fortunately.
And there you go. Done. Team Mog, go ahead and start for FF6.
ShaneZell's going to finish up this fight, and then he's going to start the preparation for getting his red mage turned to stone. And then it's off to the races for the final bosses.
Kain mentioning in chat, he just forgot to heal before chaos. All right. Always heal before chaos, people. Always heal before chaos. All right. Let's see. So ShaneZell's next fight is with the Gurmedusas. All right, his next fight. So. Oh yeah. So because ShaneZell didn't pick up the Sun Sword, he's basically still on the world record route for the path through Temple of Fiends. So he didn't have to do the 8 resets. So I think that might be why he didn't pick up the Sun Sword. So by picking up the Sun Sword, because you take all those extra steps, it does end up making it so that you really do have to do the 8 resets. Before the Temple of Fiends dive. So without that, I think ShaneZell just kind of maintained the usual dive into Temple of Fiends. Alright, so he is hoping that the Gurmedusa is...
Yeah, there it goes.
Alright.
Perfect.
Yep, there you go. Alright, so while we do have time, do the commentators for FF6 to introduce themselves? Well, I guess it's me and B-Dude. B-Dude, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I'm B-Dude.
Great to have you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Gonna be going with Pat here later on, so it should be a good time. Pharaoh might be joining us later on here.
Nice. The FF6 is being run on the Pixel Remaster. So, not the SNES. So we have moved on to the Pixel Remaster for FF6. This is your favorite version of FF6, isn't that correct, B-Dude?
That is correct.
Alright, so ShaneZell moving on to Carrie's floor. And how long is the intro for FF6? It's intro cutscene here. B-Dude, do you happen to know? I think it's like 4.5 minutes, almost 5.
It's
right.
about
It
4
like
minutes,
4.5 minutes.
20, depending on your computer strength, I guess, but like about 4 minutes, 26, 27 seconds, give or take.
Alright. And Dine just kind of hopped into the menu. What exactly was he doing there?
He basically set it up so that we go on very fast battle speed. This is just going to make the ATB roll by really quick. Memory cursor and very fast on the message speed in battle, just so that we're not sitting there watching text go by really slowly. Going through this little bit here, we're just trying to make sure that Question Mark Girl gets all of our experience, making sure that the other guys run away. Unlike the SNES, you can't run away at the end of the battle, so we have to make them run away before everything dies. That's basically all we're going to be doing for this little walk.
I should point out for ShaneZell, his route being different still, because of the changes that he's got to make, he didn't have the steps to go get that Pro Cape. So he went straight to carry. And taking her down with no trouble at all.
I think as Kain has proved, you don't actually need the Pro Cape. So. Aside from not healing before chaos, I don't think
Pro Cape, healing, nah. What do you do?
Yes. You don't need either of those things.
No.
Just YOLO, you're good to go.
Alright, so a couple encounters for ShaneZell on the Kraken 2 floor, getting the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain.
You know, and at this point, these encounters, the only thing they're going to do is slow you down. You don't need any of them. You're just going to run away. They can hardly hurt you. Short of a crit, you might use a heal potion or two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this one, the Dsharper Wizzahag, you're hoping you don't get the full field, but usually you're going to get the full field here. And then the next one will be the Dsharper Big Eye fight, and then after that he'll get into Kraken 2.
Getting away from that one right away was nice.
Yeah. Alright, so he is going to move his second fighter beneath the red mage to make sure that any punches go onto the guy with the defense sword up. So I'm going to start out with defense and ruse. Very unlucky
terrifying.
Hit on the ruse. Yes. Oof.
Okay, that's not great, but it's better than hitting our other fighter.
Yeah. Kraken 2 very punchy on ShaneZell here. Alright, so he's using a Cure 2 just to give some extra HP.
With 2 ruses, it's very unlikely Kraken can one-shot him, but yeah, it's still a risk, so it's worth the heals.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so he's moving on to actually doing the fighting with the second fighter. The first fighter still healing the other one. 3 hits for 333. Really good hit there. Alright, so now both fighters up above 200 HP. Looking a little bit...
yeah, not nearly as terrifying.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Got about 500 damage, so with any luck, this is the last round right here. No.
Ooh. I can get in the crit. Come on, take him out. Oh.
That's okay. But it's time consuming to heal him, but we got through it.
Yeah. All right. So ShaneZell's lost one fighter. He can take the second fighter here and just kind of do the next floor solo, and then.
I think the worms would really scare me, but
red mage, and then he revived the first fighter at the same time.
Sure.
Is this route get the? All right, let me see if this route actually gets the worms. Possible this one doesn't actually get the worms.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so he is doing the bouncing back and forth, right? So what he's doing with the bouncing back and forth is trying to avoid getting the sorcerer battles on Tiamat 2's floor. Alright, yeah.
So as he goes back and forth between floors, you're right next to the stairs. You're going to just do this to advance past wherever you need to be so that you can consecutively get encounters that are not sorcerers. There isn't anything else between any of these floors that's going to be more of a concern than those.
Alright, so now this should be the dive. It looks like he does get one worm encounter, so it should be air elementals next, followed by rock gulls.
Alright.
And then after that, the unrunnable worm encounter, which, yeah, with only one fighter is actually a little bit scary. You do hope that you get enough damage on the worms to be able to one-shot them. I think it can also be, what, like 3 to 4 or 2 to 4?
I think it's 3 to 4. Yeah, you don't want 4.
So
If you can avoid getting 4, it's going to be a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah, so healing the Fool before he drops in. Nightmare Evil Man. Alright. Maybe.
As long as they don't ambush, it's easy.
Yeah. Oh, alright, yeah, maybe he doesn't get the... Alright, yeah, so I think my notes are messed up, so I don't know what I'm looking at. Anyway, so hopefully he doesn't get any of the one.
Yes. So he's got the Masmune. He's going to soft up the Red Mage, warp back. I was in suspense, because I wasn't sure either.
So he has revived the other fighter. Gonna heal him the Fool. Use a lot of his heal potions. He's down to under 30. Should be enough to actually get through into the Chaos fight. So
yeah, it's rare that, because he's still got some cure spells too. It's rare that Tiamat's going to do enough damage to impact the remainder of those heal potions.
Double checking where the X-Scout is. There's 4 chaos of fast, so he'll be able to use one here and still have 2 for chaos and then 1 extra for the emergency in case the slow 2 actually hits one of the fighters.
It's a big hit on that red mage. That's not great.
Yes, you do not want to see the red mage get hit. So he is using the defense sword to kind of protect against that. Hopefully Tiamat 2 can go down. Get some good
about
hits.
750 damage on him so far.
No one banged through the ribbon. No one banged through the ribbon. Yes.
The next round of melee should end this year. As long as you get a reasonable hit off the Masmune, yeah, no problem.
There you go. Nice.
Little scary hit just to make us all clench.
Yes. It's Temple of Fiends. You never stop clenching in Temple of Fiends. Start to finish. Just full clench all the way. Alright, so gonna heal everyone to full. Moving the red mage up. Red mage only really needs to get off the 2 fast spells, and then after that, the red mage can die. You really want to make sure if anyone's getting punched that fighters, especially because Chaos has a stun touch.
And this is where
also, one of the
Oh,
fighters didn't have the ribbon on for Tiamat too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I think Bane is poison though, and I think that fighter did have the Aegis Shield. I think he was
I
okay.
had on the Aegis Shield.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Here we go, fasting up both of the fighters. Chaos starting with a punch. You just don't want to see the spells. The more spells he uses, the faster he's going to get to Cure 4, which we really don't want to see. So I think Lion is running for Team Choco, so Lion, go ahead and get ready.
We need to see
really
some bigger
would
hits
like
with
to
that
see a bit more
Masmune.
damage out of the
Yeah.
Masmune. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I got crit by that ice too. It's a 3 in 256 chance of the spells critting through the ribbon.
Big hit there. 345.
Yeah, it was nice to see.
Yeah.
That second fighter just hanging in there.
The slow 2 proc. And there you go, time. Go
Fantastic.
ahead, Lion.
Great job, everybody.
Nice. Excellent work. A lot of fun. Very happy to see everybody actually make it through the end of the fight. And ShaneZell putting up at 3:13 time was pretty fantastic. Nice run, ShaneZell.
That was fantastic. Great run, everybody. Guys, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for helping me out here, Avin. Good doing the commentary with you. And yeah, let's, I guess, move over to FF6.